No niin. And we are back in Valheim. Back in business. Just as promised yesterday. And a Viking always keeps his promises. And yes, unfortunately we did not find our wife yesterday, but we will continue looking for her today as well. So keep your eyes peeled if you see any sign of her. Also, last time I checked my VOD after the stream and noticed that a lot of my keyboard sounds were coming through the microphone. So today we are trying NVIDIA's new high technology AI tech, whatever cancellation, which might work better. But it already warned me about CPU overload, so we see what happens if my voice gets cut out or whatever. But then we switch back to the earlier method if it doesn't work this time, this new one. But yes, we will just continue from where we left off yesterday. And we were starting to get a pretty nice setup for further exploration already. And now our objective today is to at least advance to the Bronze Age, which means digging up that copper that we found yesterday and then smelting it here and combining it with tin to make bronze. Yeah, without further ado, actually I just realized yesterday I spoke about starting the game without mods and losing your modded stuff, and it seems that we or I made the mistake and now we are missing our flintstone greatsword that is from the mod. So some technical difficulties. Let us do something about it real quick. So you have to wait a small moment. Let's see. If I do this, you should only see this blue screen, but not the blue screen of death. Then if we close Valheim, yes, and then we start the mod manager. We are supposed to start the game from there instead of straight from Steam. Let's see here. Yes, then start the game again. Almost back in action. So I'm pretty sure we lost the modded stuff permanently if you start the game without the mods, as I suspected. But we will see. We will see. I don't think it saves the data anywhere apart from your character. But yeah, we don't have the sword. Okay, well that's no big deal at this point. Later on, it would suck if we spend like expensive resources on a modded item that we lose. But at this point, it's no problem. Let me change back the Valheim screen. Yes, there we go. Okay, now we should be ready to go. So, first things first, we are already distracted from our objective of getting copper. We need a new weapon. Since I think our wife took our sword while we were sleeping. And we didn't lose it because of my mistake. But she probably has a good reason for that, so we will forgive her and tell her when she comes back home that it's okay. But now we have a chance to make something else instead of the greatsword. Even though I like the greatsword a lot. Maybe we get really exotic and exciting, and instead of greatsword we make a good sword, which is the smaller one, so just sword. This one. Normally you can only make a bronze sword as your first sword, but since this mod gives us more options, it's nice. And we are confident that we will. I don't meant to say that we will not make a mistake, but my wife will not make the mistake of taking our sword again. So we trust her and make this new sword as well, and upgrade it all the way. Then we should almost be good to go. You still always want to keep this forge working if you have the materials. So all the downtime you spend outside of the base is used efficiently here. Might want to take a bit more food with us. So we will be spending some where's the food here? We're spending some time in the forest setting up a copper camp to use. And it could be smart to bring some wood with us, so we don't have to cut down every piece of wood for our meats, but I think we will be extra adventurous and just get it while in there. So I think now we should be ready. Actually, I think I want my hoe with me, since we will be building, and it's always useful to have that for building stuff. We have a pickaxe. Well, I'm not sure if we need. I guess we should take all our pickaxes at this point already, since that's the destination we will be using them anyway. Since last time I talked about how it can be nicer to have more than one pickaxe, so you don't have to keep jumping out of your digging pit and repairing that pickaxe or whatever, so just for a convenience. Also, we shall see how my speaking voice will survive this stream, since yesterday, after the 5.5 hours, I already felt it in my throat that I had been speaking almost non-stop for that stream. So I might have to take better care of the throat. I'm not a throat using expert. At least not yet. But yeah, I guess the sound levels are pretty decent. The music and the new microphone filter, whatever, and such, that you can hear all my yapping and the game and the music, and nothing is too loud for you. As always, please just tell me if there's any problems. But yes, we will now start figuring out a spot for a camp, which we will use as a temporary base here near the copper. And luckily it just became a day, so it's more easier to survive here. We want to build the camp near this copper deposit, but not too close, since we will be digging out this whole huge rock. So the end result will be a huge pit. So we want some distance. Maybe here would be nice, considering the other copper or deposits nearby as well. So we will just start clearing this patch for our housing purposes. Also, this was the wood we were missing, this core wood from the pine trees that we need for a few things that we can't build without yet. Like the better bow that we want. Yes, that fine wood bow. Also, you can use the core wood for more fancier housing projects as well, so it's useful for that. Useful for that as well. So we want to clear the bushes and trees near the copper deposit as well, since they will be falling into the pit we are digging here. So it's better to get rid of them right now instead of later when they are already in the way. Watch out for the trees falling. I only hit my nose slightly on that tree and still did 9 damage, so they are very dangerous and could attack at any time. So a famous Finnish YouTuber might have said that we must deal with it. Just keep cutting and piling the resources. If you don't use them for this camp, you will still probably need them for something else, so you can always just run back home with all these resources that you get here. So we don't want to spend too much time during the day getting these resources. And before the night comes, we might want to already have a small setup here that we can always sleep the night away, since you get less stamina regen in the pit when you're digging if you don't have a fire nearby, if it's the night. And also more enemies spawn, so it is more frustrating to try to dig the copper in peace when there's great dwarves everywhere. Be enough for now. We can maybe start flattening this part of the ground and create some kind of maybe, oh no, this was maybe a bit too close. But here maybe, well, it isn't too critical, but I've sometimes built the shack too close to the pit and then have to build even more to keep it afloat instead of the shack crashing down into the pit. We don't need a large one, so this should be enough, since we mainly want a place to sleep in and repair our stuff. A few chests. Just for no reason we might use these new logs that we just got for this project. Make a square-shaped house here. This as the frame for building. So I don't like how it floats a bit above ground, so we might want to raise this ground a bit by standing on a higher spot and clicking with this hoe, so it fills the ground a bit, and now you see no spot between the log and the ground there. Even if the game shows you that it's blue colored, last time we talked about the foundation thing in building, so blue is basically directly connected to the ground, so it was fine in like game mechanics way, but visually it's ugly if you have a floating building, no matter how stable it is. And you don't want anyone to laugh at your shitty building here in this shitty forest, so it's better to make it nicer. Also, we can try to give some fancy flavor to this building and make this bit more patterny instead of just making the floorboards go all the way. This is very important. Go. Most likely will increase the value of this building when you have this checkerboard style flooring instead of just a normal boring Viking flooring. We suck up some more wood. So we just used some. Yes, I think the Vikings exactly said that interior design is half the battle. And that's how you do a successful raid. You need to keep the interior design in mind. You will get success. Since the Vikings with the city houses didn't succeed in anything. Since they didn't succeed in housing. I think we will keep this quite small. Yeah, we need to think about the fire location as well. Always have to keep that in mind, since it's important to have the fire if you want to actually sleep here. But we might try something really fancy here, and actually a vision just came into my mind that we make this middle part here where we put our fireplace and make a chimney in the middle. We will use these mathematical beam calculations to get the perfect position here in the middle. That looks really nice, fancy. Then we have to break this pattern, unfortunately, but I don't think Vikings cared about interior design, and they were fine without any fancy designs, so. I don't think looking good is important here in the forest. Yes, I think the Vikings with the nice houses lost Ortel battles because they didn't know how to fight, since they spent all their time making the nice houses instead of training for a battle. I'm not a Viking surgeon, so I don't really know. I might be just talking out of my ass. Oh. You can't leave this button like that. There we go. Now we put the safety railings for more clumsy Vikings or drunk Vikings who might walk into the fire pit without. Oh yeah, I forgot that building is actually a skill as well nowadays. Crafting. Crafting speed, hammer wear, and building stamina use. So basically build more to build better. And personally I feel that using stamina in this building stuff is quite stupid, but oh well. Can't do much about it. But luckily the skill is helping a bit nowadays, so it could be still worse. Oh, we need more wood. Luckily some woodchuck chucked all this wood for us here. Then we continue building our masterpiece. Of course, you really don't need to do all this if you weren't sure about. Should I really be spending all this time doing all this shit? Well, no, you don't have to. This will of course greatly increase your success rate in managing all this copper business here. You will thank me later when time comes and we need to sleep, or you need to sleep in your playthrough and you have built a nice hut for it, or your tool breaks and you didn't have anywhere to repair it else. And you during the night you would have to start building then, and you're already being attacked and you're pretty much fucked then for the night. So do this early, prepare and win. Just like that tree won against this pile of wood I just made, so. Also, as you see, you have to be careful when cutting your trees around these houses or whatever buildings. Or if later you have tamed animals or such with you, so trees are very deadly. Wonder if this would look decent or not. I'm not an expert crafter or builder in this game. I just try to wing it and have learned some things that I like to do. But I'm sure there is always a better way to do all this shit I'm doing. I guess we can do without those. Since every Viking's own house is beautiful in its own way, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Your house is beautiful if you think so, even if it looks like shit. Still think I want to box this up. And there's multiple cases where not using this automatic snapping location and using instead like a custom snapping, you might get much better looking results. But for now, we will do with this Lego piece snapping, which is automatic. If you're wondering if you could make something look like whatever in this game, you just have to try and fiddle around and find a way. And if nothing else, there's mods that make, as I said before, I think there's mods that make the building much more detailed and complicated. with rotating the pieces more in different angles that you can do in this vanilla version. So also I think our chimney idea is fucked, since I just realized that we have to do some. Well, now it's actually a perfect example that we have to do some custom snapping, since the vanilla snapping doesn't let us leave a hole here in this, since we got a 4x4 setup for our house, which means that these roof pieces meet in the middle, and the middle is not good for our chimney. So we have to figure something out. I think I already figured it out, since I'm a pretty experienced master builder in this game. I've developed multiple different building techniques that no one has heard about before. So I already have a solution for this. Let's see. We do it like this, then we have a chimney hole. Oh, that looks like shit, but as I said before, everything is beautiful if you say so. How about we try this? See how less shit or more shit it looks like after. I have to just get some more wood and more drink to my mouth. Should be fine. I think we can make this better if we change the top pieces to more angular pieces instead of this piece of shit now it is. Also, I wish I could climb like in Night Rain, but I can't, so we have to build some shitty stairs there. There we go. And we replace this great idea with an even better idea. And actually now we fuck it up even more, but that's the usual name of the game, so we just deal with it. Since we already built those wall pieces here, I don't want to take them apart again. So we will see what happens. Only Odin knows. And he's probably shaking his head in silence. And disapproving all this shit. Okay, now it actually looks like something less shit. So we are probably satisfied with this. Since this was all experimental bullshit. Maybe we want to try make some texture in the walls and keep getting more wood for no reason. Oh, actually we want a workbench really soon, since our axe is getting fucked up. We need 10 wood to make it inside, and then we are safe after. There we go. Always remember to build your workbench early. Oh, there's wood inside as well from the broken roof. Just plop this shit down and you are good to go. That doesn't look right, but oh well. think it would have been fine in the Viking Age, as no one would have complained to the builder. We might want to cut more trees near this pit, as I said earlier, so let's use this opportunity to get rid of these which will fall into the pit. I really need to get rid of those corewood pieces already. So at the moment I'm not using them. So remember to eat when you're in a hostile territory. So I just forgot. Oh, hello, welcome. Don't worry, we haven't done much. We only struggled to start the game with mods and lost our weapon, and we headed into the forest and are building this shitty shack for the copper operation. Looks like... doesn't look like I wanted it to look, but I guess we will have to deal with it. Oh yeah, the wife said hello, but she probably took my sword and had to go away again, so... I think that's why I lost our sword, so the one we made last time. She will be back tomorrow or today, I don't know, maybe next week or next year. You never know. But yeah, we want chests for the copper and other crap we get from here. I think the first trip was to get the milk, and she already returned from that trip, but you just didn't see her. And I already drank all the milk, so you can't see the milk either, so... But it happened. So don't worry about it. Oh, this was a terrible idea to make a small house with this kind of chest setup, but whatever. If you make mistakes, don't correct them, just claim that they were not mistakes. That's the Viking way. Just raid and pillage everyone who disagrees. Also, we still need to do something for that chimney. If it starts raining, it isn't healthy for that fire. We really need these safety railings here. Or is our whole roof coming down after that now? Just store all this crap here that we don't need right now. Becoming dark outside, so my Viking senses are telling me it's becoming night soon. So we make a bed here. Or actually, we need a double bed since my wife is coming as well. So we can just fit in one bed. So I put our Valheim beds next to each other. Also, the roof, yeah, I was in middle of doing something important. I guess wife was more important. Make these city stairs to the roof again. Hopefully we don't have to come back here after this. Oh! No, it's really dangerous to try and build higher up without safety railings. I might just put this giant flap here and I think that's enough. I don't want to get too fancy. Yeah, I wish it would look better, but that's what we get for now. I'll go to sleep before my wife comes home. I see some dreams. Now it's morning and it seems our wife already left for work, so you missed her again, but maybe next day. But I guess then we are ready to start doing the a bit tedious copper mining. Yeah, wife is dedicating her life to her private business. I'm not really sure what she even does, but I think she's happy, so I'm not stopping her. But yeah, for now our strategy to digging copper is doing this special way. Instead of just digging this big rock, which both drops the stones and copper ore, we go under and we reveal as much of the larger rock as we can before we start breaking it. Oh, then we get raided right away, so good morning raid. But yeah, the reason for that is if you start digging from the top, the generation that this kind of ground and world has makes the copper pieces like sink underground in a way. So then you are fucked and lose much of the copper underground where you can't really see it, and you would have to dig a lot to see it. So if you want as much copper as you can from a node, you really want to dig it first, like see the whole vein. So there is less chance that any of it will disappear into the terrain generation, whatever style this game has. It's not Minecraft style. Now this time we try to do this battle thing smart. Since last time we figured that if we get rid of these brutes early, it makes the fight a shit ton easier, since those other guys are stupid and keep running around. And this is the only one who aggressively tries to kill me. Like this. And then we can deal with these smaller ones. First get rid of the healer, if you can. Now I'm glad I actually made the shield that I talked bad about yesterday, that I don't usually need this shield, but now it's useful. So I probably take my words back from yesterday. So the starting shield is useful, so you should make it. But yeah, luckily it was during the day and we had the rested buff, so stamina management wasn't too hard in that fight. And we got rid of the big guys early, so we didn't get fucked in the ass by them the whole fight. Then we just prepare our stuff and happily go back into the mines. But yeah, I think basically the game generates these copper rocks, and I think they're always the same shape, like a bit like huge potato shape with some sharp edges. So you can just keep digging one spot, go under. Since you can't dig tunnels in this game. If you're at this level and the mass, the earth mass stops here, and you try to dig a tunnel, you just keep basically leveling to your level that earth mass that you are digging away, and it spawns some stones from that losing mass. And you can fill the mass back with this hoe tool and raise ground and spend stone to create this same kind of shit. And it can be pretty finicky to like get nice terraform and ground formations going on, so it needs some practice and effort if you want to do something nice. But I think basically under this all this mass is the like basic level, basically a bedrock that you can't dig through even if it does look the same as other ground. But so at this level, if you keep digging, you see nothing happens, so you know at this point you are at the lowest position, so then you just try to get the things around you at the same level. Also, we will try to dig the copper in a special way, which basically means that there are invisible strands that keep that copper vein alive as long as it is stuck to some of this earth mass here. Basically the same principle as the building thing. So it needs a connection to the earth to stay alive. And if it loses that connection, it just explodes into copper and stone. So in theory, digging all this stone around this, even if you are not getting copper right now, you will still dig the copper faster this way, in theory. But it can be hard to find and learn how to do the actual digging that explodes the vein. But we will see how hard it is really. It depends a bit on luck, like how the terrain is formed around the piece. But yeah, basically that copper deposit has all this landmass piercing it. So we need to get rid of that as well. And not just around it. And also now we want our multiple pickaxes. This is a perfect example that, oh, we ran out of pickaxe and we need to get up. And if you don't have stamina or jump to get up properly, then you might be in a bit of trouble. But I left my pickaxes here in a chest just to show this example of what happens if you don't have them. So now that we saw it, I can take them with me. But yeah, that's the reason why I lightly suggest that you should have multiple starter pickaxes, since they are so easy to make. But later, after you get bronze pickaxe, which is the first real pickaxe, then, or a proper pickaxe, then I don't think you need multiple of those. But I guess you can You can if you want and have the resources, but they are of course more expensive. But yeah, we will be playing this dwarf simulator for a while and digging our dwarf hole here. Which I don't personally mind since I like dwarf holes. And digging them. So this is actually fun even if it doesn't look like it, and yesterday I said that this is maybe not fun. But I get the satisfactory ending climax when the whole copper deposit explodes at the same time, so that's the reward you get from all this digging around, teasing the copper from the side. Yes, I quite enjoyed Varves. Maybe even appreciate them. Maybe even would like a dwarf lover for myself. The bearded kind. Yeah, we will keep running around this huge copper potato and try and always hit just that landmass material, but soon we will have to start breaking the lower copper. But that's usually where you will lose maybe a few pieces of copper, since I will show soon when I start breaking it, it kinda like vanishes underground, which is pretty shitty, but not much you can do about it. Now our pickaxe is coming to its life's end, but luckily we also made it a brother and a sister here, so we can just continue working like this, and this feels better than always running up and fixing one pickaxe at a time. So I'm pretty sure this is a good idea. Also, there's no magic rule how far you want to dig from the copper potato, but we will see when we start breaking from the under and the whole potato is floating. Then you can start checking the sides for the possible invisible connections that connect the potato to the side ground. But you will soon see what I mean when it happens. Unless we get really lucky and the potato explodes right away. So luckily the game tells us that you should eat more. Yeah, there's those näkymättömät stringit, punaiset nahkaset, sellaiset. That you can't see, but you can get rid of. Also, this is one of the examples before I started digging this hole, that you get these trees and such, they just sink in this hole when they lose the landmass, they don't break. So you might get some bushes and trees in your way if you don't clear it before you start digging, but not too much problem. Also, I think I have some pressure to make the copper exploding good or easy this time, since there might be some people in the audience that might have heard me say that it is easy to do, you just have to know what to do with it. So if I don't do it this time, then I don't know if I can stream ever again or talk to those people ever again. So as we say, this is näytön paikka. Yeah, that is probably pretty common amongst dwarves to get some random wood in your halls, so you have to be careful. Also, same as the trees, these random rocks slide down here as well. But we can just deal with them the same, so don't worry about it. Yeah, now we have big number 3 going fast and strong after the 2 other ones gave up. Now there's some bushes and trees coming down. I'll have to get rid of this one. Also, it is, of course, yeah, more efficient to dig from down to up, since all this mass here, if you start digging from up, you need more hits instead of just a few hits from the bottom. It just disappears the whole pillar from there. Like I showed earlier when I was at the bottom part and started digging around me. And here even, you just lose lots of material really fast. But I think at this point is the lowest position for this spot, yeah, so there's an actual hill that you can't go like lower. So this is in an uphill, this potato, so that's unlucky, but we will deal with it. And also, if you have the choice, you might want to pick a copper potato that is in a like a good position that most of it is already visible, instead of like this was pretty far into the ground. But I just picked this because it was closer to the base. So now we will just continue revealing this potato. Just to kind of like draw the borders of the potato here or reveal them. So we have an approximate guidelines where to dig. Yeah, now that you're in this uphill situation and the whole potato is as revealed as it can be, most likely you want to go here at the lowest point and start digging into the potato, since you need to release it from the ground. And this starting pickaxe with your low level starting pickaxe skill is really slow. So your mining experience might feel really shitty at this game at first, but it will get a lot better if you get the first pickaxe early, instead of just trying to go by with these antler pickaxes. But yes, as you can see, it breaks like in a really odd way, so you never know what shape or whatever it is underground or inside this mass. Now we have cracked the outer shell of the potato. Here's the potato yolk, which is made of ground. Remember to eat early. Like you see, when we broke this last copper piece, it broke all the way here and just left this earth mass here. So it is really unpredictable, and as you can see in this spot, we can't dig lower than this where we are now standing, and you might get unlucky, and this copper deposit, when it goes all like this crazy when you break it, you might get some pieces under this unpenetratable ground, which stays there, and that's how you lose some copper ores potentially. And that happens a lot more if you dig from right straight from the top to the bottom. And I think if I would have to estimate, the difference is maybe like you get like 70 or 80 copper instead of 120 copper per one of these veins. Which might not be a problem if you have lots of veins around you and you are fine with traveling with the ore a lot many times, but always better to get as much as you can from one spot that is more closer to your base or whatever place you need to get the ore to. Also, when you do it like this, if it rains, you can actually stay dry here since this is counted as a roof. And also, if you have materials for a campfire, you can put a campfire under here and hope you don't smoke yourself out. And you actually get the rested buff while you are working. So you don't have to go upstairs and get the rested buff like separately. Since now we are sheltered because we have a roof and we have a fire, so we get comfort number 3 for free. It's considered a työsuhde-etu. Also, I think some of the mods, probably the season mod, does something to the rested buff duration, since I don't think it's that high in vanilla. Since I'm pretty sure the base level is 8 minutes maybe, with 1 comfort when you are just sitting outside on next to a fire. And with comfort 3 you should get only 11 minutes, I think, so... Or no, 10 minutes. I think it's increases 1 minute per comfort, so... If I'm not wrong. So you will get less rested time if you're playing vanilla. So it is even more valuable to get easy rested all the time. Of course, the rested buff is for your stamina regen, since you will use shit tons of stamina while digging. Also, you will hear from the hitting sound that if you're hitting copper or just the landing mass. More sharp, high-pitched sound where you hit the copper stone. And you see the damage you do to the actual stone there with the numbers. Which increases when you get better pickaxes and better pickaxe skill. If you get unlucky, you will destroy copper in such way that you will lose your roof, but you will just have to deal with it. Not a big deal in the end. So don't be scared to hit the copper. Also, if this mining business feels like shit to you at this point, I have good news for you that copper is easily the most shittiest thing to dig up in this game. Everything else that you have to dig is more easier and better in my opinion. So they throw you into the deep end of the Viking pool at this point. Just to see if you will survive against copper deposit. If you are made to be one true Viking who can maybe dig something else later. Spoiler for the future, but iron ore, surprise, surprise, there will be iron material as well. Iron used to be much more shittier to dig up, but they nerfed the health of the iron deposit, so it is a lot easier to dig up nowadays. So even if the environment stays the same, but the actual ore is not so tough to dig, so I prefer it much more now than back then. Only problem with this iron that you need more iron than you need probably anything else in this game, so that is the funny community meme when some new player posts that is this enough iron, I just dug up like this much and my boat has this much iron ore that I'm going to smelt, and everyone is, oh you sweet summer child, you don't know anything, and you need like 5 times more than that. Yeah, that's true as well. This copper is pretty basic shit, but you have to fight your way to the iron and others. But also in the later game you get other sources of copper as well, since you will need some copper later too, and especially if you like to build stuff for furniture and such things, you want all kinds of different materials. I'll just go back to sleep again without my wife, but hopefully she will come home during the night and we will wake up when she's making us coffee or something. I think her bed is still made, so she probably stayed at a work colleague's home or something for the night. But that's usual to her, so we are not too worried. Oh, there's a worksite inspector looking for any problem in work safety, so we must deal with him. Now he saw nothing and he can't report anything to the proper authorities about our maybe slightly illegal mining operation and dangerous mining operation here. And we can carry on making profits. And ransacking the beautiful nature for our own capitalistic industrial Viking purposes. But yeah, some ores and such have multiple different sources how to get them, but like the later copper thing is still digging copper, but it is a lot easier than it's not these stupid potatoes like this. Also there's like speed run or whatever tactics to get some different ores in a special way. Like basically skipping game mechanics to get stuff early by secret Viking knowledge. like usually you need to progress the game to find an item that lets you find some ore maybe, but you can find an ore without said item by using special methods, which we might try later and see if it works. And I've done that a few times for a few different ores, and well, you get them more early, and well, the benefit might be for speedrunning mainly, so you shouldn't worry too much about it. Though getting iron early is nice for building stuff, since if you want to build with stone, you need iron first for that to get the tool that you need. Yeah, we might try to get the iron early just to get the stone cutter. Yes, it's Viking Madness time today as well. This sick nasty action of digging this huge copper potato. Very exciting. But this is all of course preparing us for more excitement, so we will get the reward later. We will already dig these pieces out, so to prepare for the potato explosion, so we are nearing the climax. Yeah, nice to hear that the Viking music is Viking. This time it's not pimpeli pompeli techno bang bang. It's hand-curated authentic Viking music made in the Viking times. And I think real Vikings uploaded them into the internet, the songs. Oh shit, that's a large raid for the first time, or any raid for the first time. That's a lot of people. Welcome. Yeah, of course, like the Viking technology, not the PCs or anything. Nah, it's fine. Thank you a lot. Thanks for the raid, man. I might be a bit flustered, but that's only a good thing. I better get used to it early. So no worries. Just feel free to ask and comment or whatever, or just watch in silence if you so prefer. And we speak in English or in Finnish in here, so either is fine if you so feel like. Or if you want to speak in Danish or whatever, you can, but I will not understand. Currently, unfortunately, we are not doing anything too exciting, just digging this copper vein. Trying to get our first copper to advance into the Bronze Age today. Which is probably familiar stuff to people who play Valheim, so... Oh yeah, true, the size is fine for a Viking community. Yeah, thanks a lot, man. It's really nice of you and your community. Pretty lucky that I happen to be streaming right now, so... But yeah, hope you enjoy your stay somewhat at least, and maybe we'll even see you next time, some of you. But no pressure. No one is forcing you to watch, luckily. But yeah, we intend to do a full solo playthrough all the way into the Ashlands and basically complete the game and surviving, crafting, and crying our way there, as the title says. But fortunately, I'm not a totally new player, so we have high chances of success. I hope you can enjoy the bad English, rally driver English from Finland, and maybe enjoy the Viking kind of music and the exciting, perfect gameplay as well. Oh, but you're really far then. Okay, that's nice. Have you enjoyed your playthrough so far? Probably, since you have reached the Queen already, so... For me, this is pretty much one of my favorite games, or at least top 10, if near top 10 in whole gaming history that I have played video games. So and maybe even a bit embarrassed to say that I have, let me check, I have almost 1,400 hours in Valheim since the beginning, so I have played a lot, but sometimes it doesn't maybe show in the gameplay. Oh yeah, building with stone is a huge task. If you do you play like normal survival with the normal settings and such, so then it takes a really long time to get all the stone and all the necessary materials, and I know the feeling. But yeah, I'm glad you're having fun, since I like when more people enjoy this great game. Okay, nice. I think most of my, like the large part of my gameplay hours are only in vanilla without mods, so I really enjoy the base game. Like now I have only few mods installed, not much. Okay, nice. That's a decent amount of time already, so, and more to come, hopefully. Like for now, I only have some mods that give extra weapons that you unlock basically later in the game, but don't have the weapons at the earlier resource levels, so just to spice up my gameplay a bit, personally. And the seasons mod that you can see, the summer buff. I'm not actually sure how much all those affect me, but I really like the visual changes at least. But the game is great even without any mods, in my opinion, so anyone trying the game, I don't suggest you add any mods in your first playthrough. Yeah, I might need to put on my fast sunglasses to mine faster. Let me see if I can find them here. Since I think the Vikings also use these kind of accessories to do it faster, so... But you might not know about these classes outside of Finland, which are called fast classes, also called nopeat lasit. If you want to go really fast. I think I can already see the difference. Also, we are now trying to do the trick to explode this whole copper vein. And that's why I'm not sure how you used to dig your copper veins, but my preferred way is this, that you go under and reveal the whole potato, then break the connection to the floor mass, and then when it breaks the last connecting invisible strand, the whole copper vein explodes without having to dig it. But it might seem a bit counterintuitive if you don't know what to do, or even if you know what to do, it sometimes doesn't work as you want. So, not sure if I would call this a trick or a tip. But yeah, since now it is floating, there are still invisible strands that you kind of have to figure out, like where it might be connected, like potential, like this one, like sharp edges towards the ground. So it's not the easiest thing to do since it's really random. There was a small explosion, and this is closer to the ground, so you just keep getting the pieces that seem like they would be and hope for the best. And of course that you have to dig the sides out as well. But yeah, it can be really finicky. Not the fan of it, but it is what it is. I guess Vikings had to deal with this back in the day as well, so I think this is a sharp one that goes towards the ground, so we can reach these easily and handle these first. And there we go, there's an explosion for you. Perfect example. We keep on winning. That's how you do it. I'm so glad that it actually exploded, so I didn't embarrass myself. Yes, hey, thanks for dropping by, and thanks for the raid again, man. I really appreciate it. But yeah, now that we managed to explode this whole thing, all it's left to do is to pick all this up. Pick all this up and bring it to our luxury shack there. Since we were preparing to maybe dig up 3 copper veins and bring them all to this one shack, then run them back to our base, or even get fancy and make a cart and try to make our way through the forest with the cart, which can be pretty difficult. But yeah, if you don't have a cart, then a boat is fine too, since then you would pull all the copper to the shore and just boat them back home, and your home is hopefully next to a water source that you can sail into. Since I guess that's what the Vikings did in real life as well, for that same reason. Also, one of the problems here is that when the explode happens, they automatically condense these copper pieces into these maximum 30-piece piles. So what happened? I have to pick a larger piece and then just get rid of the rest of them. So can't just easily vacuum everything up, but it's no big deal. Just do what you do to survive. Also, probably making stairs would be beneficial here, but if you're an experienced mountain goat, you can just jump up the wall without any trouble. So, or maybe if you have played Elder Scrolls Skyrim and are used to the Skyrim horse climbing in the mountains or in the walls. So it is really easy, luckily. But yeah, also I'm playing with the setting that gives me double the resources compared to the normal, so just to make my life a bit easier. And my excuse is that I have played so much of this game already with the normal settings, so this is a special run for just the streaming business, so it makes a bit quicker things, and since I'm not a first-time player, I don't think it ruins much for me, but still I would recommend for any new players to not fiddle too much with the settings or make it too easy for yourself unless you really need to. Means I think the default experience was always great in Valheim without mods and with the default settings. So. And there is of course some quality of life mods that doesn't really affect the difficulty, so those might be nice to have, but I don't really have any recommendations. But I just know that some people like to really mod this game for the better, in their opinion at least, so not that I am against modding or anything. It's perfectly fine. And hopefully when the version 1.0 comes, then the game gets more stable and the modding gets more stable, so we might get some nice bigger mod projects or just some more quality in some mods when the game isn't breaking the mods all the time with every update. So really excited for the release version. And of course the new biome that comes with it. And I'm not sure if the developers promised or not, but at least there was talk about fine-tuning or changing some things in the earlier biomes as well, and not just the new upcoming biome. So it makes the new runs feel a bit more fresh, I hope. Yeah, we're now done with that. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Done with that whole pit thing there, so as you can see, we got a shit ton of copper because of the double resources. Hey, thanks for sticking by and following. Really appreciate it. We can count our copper, how many we got. So usually you get, I think it's 120 from like full vein if you manage to get everything. So it seems that we almost got like a full vein worth double and twice the size. So it's a nice haul anyway. But you don't have to dig like this and leave these ugly holes in your world if you don't really want to. Since the usual copper vein, as you viewers probably know, that looks like this, and you can only dig this top part, and you will lose maybe, I would say average, maybe 50 copper ore or something that disappear underground if you don't want to dig the whole ground out. So it's not a big deal if you can just find and mark your copper ores that you find along your way here when you run around. But yeah, as I already said, I prefer the hole method since that big explosion is the thing that you want and it feels really nice. But I think now that we got so much copper, we don't really need more at this point, like right now. So at least the first batch we have to manually run. Oh, okay. First we deal with the raid. Another raid already, but this is not the nice kind of raid in game compared to the one that happened in Twitch. So we have to defend our illegally obtained copper ores from the, I think the original owners maybe. Not sure how the copper rights go in this forest. But basically this is no trouble apart from the big guys. And last raid we realized that maybe it's a better idea to get rid of them first instead of running away from big guys and trying to kill all the small ones meanwhile. Oh yeah, thanks. I'm glad that the music fits other people as well and not just my tastes for this. But yeah, for the big guys we probably want to just keep parrying them and get rid of them ASAP ignore the healer for now, since I don't think he can out-heal this damage. So the brute is gone and they are pretty much fucked right now. Hopefully. Maybe I'm too cocky, but let's see. Since the smaller guys just keep basically circling around you and maybe throwing a rock now and then or trying to hit you, so their combat AI is pretty forgiving compared to those large ones, in my opinion, so that's why I'm so courageously tanking everything with my face instead of trying to like evade the small ones. And also if you want a like easier time, you're getting overwhelmed, all these small ones like these Great Dwarfs and Greylings each fear fire sources. So you can plop down a campfire and then you can only fight these brutes and shamans after, since the others fear the fire and run away. And you want to keep a check on your HP for the poison, since the poison itself isn't much, but when you get bombarded by rocks and poison and whatever at the same time, it might be a problem, but we are confident that we have eaten well-made food and we can keep it up. And as you can see, it wasn't much trouble. And if you feel like the combat is too hard for you, there's always settings for that as well in the vanilla game, that you can make it easier that you do more damage and the monsters do less damage to you. But personally I feel the default vanilla setting for the combat difficulty is pretty nice and balanced, so of course there's some bullshit enemies maybe now and then, but most of the time it's fine. Yeah, we'll just stash every temporary piece of loot that we get here, since we will be leaving most of it probably here and forget about it. But still we want to hoard everything we can, just in case we need it, even if I don't know that I don't need it, but you never still know, even if you know. You have the hoarder mentality. Now I might want to leave my pickaxes here, since I tend to have multiple from the first boss kill, so I don't have to keep running up and repairing them. But doing this highly tactical choice of leaving them here where I actually need them, I can take one more copper ore with me. And if you're min-maxing, you can even leave your clothes and weapons here. But we are not doing it for this time for safety's sake. Also, we will sleep away the night just in case. Always easier to run during the day, since it's not cold outside and you get more stamina again that way. And there's less enemies during the day, so. And you might not trip on rocks and whatever in the forest as easily when you can see where you are running. But yeah, now our pockets full of copper ore, we activate our stamina reducing boss buff and run back home, which isn't far luckily, since we intentionally picked a good spot, of course. Yeah, since we were building a new apartment and some of those forest denizens came for a house showing too early, so we had to get rid of them. You might have to deal with over-aggressive house buyers now and then, no matter where you build your house here, even if you're not selling it. For some reason everything seems so hostile in this land. Though the first time you land here it's really nice and peaceful. Unless it's stormy night when you land. Yeah, it doesn't take much time to run back home. We have our humble beginning house here with the peas and such. Everything a lonely Viking without a wife needs here. Single bed. And the chests. And all the essentials. Yeah, exactly. This is an expensive spot to have your house in, so I think they're trying to drive me away from here. Sounds like some illegal shit, I think. So we have to defend. We have the right to defend ourselves. But yeah, now we start the exciting smelting process. Which is actually maybe exciting at this point since we are getting copper for the first time. Yeah, my wife loves this spot, but we haven't seen her yet since she's always at work or probably somewhere else. And she comes home during the night, but always leaves before we wake up, so... But we will maybe see her one day here, because she's totally real. Meanwhile, while we wait for our wife, we do the chores by ourselves, which is the usual base dance you have to do in Valheim. Burn the wood for coal, burn the ores for ingots with the coal, and whatever you have at that point of game where you are. But even this early, you have some chores to do. Can't escape them in the game either, even if you wanted to. But yeah, now we have the few pieces of copper. And maybe a bit of spoiler warning if there are still rider people here or riding people here. Since I have the mods, you might see some recipes pop up for weapons that you haven't seen in the same game state that totally average gamer is in. So up to even if he is really far. But I know there's at least one weapon he hasn't seen yet, and a recipe for it might pop, which is like a bronze modded version or copper modded version for it. So be careful about. I'll probably warn you again if it's important to someone when I make the bronze that you have to close your eyes for a while the recipes keep running. So. And say for everyone else who doesn't want like special spoilers for weapons or something. Since up until the final biome you get new weapon types, which you only see at that biome normally. But I might get it out of the... Oh, actually I need to build the forge first, but I will get it out of the way, the recipes, soon, as soon as possible, so we don't have to worry about it. Let's see here. We have the coal, we need 4 stone and 10 wood. 4 stone and 10 pieces of wood. And then just wait for more copper. Get warm ourselves here. Just 2 pieces, no, maybe 3 pieces more so I can craft the forge and the first bronze bar. And luckily I didn't have any spoiler weapons equipped, only this modded sword which you first see in the Bronze Age. The bronze sword is the first. This kind of sword you get, this is just different lower tier material, flint, which is the round rock you get at the start, so don't worry about that. Okay, now we can build a forge. I think we might want to expand our house soon since this is getting a bit too... Oh. Maybe watch out for the recipes now. Not sure if there's new copper recipes. Yes, there are, so close your eyes for a while. Okay, only one recipe, nice. But I think you have seen that one already since it is black metal era, which is in the plains biome, so you should be safe with that. But I think the bronze bar is giving us a lot of new shit, so just one more piece of copper bar here. Meanwhile, we can put more wood in the kiln. For more, you always need more coal and more wood. It never ends until you are done with the game. You always need more. Yeah, we have not advanced to the black metal music era. This is only the tribal Viking music, but later we might advance to the black metal. But okay, now, spoiler warning to everyone who doesn't want any weapon type spoilers. I'm now going to craft the bronze bar. And then the recipes start popping up and I will save when they are done. So here we go. Or I could have covered my screen as well, but if someone wants to see what recipes popped up, then but they are still popping up. Still going. Yes, there's a shitloads of them, because there's so many weapon types in the end game. And now we are done with the recipes, and you are hopefully spoiler safe. I'm not sure if someone cares about that, but I just wanted to be safe with that, just in case. Since it's no big deal for me to do that. But yeah, let's smelt more copper so we can get actually some stuff done. So we get some upgrades maybe. I think we first upgrade is going to be maybe a pickaxe even, since I feel like the antler pickaxe, even if it's cheap and easy to repair, but if you really want to yeah, I just realized you see the recipes in the 4G as well. I try not to look at there too much. But if you build the better pickaxe early, of course it means that you get the next ores even faster than with the shitty pickaxe. So you might want to bring 4G materials and the bronze pickaxe to your next copper vein or whatever, so you can repair with the 4G and dig with the better pickaxe instead of the shittier one. So in the end you will probably save a lot of time. At least that's what I estimate. I have no proof of it, but you just have to maybe believe my word for it. But yeah, for now it's a waiting game and base chores, so maybe we check our beehives, which are full of honey. It's nice starter food, and we need that for later for potion making and such, and some foods even as an ingredient. We actually might want to use our last few necktails, then we want some honey with us. We're ready to head out whenever. Also, unfortunately, there's no trash can yet at this level. You can maybe get a trash can later, but for now we just illegally dump everything to the nature and hope no one cares about it. And at some point, if you get remorseful or feel bad about it, you can just go pick them all up and bring them somewhere else where you can actually see them and forget about them. But for now, we trash our own beats. Yeah, we'll keep the line going with these ores. Actually, I think we want to make bronze nails first for our cart dream. Make a cart and maybe drag more copper at the same time from the forest. And I think the route to our copper vein is pretty fine for the cart. Hopefully we can manage with it, since sometimes it can be a nightmare to use the cart and actually faster to just keep running. But it may depend on a lot of things. So. But yeah, if you still care about the spoilers, try not to read the 4G recipe list, since there's lots of stuff here. But yeah, now we have nails for a new boat, since we only had access to the raft earlier, which we didn't even make, since there's not much reason unless you want to be funny and try it out. Of course, you should try it out if you haven't, but don't expect much from the raft. But yeah, I don't think we have any plastic waste yet, so since we are an economic Viking or ecological Viking. And yes, pulling the cart is pretty manly, since you're only using your Viking power. We don't even have horses or anything, so we just use our huge Viking leg muscles for that. But yeah, for now, I can't remember how many nails we need for the cart. Okay, 10. And the boat needs 18. So, wondering what I should prioritize first, but I guess Both can wait still. It doesn't really matter at this point. Since we can try to use our cart instead. Since most of the time I don't use the cart, since it's pretty horrible, as I said. But when the usually when I get my first ores, I try to get the boat as soon as possible and then just bring everything by the sea. Even if it has only 4 slots in the first boat inventory, including your own, but it's still a lot more than just running around with just your own inventory. I think we don't want to build the cart here. We take the materials with us to the copper base, build it there, and then run back home with it. Put all our metal shit back here, and you might want more stamina food for the cart pulling, but we are not min-maxing maybe like that, so we will get the full rested buff from here, which I believe is a bit higher than vanilla version, since I think we get more extra minutes from the season mod, which is summer now, so it gives some small buffs to us. But still every minute counts in the rested buff, so we want it. Also, if we are lucky, we might run to a new troll, since we only found 2 so far, and we need more for the cape. That's why we are not matching our blue outfit and the set bonus for sneak. But yeah, before you leave home, if you have patience and time for it, you might want to fill up your kilns and whatever. So you spend the off-king time efficiently while being away, since they're working for you here meanwhile. Just fill all the wood and the coal and the ore. Is good enough. We have 20 wood for the cart. We can always, of course, get more from the woods. But yeah, we should be fine now. Hope I didn't forget anything, and off we go again. But yeah, we could maybe test run the cart to the copper base, but pulling an empty cart is not much of a test, since it is easier. But after you get like 2000 kilograms into the cart, then it starts to get a lot harder to pull these hills or whatever small obstacles. You can just run easily. And I think at 5000 kilograms the cart becomes almost impossible to move even on a flat surface, so the cart isn't magic, unfortunately. But yeah, this seems pretty straight way to the copper camp. Maybe some rocks on the way, but that's no trouble. We can zigzag over and through them. And it maybe could be a good idea to dig more copper for the cart. Well, okay, that's pretty true, but we are a Viking, so I think they were just built different and easily pulled carts with 2000 kilos in them. We are just a weaker generation nowadays, so it's our own fault that we can't do that anymore. We just sit at home and play video games instead of digging copper and pulling it through the forest with the cart that you can create magically from the air. Yeah, there's our fancy cart, then we take all the copper, check out its storage and put it there. And actually now it has almost 2000 kilograms, so I think we are pretty satisfied with that. We don't really want to overload ourselves, since it might bite us in the ass, as I said, that it gets harder. Oh, it gets harder each more kilogram you add, so it's not the best idea to be greedy with the cart if you really want to make progress with it. But we will see if this is enough or not. For like, if you keep walking, you see that you can't even climb this small hill without stamina. But with sprinting, you get more speed and more torque and power to your legs, so you might actually manage to make it out alive. But yeah, our parents were the true hardcore cart pullers. Finnish Black Forest always to the uphill and wolves behind them. There wasn't even any need to pull the carts, but they just did it because. But yeah, this seems pretty nice and easy since Black Forest is quite thick and dense with those trees and bushes and whatever. So the environment is really shitty there for the cart, but meadows is usually smooth sailing with these large meadows in here, the open meadows without trees. So. And luckily it started raining, which destroys our stamina regen a bit, but it refreshes us so we have no thirst or anything and we can keep running. We sweat less and maybe make it home without heat stroke. Oh yeah, that's true. The old school books were a bit different from nowadays. Also, since these guys really want to help me, I'm gonna tank them with my sword for a while, spend my time and have a little talk with them. Thanks them for their efforts. Keep up the good work and then we carry on. And you can fight with the cart on your ass, but it's quite limited, so you can do this and become a fighting cart racehorse or whatever, but it's easier to just ditch the cart for a while, of course. Now it's easy downhill time for a while. It's always good. Yeah, I believe in that open kind of communication with a sword. That's my favorite kind, at least in this game. So there is no misunderstandings after that conversation. Now we are going to do something very risky and go into the shallow water with this cart and maybe not get out alive. But hopefully our legs are strong enough. Just barely. And if you need to regen stamina, you can always run in your place in an uphill while waiting for the stamina to regen. And for some reason that is really refreshing and then you can always sprint after. Yeah, this is going maybe too smooth, so something bad must happen soon if I flag myself like this. Also, one useful thing is, of course, you can, if you are in a thick forest or such, you can use your axe to clear the way if you are a solo Viking and don't have friends to do that for you. But I remember back in the day when Valheim came out and I played in multiplayer with my friends that it was a really fun time during a stormy night running a heavy cart through the thick black forest and one guy pulling the cart, other guy clearing enemies and trying to show the way with a torch, and it was an experience. And I'm lucky that I experienced it back then, since playing solo is fun and I have played I think most of my hours solo, but multiplayer is of course always multiplayer. Also you can do some card tricks meanwhile to assert dominance, but this is a bad spot for that since our card is looking pretty unhealthy at the moment. But yeah, we can do this refreshing stamina walk on our place. Hopefully the card doesn't drag too much back. Just jiggle it around, and if that doesn't work, you can use the hoe that you always have to have with you for this reason. Even if you are not building, I feel like I always have it with me and I don't use it. But when I actually need it, like this, for example, it's a God-given thing that I actually took it with me to waste one inventory space. But yes, we made it safe and sound back home. And our cart took some damage. And even if the cart breaks, I can actually even show you if you want. Even if the cart breaks or enemies break it, whatever happens, it's not a disaster. You don't have to keep collecting each piece of loot from the ground. It just breaks into the cart materials, which are the nails and the wood. and those cargo boxes, which is the whole inventory. Depending how many items you have it, that many boxes you have. And if you want to, you can actually use these as fancy containers that you can build with your hammer, and you can just push them around and place them nicely to have like some extra elements of furniture, I guess. But yeah, if you take the loot from them, they just vanish into thin air like magic, I think, yeah. So be careful if you have furniture boxes like that and you want to keep them to not make them empty. But yeah, we're back home and same shit continues as every day and every moment we are home. More work. We're gonna stash our copper for now to make us walk better. Fill every machine you have, or whatever you call this, maybe Viking machines. And now we are happy, proud owners of shit ton of copper, and we already got tin back yesterday before this stream. And now we are ready to advance into Bronze Age, or where we are kinda in a Bronze Age right now, since we already have Bronze. And I think the next step would be, when we are satisfied with our Bronze adventures, we haven't explored towards the Elder location, which is the second boss, which we found the Vegvisir for. The Wayfinder Stone. And yeah, we have to go and find out where he lives actually, and maybe build something to get us there faster and back, since we haven't done that yet. And we explored our starting island, and we noticed that we can actually just swim over to the Elder Island from there. But sometimes you might need to make the boat, either raft or the carve boat, to get to the island where the Elder is. Or even get out of your starting island to anywhere, depending on your seed, how the map is generated. Since you can't swim too far, even with high swimming skill, and if you want high swimming skill, you will take ages swimming around in a children's pool before you can swim a proper distances. But yeah, we were lucky and we can just run there. But I think one of the first things apart from the pickaxe is this bronze axe, which allows to cut these birch trees and the huge oak trees that we have seen. And we already got some fine wood earlier by cheating, by breaking these birch trees with other trees, which basically is not cheating, but it's kind of not the intended way. But at this point you can make the bronze axe to get the wood, so as first time player, don't worry about it too much before the axe. I think at some later patch gave the quick stack binding, which is the E to hold to stack. Since E opens the chest, and if you keep pressing E before opening it, that's how the quick stack happens. So that's a vanilla setting, luckily. Some quality of life changes have come. That hasn't been in the game for too long, I think. But yeah, we need to clear our inventory and then start making some bronze stuff. And we might want to sleep over the night after filling these back up, since the night advances these machines as well. It doesn't advance it a full like cycle, but still some, so might as well fill them all the way up, just in case. I think we need more copper instead of tin, yes. Fill all the copper. We filled the coal, I already forgot. And then we just sleep the night away after we dry ourselves with the fire, since you can't sleep wet for some reason. Maybe it's too uncomfortable for a Viking who is looking for luxurious, comfortable things, so he can't sleep when it's too uncomfortable. But yeah, now we just use the quick stack magic. Stack all this crap here. Or even where everything is, since we haven't established a proper setup for all the things we have here. I think I don't want to use the lizard or the necktail as food anymore, so I need to save it for later use instead. Then we are done with those, and now just we need some copper and tin here and there. And we will walk slowly and sadly up our stairs maybe, which we can't reach because of this overweight debuff we have. But I think we should be able to go up the stairs, since I removed the... Usually what blocks you at these doors from are the beams, if you build the beams all the way. But we don't have the beams, so I'm not sure what is the problem here. Now I'm gonna wreck my house and find out. Since that is quite annoying that you can't walk with no stamina up there, if that keeps happening with this bad setup I have with my ores outside and crafting bench inside. But don't worry, we will build something better later. For now we are just progressing with not maybe minimal effort, but not as much effort as I would maybe usually put in this. Like making a proper, like a small village maybe, or a fortress, but at this point when you can't build with stone yet, you can't have too large dreams. Or you can dream about it, but you don't have the resources to make anything too special yet, unless you're really creative. But unfortunately, I'm not super creative with that. Yeah, we just keep smelting. Also, I saw some intruder who tries to sneak on me. Oh, this may be too sneaky and slippery. Sick dodging by him. Fill these back up so they are always running, since you don't want to end up in a situation where you really need some materials and you haven't been running your kilns or smelters all the time, so it takes so long time to get them running from zero and get all the materials you need. So if you can be bothered, or if you are multiplayer, then it's even easier, then always have someone running them while in the base. But yeah, we built the bronze, so we wanted the axe next, which needs 8 bronze, 2 leather, 4 wood. We probably want to upgrade it as soon as possible for the durability, since we will be in the wilderness with the new bronze stuff, and they are nice and good, but the biggest problem, at least at the start, is when you haven't upgraded them at all, that you run into the forest with your new fancy bronze stuff, realize they break really fast, and realize you can't repair them without the forge, which you have only in your base probably and not with you. So then you are fucked, and you have to collect wood and stone and make some shitty temporary tools or weapons. So upgrading your weapons and tools early is pretty nice if you can afford it. But that's one of the reasons why the early pickaxe, the antler pickaxe, is so good, that you can always repair it in a shitty workbench, even if you are in the wilderness. So. And the flint stuff are pretty great when upgraded to the max at this point, even compared to the bronze stuff, since those are also repairable in the woods. So depending on your play habits and mileage, you might want to keep them around instead of only bronze stuff. But yeah, we know we want to keep our bronze axe with us for a long time after this, so we really want to upgrade it. And if we want to upgrade it, we need these anvil and cooler art for this forge. We build them somewhere near and get the forge levels up. Then we can upgrade it once. Get some durability and damage. And then we actually need fine wood that we can get with our new fancy smanshy axe that we just made. And cut our first birch tree by our own hand. Instead of using silly tricks to cut it. Also we can destroy our stairs with it meanwhile, as is the tradition. Always destroy something in your base when felling down trees. There we go, how many we got? We got 18, but luckily there's more right next to our home, so let's cut all these beautiful trees down. Maybe plant more later, but for now we just take what we can from the nature without caring much about anything that we do. But we can use this axe to cut down the great dwarfs, of course, as well. It's even more effective now than the flintstone axe, so that's a good thing as well. Then we have to get rid of some of our wood pieces here. And leave the wood in the ground there. Build our forge. And we fit enough copper. Maybe one more, I think, yeah. We are patient. There we go. Not sure if we can fit this inside. Also, we can test our brand new stairs if they are still built wrong. No, they are now built right for some reason, even if they look the same. And usually you can make like a fancy workshop with all these must-have upgrade accessories, but now we just do what we do, which is not the greatest way, but we have to manage. Now we can again upgrade our axe since we got a new level for the workbench, but I think we need a lot more copper for that so we can craft the bronze, so keep those smelters running. He seems casual enough and not aggressive, so I guess he is not our enemy, so he gets to live. You don't have to be all shoot first, ask later at this game. Sometimes you can live peacefully among these people and maybe realize that really it's not an option, even if I just said so. Just kill them earlier before they betray you. I don't think I can trust anyone ever again in this game, since I trusted that guy. You live and learn the Viking way. We might want to think about expanding this little house we have, if that's your style, or we can even abandon this and start building somewhere along our progress. So even if we just built the fancy copper camp there for the copper veins, we might even do the extreme relocation and go somewhere into the Black Forest, since the Elder is always in a Black Forest. We might build a new base somewhere in his Black Forest there. And just keep on building new ones always when we progress to the biome we go into. Even if some of the biomes are a lot more hazardous to build and live in than others. But yeah, we will run out of space soon in this small shack we have here, so... But for now we will just enjoy our simple life here. Keep on working. And you might ask me that why am I not building more of these machines, since some might have seen that I have shit tons of these cores from the burial chambers here that we raided, that we could build a lot of those machines, and the answer to that why I haven't built more is that I probably forgot about it, that I should do that instead of just running those few machines. So we might exactly build some more, and you always can just disassemble the ones you don't really need after. So if you don't have a permanent nice, like a forging area or smelting room, whatever, you can always just make some room, make a temporary ugly setup, get what you need from it, and then after get rid of it. Which of course is not always the way that I would want to do it, but that's just one of the ways. And I feel like I keep saying that always the things I do is do it as I say, not as I do. And don't take reference from my shitty habits and do them better instead. But yeah, like even a few kilns like this will help with your coal production for a while if you are feeling a bit maybe stressed about exploring and you don't want to go outside into the wilderness just now and feel like doing something in your base. You can just cut wood and multi-process the wood into coal with multiple kilns, and you can basically make progress like that as well, since that is all needed for the actual progress. Since it's hard to progress in the game if you only just explore and run to new places and never stop to tend your base, so that's one of the things I like about this game, that it encourages you strongly to pay attention to your base. Even the fancy-smancy comfort level from all the furniture, and actually gives you a benefit of giving you a longer stamina buff if you decorate your home. So for now we are just doing the base chores like any normal day here. So also my objective, one objective in the wilderness is still to find more trolls, so I would have to run around that Black Forest more. Which I think I'll do pretty soon. I'll just cut just a little bit more wood, maybe a few more copper bars, and then we'll head back into the Black Forest and try to find those trolls. Then I will show how to fight trolls in a true professional way. I just remembered that I had this piece of wood here still lying down. I feel like my brain is exploding with all the things I'm supposed to do or want to do, and just running around not accomplishing anything, but I guess things are progressing, so. But the usual thing with these kinds of games, I guess, is that there's so much to do all the time that you can't, oh yeah, I forgot to call it, you can't possibly do everything at the same time, even if you want to, so. Just do one thing and then progress from that. Like casually defend your base. And remember to eat when you're at base, since these kind of surprises kind of fuck you up. If you have not eaten, you have 25 HP and no stamina. I feel like these raids have been pretty often. Actually more often than I feel like that I'm used to, so it's kind of strange. Also, if you are not familiar with the weapon types in this game, now I'm using the sword because of that. It doesn't have a penalty when hitting multiple targets at the same time as a hidden bonus. I don't think the game really tells you that anywhere. But basically, if I had a hammer or axe and hit these guys multiple at the same time, maybe I'll try with the axe before dying. Basically, the damage is split between targets in some way, but I think the sword, not sure if it's a full damage to all targets, but it basically does more AoE damage that way, since it doesn't get the multi-hit penalty. So for these kinds of groups, the sword is pretty great. Since for some weapons you might feel that you are not really doing much damage if you're playing like this, like tanking you with your face and just swinging away wildly. But with the sword you feel pretty powerful. And I think, for example, the mace type weapons give more stacker damage, so they stun easier or something like that. But please, if you need confirmation for all these facts, then you might have to check from the internet if I am talking bullshit or if they have changed, or these are just things I remember barely from my time playing, and some things might have changed or not be true anymore for other reasons. Or I might have understood something wrong, you never know. But I'm pretty confident, or confident enough to actually talk about it, so it might not be fully bullshit. Only some of it. Yeah, we were heading to the forest, but got rudely interrupted. But that doesn't change our plan. Just fill this stuff up again. I might want to make more smelters as well, but we can live with just one for now. That's all good. We have our food. Pick these few pieces of wood here so I don't forget them for the third time. Yeah, the actual like larger goal is the Elder, so since the progress is basically gate kept by the boss kills, so usually you unlock lots of new stuff when you down the boss and get some items or other things from them that give you chance to progress in some ways, depending on the boss. But yeah, that's our next big target. So we are basically now preparing for the Elder fight by upgrading our armor, like the troll armor we have. We need more troll leather for that. Then we might want a proper bronze weapon to replace our flint weapon, and we want a bronze buckler for our new shield, since we have the basic level wooden shield, which serves our purpose for now, but it gets a bit spicy in the Black Forest maybe. If you get more stars on the enemies, or when you go fight the Elder. Yeah, I don't think we need much more mining runs, hopefully. I think we'll decide at this point that whatever bronze we get from this, we will most likely be satisfied with that amount and build what we can, since I think I could take on the Elder now, even if I wanted to. It's not a huge problem, but always better to be more prepared than less prepared. So basically, we probably will find a few trolls, smelt all out, those shitty iron, bronze parts. Keep stashing my food there. Smelt those bronze and copper tin, whatever, and then with those resources we build the stuff we need, and then we start exploring towards the Elder. And also I think at this point we might want to make these bad boys, which we haven't made yet, which make this all much easier, and actually now we really want these cores here for these portals. And portals are, I might say, pretty great. You might want to keep this inside your house or safeguard it, but since we have such a small house, we put this home like this. And now when we build another portal somewhere and name it home, it connects to this one. And we can, as the name says, portal or teleport our way back home. Basically, we will use this as a life insurance in our exploration adventures. Unless you have so many materials that you can sacrifice those materials you see there, the Surtling cores and the fine wood and great warp eye. Usually the Surtling cores at this point are quite scarce. Other side, you have to of course take the portal with you and run back home. But if you are rich Viking, you can just leave the portal there, portal back home, and change the name, and just the portal lives there its rest of its life alone. But we will see what we do with the portals. And usually you want a portal hub of some kind, since if you plan to use portals in your game, you don't have to, and there are even settings for no portal playthroughs, and some crazy good people play without portals. I don't. And but you want a portal hub, so you can have multiple portals to like different bosses or whatever locations you feel that you need to access multiple times. Yeah, obviously that is the goal of every Viking. When we get to build with stone, we need the castle with the magical portal room. But yeah, if you have seen trolls in your Black Forest area, single hot trolls, you might fight them at the same place where you killed them before, since I'm pretty sure they spawn at the same general area after a few days. But I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I saw a troll here last time that I killed, but we'll see what happens. It's just my imagination. At least the skeletons have respawned, so it's been a while, which are connected to that burial chambers that we cleared earlier. It's already meadows. We're looking for the huge blue Smurfy guys. Big fat Smurfs. Let's see here. You might hear them first if they see you. You heard some troll noises. Or you just suddenly see a big blue guy standing around minding his own business. Yeah, we didn't see at the same spot at least, but I'm not sure how wild the respawning of the enemies is, like how inconsistent or consistent they are. So I only have approximate knowledge of many things in this game. But I can't see the matrix or the code in front of me. And we also only find this one troll cave that we killed the troll in, so there might be a new one in there, so we have to check. And since I don't think all the troll caves spawn a troll outside, so it isn't a guarantee. But now we can tell there's a troll behind that corner, I think, since our stealth indicator, the small eye icon on the middle of the screen, shows that we are stealthing from some enemy, and no enemy spawned here other than trolls. So if I'm correct, there might have been a troll here, but I'm not correct, so I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Like, why is it still showing me the icon if there's no one here? But yeah, it should have been the indicator, but I was bullshitting you, it seems. So ignore what I said. But yeah, it's strange. It should be either this eye, if someone sees you. Maybe it was the outside enemy, like, lagging behind. If someone sees you, or then it shuts down completely if there's no enemies nearby. So I'm not sure what that was about. Of course, I could always blame the game. Like, this is what it should have looked like if there are no enemies who see you, like without the eye opening at all. And also, for that reason, you, as I did earlier, you want to enter the cave stealthed, since for some reason sometimes the troll notices you when you enter this cave, since it might be standing here looking at the wall or the other way. So I usually crouch down before entering and then just take the first sneaky hit for extra damage and then begin the combat like that. But do what you gotta do. Some people I don't think, want to fight the trolls in the caves, maybe, and prefer to kite them with run away and shoot with the bows or such, but I think it's a good skill to learn to fight them at melee range as well, since it's more safe that way, I think, if you know what to do, since you won't be running around the forest into other enemies. Since you will be fighting in a smaller area instead of running away 1000 kilometers with your bow and arrows. But yeah, we have run through this forest a few times already, but let's see if there's more trolls here. Take a loop over the top from the north, then loop back to south and go towards the Elder, since we have hopefully our portal stuff. Yeah, I didn't forget for somehow. So we will build a portal there probably for the Elder fight. So we have a fast access to that. Especially if we fail the fight and die there, so you don't want to corpse run from 1000 kilometers away. Of course, you should always probably build a small house with a bed and such near the boss, so you can respawn there if needed. And of course, if you play without portals, that's what you must do, since it's quite hard without the portals. Yeah, now we're just peacefully running through the meadows for a while. Not so peaceful if there's angry pigs. Also, probably when you are first exploring all these places, you might be tempted to kill every animal and every whatever you see and loot everything and such, but you will realize pretty fast that the inventory is really small in this game after all, so either the weight limit comes first or you run out of slots. So you really have to pick and choose what you want to hoard and when. Like, I probably need more pig meat later. I'm not satisfied with the amount I have now. And I should maybe kill the pigs I see, but not at this trip, since I plan to make this a longer one, even if I have the portal materials and I could portal back home. But still, just for the convenience and for the smoother gameplay, I'm not going to hoard everything and kill and chase everything and then portal home multiple times. But everyone plays in their own way. So don't take these as exact ways how to play this game. That's not what I mean, of course. Just talking how I do it myself. And everyone is allowed to criticize the way I do things, of course. If it seems stupid or shit, then everyone is free to say so. Here's a small patch of black forest. But we cleared one burial chambers that BC, no, two burial chambers, two BCs here. Let's see if there's any blue guys. Since I think it should have been enough days since I killed them, but probably not then, since we can't see anyone. Or maybe they are just well hidden since the Troll Letters set bonus is plus stealth after all, so maybe they are really sneaky with that natural Troll Letter set they have. But sometimes it feels like it when they sneak up behind you and you didn't notice anything before they roar for the first time. Even if they have big stompy feet, but sometimes your focus is not all there. There's a skeleton war going on in here. The skeletons really don't like the forest people and vice versa. Also, now that we got bronze, we can start finally planting the seeds that we have gotten. So carrot time at some point. That's one more project that we have to do to get more ingredients for more better foods, which is very important. And speaking of food, you just remember to keep up your food levels. Not long to go for the border zone. There was just a small swim over that gap and you can see the other coast there in the map already, so should be really easily doable even with shit swimming skills and in full armor. But no, armor doesn't really affect it in this game, but if we are role-playing then it affects it and we have to take it off before we go swimming. Oh yeah, that's a nice idea as well for the portal. It makes it really magical. Of course, special tree and with magic stuff around it, like this oak is the tree you're talking about. So a big tree like that, just plant it somewhere nice and build a nice portal hub around it and feel the magic course through the portals and you. Also, even if I have some music playlist going on the background, but the actual music in Valheim is really nice too, but I just have listened to it so many times and much that maybe thought that a playlist is better this time. But you should keep the music on if you haven't listened to it. It's nice and atmospheric at times. Or if you are going fast, you can just blast some dance or techno music and go faster like that, if you feel like it. Oh, there's more bees here. And you want as many bees as you can get, pretty much. You can never have too many bees. And also, if you can't hit it like this, and you have trouble with it, either you can keep hitting and wrecking stuff with an axe, or I think this thing is, yeah. Or if you have extra wood, you can build a workbench here, and then get rid of the structures around the bee nest, so it has nothing to latch onto, so it just destroys itself. If you are scared of bees and their poisonous sting. But yeah, the axe moveset got updated at some patch like a long while ago, but still, and it didn't used to have this special overhead swing, but this is nice for getting rid of tree stumps and hitting higher things, since you can't really aim your attacks yet too much. But maybe the developers said that they are making a combat update next before the 1.0 release, which should address the hillside fighting, which probably means that you can aim a bit up or down with your hit, so it might not be such a problem to hit bee nests after that patch, but we will see. And while yapping on, I just ran past the point I was going into. But at least we got bees out of it, so it was worth it. I don't think I have been farming lots of raspberries, so I feel like picking them up, since I know I will need those a lot as well for different food and things, so. And they don't weigh much, so they don't hinder my traveling too much. Yeah, exactly like that. Bees equal more Viking. So bees are really important to get. Yeah, there we see our destination, Spooky Forest, with spooky blue smoke coming somewhere. But let me quickly do one thing on Twitch side. Just a moment. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. Since I generously got those follows, I think, can I change my goal, since it is... Oh, start a new goal. Since you people are generous, follow me. We can put a new goal here, which is 10 more follows, I think, after that, so. You don't, of course, have to follow, but I'm not forcing you, and I can't force you, but I would really appreciate it if you do so, just for the future's sake. Thank you just for being here anyway. That's enough for me. Yeah, let's go deeper into the spooky forest, which we haven't yet explored. Depending on your confidence, you can just run in and explore and run from all the enemies, but sometimes it might be better to stay and fight for a while, so you don't get swarmed by millions of great dwarves and trolls and whatever at the same time. So also I really like these regenerated ruined house settings that you can adopt to yourself and build a better home here. But unfortunately we can't build with stone yet, so we can only dream about it at this point. Unless you patchwork it up with the wood and just keep the stone base like that. I think we don't need to check these barrels anymore, or that, since mostly you get like tin ore, coal and blueberries from them if you break that single barrel in front of the tower. And some early fine wood you can get from these tools you see here. If you break that, you get 1 fine wood from it, which is better than 0, since you can't get fine wood early without some trigger, as I said before. We will leave that as it is. Grab some other stuff while we're here. Now, main objective is not to die while we explore, and the secondary objective is to kill every troll we see. And the third objective is get to the boss site and make a portal base there, so we can portal back home and have some temporary shelter. Also, side objective, gather all the mushrooms we see and the blueberries. Really like how these forests look. They look familiar, even if I don't spend most of my time in forests IRL, but they look really, I guess, Nordic in a way, which might make sense that the developers are Swedish, I think, and Viking stuff is pretty Nordic, even if Finland isn't in the forefront of Vikings or at all, but I can pretend that we are. But yeah, there we see the boss altar, the special structure there. And we need to use some stuff there to summon the boss, just like we use the deer heads to summon the deer boss. I think we will get even closer and build a base on that side. And I see a troll cave there as well, so we will check that out. Also now the cardinal mistake I just realized I have made, that currently I do not have the rested buff, which is huge loss to our combat and running away abilities. So last time I used to say that stop everything what you're doing if you run out of rested and try to get it back. Either build a campfire and just sit next to it, but luckily we have this special super campfire here that dries up, then we can just sit here, press the hotkey to sit, or I think you can type /sit in the chat box. Get rid of enemies. And then you can just relax here while sitting, and you are getting the resting buff up there. With only comfort 1 though, since you don't have a roof over your head. You could get comfort 3 if you have a roof. But anyway, this is enough that you spend time here and get the minimal rested buff, which helps a lot still. But I don't recommend, even during the day, running around without the rested buff, since it gives you health regen and stamina regen. Many a time you will die without the rested buff and realize that I didn't have stamina to do anything. It felt like shit. So be careful with that. Let's see here, we will find a nice spot, not too close to the boss area, since the boss will come and fuck up your house if you build it too close. Oh, that's the reason. Okay, that's great to know. Then I can start claiming I can control the weather as well. Maybe we should adopt this skeleton tower, but might be too fancy for us. So we will adopt this small shitty shack instead and start our building here. We will leave the stone as it is and just do the usual dance to get some wood. Of course, if you like building in these kind of games and in Valheim, I think building these small bases can be, or small temporary camps, whatever, it can be a great opportunity to try out different things that you might build in your main village or base after. So just use it as an experimental training ground for your building. Like if you feel that it looks like shit, then you can just leave it there in the forest to rot and never speak of it again. Like now we are just fully experimenting what to do with this. See what happens. See, can we snap that in the right place? Yes, we can. I would like to make a full floor with these, but I don't think the general snapping in this game, it doesn't allow it, so you have to freehand it. And maybe make it look nice. Or don't, depending what you want or can do with your abilities. But we have practiced this. I have so many crap in my inventory. Don't think I need the bones anymore. Then we just put the finishing touches here, since we are Finnish. And then we start building the walls. One more corewood tree or pine tree. I'll start building the wall now so I can get rid of those normal tree pieces. This. I'm not sure what purpose the stone floor serves if I build like this, so let's try to consider. But yeah, we can build more stone, so never mind, we will do it like this after all. We were missing one floor piece with the corewood. Oh, now and the idea backfired already. Can it work like this if I get rid of these? We will fix our mistakes, hopefully. Still not fixed. We will not give up. That looks pretty shit, but oh well. Let's see if we add back these. Was it still? Yeah, still breaks that. Just keep experimenting. Level the ground here. Break it even more. Oh yeah, in that, was it an abandoned mine or something, the arena that they are playing in middle of the forest? Hell. It seemed really cool. Cool music venue. Well, you still have time to get your hands on some authentic Viking clothes. Yeah, I saw a picture of it and it looked really cool. Was it in Estonia? Where was it? The mine? Somewhere nearby or not too close. I think it's fine. Oh, it was in Sweden, okay. Close enough. How do you get there at the actual venue? Do they arrange like transport there or? So you don't have to like hike there and get lost and get eaten by Swedish bears. Oh, okay, yeah, you can just take a car or a bus, makes sense. But that's not the authentic way. You should make a Viking pilgrimage there, just walking through the woods, looking for an abandoned mine. Yeah, just go really early and build an actual cabin before you go there. Or before it starts, yeah. That would be pretty hardcore. Also, I think this cabin doesn't look too hardcore. It looks pretty awful, but that's the usual way we do these things here, so. I am sorry about my current buildings. I promise I will make something look nice before I finish the game. And when I will run out of excuses to make how everything always looks terrible and it's just, no, it's just temporary, I can actually make something nice maybe. This will serve our purposes, since we can put a workbench in, and we can put a portal in that doesn't get destroyed instantly by the forest people. We write home here. Also, if you forget your portal tags at this end, like, what was the portal at home called? And you can't remember and you don't want to run back or can't run back, you can, if your home base is near the starting point of the world, you can make a new character, run there at your home with the new character and check the portal name, and then just delete that character and go back to your normal character. And that's how you find out the name. Not that it has happened before to me, but if it happens to you, then that's how to work around it. But that's only if you have a bad memory, like when you have shit tons of portals with different names. Or you make a typo. Like you're sure you're writing it correct, but then you go back home with the other character and see that you wrote something completely different. try not to admit anything like that in public, so you keep your Viking street cred intact. Yeah, I think Vikings used Google Sheets back in the day when they had their magic portals. Since I think they had like way more than we have in this game, so I can understand that they can't remember them all. Okay, now we have a nice little house here that serves no particular purpose other than keeping the portal safe. That's the main reason. And the door works, even if it's janky. But we did it. And then I personally use these to mark like home. I know there's a portal called home there, and actually this is one of the ways to remember what you name them. Either you put them here where you actually have them, or some people use the outer layer of this and put it like this. You can use this as a notepad or whatever, like this. And they keep on the side. That was a tip I learned from the internet. I haven't done this myself, but it seemed useful. Or for multiplayer purposes, I think I saw some people do like explaining the legend like this. If you had like I have this C, then I would write like this. C means copper this dot. Then people who use the map sharing thing, which shares all these pinned things to other people who click the map sharing table, the actual furniture in the game, then they would figure out, okay, what does this C mean? And they might see this legend since this gets put into the shared map as well. So they see, okay, C is copper and so on. That's something you can do. But yeah, not my original idea. I just saw some smarter people using it like that. And was impressed. Since I never thought to do it like that myself. I just try to remember and forget, and then I have to make new characters to run to the portal hook and see what the actual name was. So that's a way you can do it as well. No reason to put these, but we just want these here, so that's a reason enough. I think everything doesn't have to be symmetrical. Also, if you want to sleep in here, you always need the fire. Oh yeah, for the portal names, of course. It's better if it makes some kind of sense. Or like random fictional locations in some multiplayer games. Like Greenland, like Grönland, or Sweden, or whatever, and then you forget where is Sweden in this map. But yeah, whatever works for you or your friends or whoever you play with, just as long as you all understand it together, that's important. Since it's quite fucked up if everyone uses like a different system. Then no one understands other system, and you will never understand how the portals go where and what are this and that marker. Chests are overflowing with stuff, so we will make shitty compromises and make them even more mixed up. And we will fix that later, I promise. And usually, at least in the later game, I prefer that when you get the better chests with more space, you might want to do like dump chests, that you dump all your random stuff you get from a trip if you want to just make a quick turn, like now I should have done, and then sort it later. But of course the problem is if you just leave them always without sorting, then you have just a bunch of dump chests with random shit in them. But the quick stacking makes it easier that you can then just loot the dump chest and then later use the hold to stack quick button and just stack them easily. Yeah, let's see, we will... Oh yeah, my example always gets rid of my food. This is a problem that I still can't figure out how to remember to not do. Yeah, that's the usual problem when you forget the portal names. It has happened to me and my friends as well, so watch out for those Swedish sex cults that you might accidentally end up into. Or don't watch out if that's what you want. Unless you are underage, then please don't take this as a suggestion. And stay away from Sweden in general. Or maybe, well, if you know, well, whatever. We don't hate Sweden in here. We just joke about it with bad humor. Oh yeah, that's unfortunate. It's hard to get rejected by a sex cult leader. But hopefully you got over it. Didn't cause you any further sadness. Yeah, we filled those stuff up. Then now we have a portal to Elder, so I think we can start searching that forest for the trolls, since we had one troll cave next to the Elder place, so at least check that if nothing else. And we have our rested buff from home, so back to the portal we go. All refreshed and recharged. So we saw the troll cave somewhere there, I think, where I pinged. We will see. Also, in the past, these boss portals that I have made for each boss usually, they have served a nice dual purpose of also being like a resource gathering portal. Like in this case, if you want Black Forest stuff, I always know that, oh, I have a huge Black Forest near the Elder portal, so I can use that for that purpose as well. So I don't need to make a resource gathering portal. Also, I forgot to browse resource gathering portal or any different kind of thing. Okay, now we see troll in the darkness. And he hasn't noticed us. I think I actually want to get rid of my shield, since my shield is the lowest possible level. It doesn't give me much block armor, it's useless against him, and it slows me down 5% if equipped, so you can get rid of it to get rid of the movement penalty, since you don't really need against this troll. And you can either try to fight this with rolling, or if you have a good shield, which basically needs bronze buckler, I think, or you can try and outmaneuver them, and if it happens to be this log troll, I don't know if you can how you outmaneuver this by just moving without rolling, but the other one, which unfortunate that we didn't get it, which doesn't have the weapon, then you can actually just basically keep him in place and just sprint around a bit to outrange him and just poke him in between the swings. And there's a kind of like a rhythm game in it. But this is one of the reasons why dodging is good, but it still eats a lot of stamina, so I rather do the dance without dodging, so I don't have to wait stamina in between some rolls. But if you're familiar with like Souls-like games or anyway, invincibility frames. Basically, you get some invincibility frames during your roll, so even if it looks like it hits you, it doesn't really hit you since you are invincible during some of the frames of the roll. And also, I chose my weapon for this as the spear since it does piercing type damage. You can see the pierce in there. And trolls are weaker to piercing damage, which I think means they take 50% more compared to other damage types. And my sword is slashing. Yeah, it's slashing. So the spear does more damage against trolls, or even arrows or whatever. But the damage types matter now and then, depending on the enemies, so you have to keep that in mind and just remember to you can learn them into fly actually, because if you compare the damage numbers when you hit something, I think it's white if it's neutral, like if I hit this, maybe this chest, can I hit it? It's gray like that, slightly grayer than the white when it's like resisting the damage. It's white when it is neutral and yellow if it's weak, I believe. So the troll took yellow damage from this spear, so we understand from that okay, it's weak to this type of damage. If you're not sure in advance like what damage type to use when hitting something. But the damage type isn't like everything, so you don't actually have to pay attention to it. You will manage without paying attention to it, but it helps for tougher enemies at least. Like at the beginning, I don't have any trouble like hitting skeletons with knives, with slashing or piercing damage. I think knives do piercing damage as well, even if they are slashing weapons kinda, but anyway, you don't need blunt damage to kill early skeletons. Like it's not a must. But yeah, we killed the troll and got his leather. And then of course, if you like, you can always mark these places. TC for troll cave. Left click it to put an X on it that you know that I already cleared this troll cave. That's how I keep track of them myself. And same with those burial chambers. If I had cleared this, I just click it, but if I haven't, I leave it open like that. Yeah, I think I want a few more trolls, and it of course helps a lot that we have the double resource modifier, so instead of 5 skins, we get 10 skins per troll, which is of course a lot more. But if you fancy killing trolls, you don't really need to kill many of them anyway during the game for the resources. Unless you want the gold coins or the trophies, the heads. But you don't really need much of the leather in the end. Of course, if you're playing with other players, it might be a bit more difficult to get enough for everyone, since you don't exactly run into troll at every corner, so maybe even in multiplayer game I would suggest, even if you're a new player, might want to up the resource gain at least to 1.5. I think it's 1.5 and 2 and 3 are the vanilla settings. Since it can be quite difficult to get enough for everyone, like for example if you have 4 players. Even if you have 4 players scattering stuff, but they don't spawn enough for 4 players, so you can do the simple mental math and maybe figure out that it might be harder to get enough for everyone. Just doing a general sweep of this area, looking for maybe more trolls or caves. I'm not sure if I need those burial chambers anymore either, since we got really lucky with the ones we found. But you might want to mark these still, just in case for the future. Since if you actually need them later and you haven't marked any, then it might be pain in the ass to find them, of course. So I think is it meadows all the way to the east, so I just veer to the west instead. Also now that I'm exploring, I'll use my Aether buff to get the 60% stamina decrease on running and jumping, so explore with the more gusto. All the carrot seeds while we're here. More skeletons. Also, if you're looking for these burial chambers, it's usually if you hear a skeleton or hear fighting in this forest, which basically always means there are skeletons against someone else, and it's either a burial chamber near, or if you're unlucky, there's a stone tower. But if you don't see a stone tower where the skeletons spawn, there must be a burial chamber. I don't think they naturally spawn in this forest, apart from the towers and those burial chambers. So that is your sign to look for an entrance. But in the meadows you might see single skeletons that spawn from those small stone grave things during the night. So that's a bit different. But I don't think they have them in this Black Forest. There's a lot of these chambers now that we don't need them anymore. I think you're pretty safe here against anything else but the trolls. If you want to have a breather, unless you're playing single player, you can just pause the game with an ESC, of course. But if you can't pause, then this is pretty safe. Unless a troll comes and hits you through the building. Actually, let me check one thing really fast. Let's see. Okay. Let me check the west side of the area. Did it continue there, since there was water in the way? But yeah, the trolls can spawn anywhere in the Black Forest, so any small patch of Black Forest is probably worth exploring if you're looking for a troll. And running around these places, you always tend to miss at least something, so doing multiple laps around the same places might result in more resources after all, compared to just going through once. So if you don't have a limited playtime, then it's probably okay to just keep running around the same places, even if it's not the most efficient way. Unlucky, it's a bit foggy, I can't see if it continues there, but I guess I'll check and get the wet debuff, which we don't want, since it lessens our stamina regeneration, even if it's not fatal. But you don't want to get wet for no reason if you can avoid it. But yeah, just the other side. But we can actually probably swim there and check the other side as well. We don't have to stick near the Elder. Also, if you are in terrible danger, running out of stamina in the water, you can keep walking against these kind of rocks that you can see. As you can see, I can just keep walking, regain my stamina, then continue swimming after. That's quite cheesy way to do it, but sometimes you have to if you go like longer distances. And if you see just some rock that you can walk against like that during the swim, then you can regain the stamina. It's handy to know for emergencies, since you start taking damage if you run out of stamina in the water. There's no blue boys here apart from me, I guess. Only deer. We are in a meadows zone now, so might as well turn back to the border. Now you heard a skeleton spooky sound, so skeleton aggroed me somewhere, so you know there's burial chamber somewhere, as I said earlier, but just have to look around a bit, see where the skeleton... Oh no, okay, yeah, this is the stone tower I was talking about, so now the skeletons live here, so there's no burial chambers probably around. But this was the perfect example for that. And burial chambers always have the 3 skeletons unless something has killed them already. That's your 101 on Know Your Skeletons. And, oh yeah, these kind of structures are... The meadows has these, and they usually have these skeletal remains as well, which you can get early bones from. And during the night they spawn skeletons even in meadows, so... Yeah, I didn't remember that Black Forest had them, but luckily I didn't claim that they don't have them here, I just didn't remember. Yeah, lots of skeleton knowledge. Also, if you're looking for the bees, remember to always check all these buildings and you will probably get poisoned by the bees and they will make you notice them. And we learned that the axe is pretty good for that. But yeah, this is Black Forest on this side, so we go further back to the starting side. Oh, okay. Good night then, and thanks for coming by. I'm hopeful to see you next time as well. There's been a huge battle here. An actual skeleton war. They live here in their skeleton house. Yeah, we will leave them to live in their small nice community here. They're doing me a service and killing the Grey Dwarves instead, so I side with the skeletons. Unless I really want their bones, then it might be different. Yes, after all, I also have a skeleton inside me, so I kind of feel the familiar vibes from them. Some kind of connection. Yeah, I think my skeleton is already drafted into skeleton war. And while I sleep, it always leaves my body and goes fight in the skeleton war. Comes back before I wake up. Also, we earlier learned that being without rested is a sin, so to repent for our sins, we must build a campfire, get the rested back. Just plop that down there. Yeah, that's the reason why our bones hurt. Ah, why isn't it burning? Also, I have a, just since you see 10 out of 10 fuel by default, I have a mod that doesn't require me to fuel like torches, or those standing torches in base at the fires. Since I've grown tired of spamming resin or whatever fuel that they need. Especially when you have a larger base, it gets pretty tiresome to keep everything lit up. Especially if you like to use the lights like as a decorative element as well. So you have more lights than you need. Then it just becomes an extra chore. Now we have full stacks of blue things, but no big blue yet. We want the walking giant blueberries instead. Even if these smaller blueberries are nice too, but we hunt for the giant blueberry. I'm quite surprised that we haven't run into more of those trolls, since it can be unlucky to run into them, but at this point it's unlucky to not run into them when you want to. So they can be pretty deadly when you don't want them, and they ambush you at the wrong time. Also skeleton alert. Oof. Was it a 2-star? No, 1-star. Bit tougher skeleton. Luckily I can lead them to these friends of mine. Take part in the skeleton war as a commander. There we go. Here is a skeleton tower as well, which might have a chest up there if you parkour your way here. Yeah, there we go. Nice example. But usually these Black Forest and Meadows level chests don't have like huge treasures in them. There's no like jackpot, that like a huge prize that you can claim from them. So usually just those some valuables that you can sell for money to a vendor when you find one, and some arrows and whatnot. Could say it's not worth it, but at least it's some extra cash. Yeah, there really is no blue boys here. Only blueberries and carrot seeds. Also, speaking of carrot seeds, I have a mod for planting as well, which I haven't tried out yet, since usually I have only planted manually everything as in a vanilla style, but some people suggested that planting mod, which makes it a lot easier to like mass plant things. I think it plants in a like a nice grid that you don't manually have to like eyeball the distance that you plant the vegetables from each other. So it could be a great addition to like quality of life. When you're playing alone, I think planting stuff and like the gardening it's pretty manageable. It's not horrible in vanilla. But if you are playing multiplayer and then you have to feed lots of people, then like tending the gardens can be a real actual job for someone. So if you don't have multiple people helping, it can be really tiresome to plant like hundreds of plants all the time and then picking them up and so on. So I guess those kind of mods help that pain a lot. But as I said, the vanilla experience is fine for most of the time. So I'm slowly running out of food. Last pieces of meat for now. We might want to do a slight U-turn here. Go back to our portal and maybe make some more food at home. Oh, more skeleton sounds. At least we get lots of these burial chambers here if needed, so that could be nice when you need more cores at this point of the game. You can't really farm them otherwise until later. Yeah, exactly, we have food at home. Then the food at home is actually nice this time. Not according to the meme template. Because we really need to grow those carrots to unlock some new foods. I think you get... at least you can make some new stuff from the deer. And then we want to make the what is it? A tin cauldron or something from the tin as a new cooking station. So that gives us some new stuff as well. So we are not only eating meat and honey. Another skeleton vuoro. Sitten burial chambers oli sitten tauon. Not that it is so important at this point to find more burial chambers, but can't stop the habit of still marking them if I see one. Also, I think I have enough summoning items for the next boss, which these big guys drop, for example. But I might want to keep that spawner alive there. And I had one market earlier that you can get these seeds from these guys if you don't have a full inventory. You just have to dance around here a bit since more keeps spawning every time someone dies here, so might get a little finicky to get anything from this pile. Here we go. Just suck up all the ancient seeds here. Then head back home. Even if sucking up ancient seeds sounds a bit disgusting, but I didn't mean it like that. Hopefully they don't break in and I can just leave my portal here. That's why we built something around it. And trust in our trusty wooden door. Yeah, we're getting a lot of resources. Unfortunately, I think you need iron for the first bigger chest, so we have to manage with these smaller boxes. Just keep making more and more. And I stash blueberries somewhere in the wrong place. Do I remember? Yeah, here. Now they are even more wrong place, but they are together in the wrong place. So it's always better. Berries. Mushrooms in the same place. Yeah, blueberries together strong. Just like apes. That's pretty spooky music at the moment. Feels quite spooky at night with this kind of music. Hearing all these evil sounds coming from the forest. Yeah, the aggressive house buyers during the night making noises somewhere in the bushes or in the trees. And now when I went to check like this, the noises stopped, so I think it was them. They knew I would call the police soon if they don't stop, so. Okay, we have gotten successfully rid of all these grilled lizard tails or neck tails, which was our one objective since we don't need those anymore. The yellow mushrooms and the honey is better food by raw. We still want to eat the deer meat, I think. And the boar is fine. What about these? No, the normal red mushrooms are not too great. So I guess our diet will be deer meat and honey. Unfortunately, those numbers are not always equal to food durations, so just take some if you don't want to do any crazy math in your head, like 2 plus 2. And then I probably don't need 2 health foods while running around this much, so I'll take 2 stamina foods and 1 health food at this point. Oh yeah, you mean the cauldron? I I was forgetting to make it actually. Good that you reminded me, since I was talking about it earlier, but I didn't make it yet. So let's see. That should be a priority for the better food. And we would actually have to make some kind of cooking station. Yeah, Barjerk is awesome. That's really strong food early and really simple to make. So that's a good catch. But I think we want to make it outside since I have this multiple cooking station special setup here with five of these stations that work with one cooking the campfire. So we just hope it doesn't rain and make it outside. But yeah, those are fine foods, so nothing wrong with that. And everyone has their own taste with the food, so maybe you just don't like the taste of some of the foods, so you want to make something different. I wonder where I want this, but I'll just put it here somewhere. The usual solution, just put it temporarily somewhere until it becomes permanent. But yeah, as you can now see, as we were talking about, now we unlocked some recipes and most importantly, boarjerky, which needs the raw boar meat and honey, which is perfect. I think in this game it's only 2 berries. It's blueberries and the raspberries. Isn't it maybe strawberries in real life as well? But then the question is, did we have... Yeah, we did have raw boar meat, luckily. Someone saved it. And food is really strong since it lasts for 30 minutes and it has the balance of health and stamina, and it is really cheap to make lots of it, so everyone should try it. And if you are too cheap to eat foods in your base, I think this is one of the cheapest good foods to eat, if nothing else. I don't think it's much resource loss to keep yourself fed with at least one food, so you might as well make a lot of it when you can. Then there's the jam. Okay, well, this is the original version then. Yeah, 8 raspberries and blueberries. I don't think I have farmed too many. Blueberries I have, but maybe not raspberries. Oh yeah, okay, never mind. Luckily I kept hoarding everything even if I didn't think about it. And hoarders win again. I will never stop hoarding all of these materials. Okay, we have 40 of those each, but I think Queen's Jam doesn't... Yeah, it's 20 minutes. Doesn't last for 30 minutes, so... have to account for that. For now, we want... I think I want the deer meat since I think cooked deer meat is needed for the recipe with the carrots. I think it's deer stew. So that's why I haven't eaten those yet. Then I want either honey or these mushrooms. I guess honey, since it is more easily replaceable or farmable automatically by the hardworking bees there. Oh, okay, so yeah, punaherukka. Red currant. But yeah, I really need to fix my house better sooner than later, since this is getting challenging really fast now. Since you always keep getting more and more and more stuff that you want to keep for later, or you need them right now, or there's not enough space. I don't think ever. You'll never be satisfied with the amount of space. Okay, so if I have 200 minutes of jam, how many boar jerky do I need to fill that 200? Like 7 or 8. So I can do the tactical choice of not taking so many with me. Simple maths. Okay, but with the 4 berries it becomes really royal queen jam. Oh yeah, a proper longhouse would be more comfortable than this tiny shack, I guess. And did you have only these level chests, or do you have the better chests already, since these are really small, the starting chests? It gets really nice later on when you get the even better and better larger chests that fit almost the same as your inventory. Ah, okay, yeah, so pretty much the same progress. Yeah, then we both have something to look forward in the future with the better chest and better everything, and maybe even a better house at some point. I'm not sure if I want to expand this silly little house or make a new one from the scratch. Probably make a whole new one and just abandon this, since there are so many people coming around and trying to take it from me, so they can have it. I'll just make this into a museum. Just never come here again. Yeah, I did the mistake of not running these all the time when I'm at base. Even if we are pretty decent with the materials. I think I need more wood though, unless I hid it somewhere. Though I got so much coal that for now I don't think I need any more at this point, but later of course more. But yeah, it could be like a, what's it called? Like a, yeah, renting house, whatever business. Yeah, making a larger base is always like fun, and since if you like building in this game, I think it's almost equally as fun as everything else in this game. Just staying in base with your materials and trying to figure out, like, maybe build even a little village with different kind of houses and purposes for them, and maybe even making roads and whatever. Just decorating the places, and even if this doesn't show my passion for it, this current project, since this is just for the advancing purposes. Yeah, I know. I have the same feeling. But yeah, We all will manage in time. Yep, have to progress the technological knowledge first. But I think when you get enough iron and get all your needed stuff from it, then you can really start building like larger things with iron reinforced stuff, since they let you build much larger. But anything that comes after that is just extra. Now I'm just running around the base and not knowing what to do, waiting for my stuff to smelt, but I think I wanted to make bronze and copper stuff, and also these. Remember to make these workbench improvements before you run out of materials, since you always want them anyway. We need 10 fine wood. And you really probably want a different building for all your crafting stuff, since it starts to get crazy crowded with all these extra stuff you have to stuff in here. But now we can still manage and use the workbench over this, so no need for a new house. Was there anything else that we are missing? Oh yeah, this is a new one. Completely forgot about our newer one. This. And then we need the fermenters to actually ferment the meats. We have to prepare for the biome next to the after the next boss as well. Of course, the foresight of knowing what is coming is really useful in this, but it's not necessary. So you can always do stuff when you first run into them instead of looking at the internet or something first before doing anything. You are not getting punished for it if you do not know everything in beforehand. So yeah, we don't need to see the floor in the house. And one of the hidden techniques is to make the floor, instead of out of these floorboards, you can make it out of these chests. So your whole floor is just chests. Then you have extra space for your whole thing. It's pretty stupid, but it works. Yeah, now we can make nice meats if we just first get a fire under this thing. Yeah, I think you need like a special brain to remember everything with floor like that. Be like a superhuman memory. Yeah, but let's get some more wood for our purposes. Oh yeah, if it worked for the Vikings, then I guess it's a good idea. So maybe not so crazy after all, but I don't think they had full floors made out of chests filled with random stuff they picked during the day. So it might not be historically accurate in that way. But what do I know? I'm not a historical scientist. Yeah, whole outside operation depends on not raining, since when it rains the fires go out and you can operate these. So, but yeah, now that you can make these meats, which are basically buff potions, the most important one for now is the poison resistance for the future. So you might want to make a few batches of those. And if nothing has changed, you get 6 potions for one of these meat recipes when you put it in a barrel to ferment. This fermenter. Mm, really need to clean up my inventory. Work more here. Smelt everything. I don't think there's any reason to have these ores as these ores without smelting them, since I think everything you need to make with them needs them to be ingots, so I don't think you have to be afraid to smelt everything. Since some of the cooking materials, for example, some of you need them raw and some of you need them cooked, so it's different. I think I just get rid of all those resins and just noticed I have those bees sitting in my pocket making huge sound. But I think this amount of bee nests even with the, or beehives, with the resource times 1x is still fine. Like you don't need this much more than this if you're, at least if you're playing alone. This is quite a nice amount already. But since I have the bees, I'll just make more. Yeah, don't forget your pocket bees. Oh, missing some wood. And especially if you have to go to a plane and you go to an airport and you have to empty your pockets at the security check. So then if a pocket bees, you're in trouble. Or maybe you are not in trouble, but at least everyone else around you is in trouble because of the bees. Yeah, there we go now. Bees are happy again, I guess. Yeah, the bees are happy, that's important. And you could make some fancy nice looking setups for the beehives as well, like put them on a, like this kind of pillar on top of it or something, but if you get too fancy they might get claustrophobic and then they're not happy and not producing any honey. Ah yeah, that might be the reason actually. Too many bee incidents at the airport or wherever there are security people. Teach that at you at the basic training day 1. Watch out for the pocket bees. Yeah, just a few pieces of wood more. I felt bad that the one kill didn't get as much food as the others, so it might feel left out. There we go, now everyone is happy and full. Dump the normal, or the rest of the coal in there. Also another house buyer is looking to buy this house. Oh, it's guy and his wife, I guess, looking for the house to buy. Even if we don't have the sign up anymore. But I guess they do what they want. Even if we told them that no, we are not showing the house today, but they still will just take a quick look. They won't stay long. I think we need a sign like this, maybe. Let's see. Let's put it here. Here. Not for sale. Maybe that helps and they leave. They're still checking out the whole plot though. Yeah, exactly. Clear rules and communicating them. So we have no legal responsibility if something happens. Like if a stray weapon hits them, then we can claim that they were warned ahead and we tried everything, but it just happened because of their negligence of the rules. Oh yeah, I forgot you can make these coal pile furniture as well nowadays, if you want. Stacks of coal. You don't want to keep them all in a chest or if you run out of space. As a furniture design element. But I think I really just need to cut more normal trees. Spent this time. Ate my food. Even the Queen's Jam. We get the stamina to cut 2 trees at the same time. So we have less HP, so we might die 2 times faster as well. The trees hit our face. Also, our loving couple has some complaints, I guess, since they read the sign and left the property. So, well, they're trying to force me to sell it, I guess. Not sure what this is about. But I guess we must deal with them. Luckily, we are already in a forest, so we can just bury their corpses here and no one will know. Yeah, we don't appreciate aggressive negotiation tactics like that. We have trained our customer service people to not take that shit. More happy kills filled up. Oh, this one. Piling these goals here just makes it harder, I guess, but that's life. Sometimes it is hard. Even if by your own making. You would do something about it, but you won't. That's life. So dark I forgot where my workbench was. We have no lights apart from the campfire inside, so maybe in the next house. I think this house is unfixable. We can't fix it. Not even Pop the Builder can fix this shit. It's too far gone. But now if we were smart hoarders, we might have those necktails somewhere in our chests. But I have a feeling that we might have not been so smart. Yeah, only 2, but that's enough for now. So we were pretty smart and had some, at least 2. So we can start making those meads. And when we were running around the Black Forest earlier, I mentioned these Thistle herbs that you might want to pick all these up that you see, since you will need them later. And one of the use cases is now, and now it is later. Because this poison resistance mead wants these Thistles. But you will need them later for other things as well. So, again, keep hoarding stuff. You will never go wrong with that. But then we... Oh yeah, now I remembered why I got the fine wood. I keep forgetting what I'm doing, as usual, but... We needed more fine wood for the fermenters. Did we bring it inside or is it all outside? I'm pretty sure I had more than that. Or did I burn it all accidentally? Since you can, if you want to desperately get coal, you can burn your core wood and fine wood in the kiln as well, instead of the normal default wood. Yeah, there's too many shiny things everywhere, so it's really, really impossible to keep track of everything that you were doing or should be doing. I think maybe I should try and write like post-it notes and keep them next to the monitor and check that. What were you doing? But hey, at least if you're doing something in this game, I guess all is progress. So even if you run around the base and just go around clicking things and stashing things and whatever, all is progress. So no need to feel stressed about it, luckily. yeah, that could be a problem too. But then you have to buy another monitor to act as your post-it stand. Only for that reason. Oh, did the other piece break as well? Yeah. Looked like it just vanished, but... We can leave this tree here as a fancy bridge, so we don't have to make our feet wet when we go this direction. Also, you can actually keep it that way by making like pillars here. If you want to get fancy, like pinch it between these pillars. Yeah, the fermenter before I forget. And I think we need a place where we have a roof over it, or it refuses to ferment anything. It just doesn't work in those conditions. And we finally have some other use for resin than fuel. Just a few though, so good to have some resin stashed. Maybe not this much, but still some. What was it? 5 bronze. Then we'll make a fancy fermenting place here. Does it? Maybe it doesn't. Oh, it's just too close to the home, I guess. I was thinking of making perfect setup here. Oh, I didn't pick the bronze. Perfect setup here next to the wall and just put random roof over it. Yeah, this whole album is really great for this. And even without Valheim. Really nice atmospheric music for your Viking needs. Okay, now it's too exposed still, so we might have to tuck it in better in there. Let's see if we can help it more. We'll do it this the wrong way, which is just putting it like this and hoping for the best. Sorry for everyone who likes aesthetic things, since now it works. Maybe it doesn't look like too bad, but yeah, it could look better. I already went back in my words and couldn't stand looking at it, so maybe this is just slightly better. Not so horrible. Since this is of course not permanent solution. Now yeah, it's fermenting again. It was temporarily too exposed, but it didn't destroy the inside, so I think it fits kinda nicely in there, so it was way better than expected. Even if I say so myself. What? Pointy hat. What was that recipe? Oh yeah, because it's fall. Since Valheim has seasonal crafting stuff, which go according to our own seasons, basically Sweden seasons, I guess. That developers enable certain craftable items during seasons. Like during the summer, it is the maypole and the flower crown and such. Then there's the Halloween stuff and whatever, and Christmas stuff. So you have to be either playing during those times to get them naturally, or you can use console commands to spawn them if you want, or use mods that you can build them at any point if you want. But yeah, it became fall, so now the season mod turned it a bit fall-y looking, or more autumn looking. Oh, okay, thanks for coming, Mr. Akabuto. Have a good night. I think the map gets this new fancy fall texture as well in this mod. So you can really tell it's fall when there's orange on the map. Also, I think now I have different buffs from it. Yeah. But yeah, I really wish it was in the vanilla game as well, like a bit more variation to the biomes with the seasons. Especially since I really like winter, and mountains is so far the only playable biome with winter in it, or a playable biome with content in it that has winter in it. Also, at some point, probably earlier than later, you might want to start planting birch seeds if you get them, since you want fine wood a lot, and you have to go looking for it more than the other wood, since they are more rare spawns. So you want to grow them earlier, and you might get the seeds back every time you kill the tree, so it's good to do that instead of hoarding the seeds until the end of time. Take some wood from a bit further away and not right next to my house, so enemies, I guess the value of the plot goes down when you ruin the environment around it. So that might mean that the house buyers aren't coming around anymore, so that might be a good thing. Yeah, the property value. Oh, speaking of the house buyer, I think this is the lawyer of the two ones that came here before. If he's not careful, he might end up in an accident. Horrible wood cutting accident like that, which I can't take any blame for. I think I want a chest near this with all the stuff close by that you need for these. So we're gonna expand our special thing here, and hopefully the bees don't mind and are still happy. Yeah, especially around these woods, I've seen many wood cutting accidents. Always personally there when they happen. Bees are still happy, it isn't too close to them, so we now have a nice little storage for, maybe it's actually for honey and the meat stuff. So you don't have to keep running inside in this poor layout I have made for this house. So there's actually like some thought put into this, but not that much. Again, I didn't check if I had any fine wood on me. Probably not, since I didn't cut any, but always you check your inventory before you spam all your wood away for these kills. It's not the end of the world if you burn the fine wood, but always better to not do that, of course. Yeah, we'll be base slaving or doing base chores for a while now. Even if our objective was to find the trolls, but we didn't find any more. No, we found one, actually, yeah. I already forgot. Didn't we have the troll letter here for the cave? That's how good my attention span is. Yeah, okay, never mind. We already found what we needed. I was ready to give a sad speech how I still don't have the cave, but now we do. And now that we have 4 pieces of the troll leather set, we get sneaky buff, which basically just gives a flat plus 15 to our sneak stat. Which isn't super helpful, but it can be clutch at some moments, but most of the time you don't really need it. But at least you are matching in blue full set instead of a brown cape with blue set. Yeah, I'll just keep working away, and I really Really need more wood. I think I broke down my cart, but one good idea is to bring a cart with you to a wood getting trip, and then use that to pull the wood instead of keeping running all the way here like multiple times. It's not a problem when you are so near your base, but or near your house. But still. So let's do do it right now. Also, apart from making a wood farm for the like more expensive trees, like the birch, it could be a good idea to make a wood farm for these normal trees as well, since when you plant a lot of them like close by and you start cutting a few of them, and this happens and they start hitting each other, you might get a sick chain reaction, and it literally cuts down your chopping time a lot when they keep chopping each other down. So it can be really helpful. And you don't need anything like special setup for the farm, so just plant trees nearby, but not too close so they can grow. The tree sapling will complain if it's too close to some other tree, but fairly close anyway. And then just wait for all of them to grow and start cutting. And if you want to use the same place, you have to get rid of the stumps as well, or else you can't grow more trees there easily, since I think the stumps block the saplings from growing. But at least you get more wood from the stumps as well, so they might want to do something about this pig, unless it gets into a wood cutting accident. Like that. Now it was a true accident, that wasn't my fault. No one can blame me for that. I was just looking this time. This was my fault. I don't think that was even close to an accident, but the big one was true accident. Oh! Almost got accidented myself. I might want to keep your health level up by eating. Unless you want to get into a woodcutting accident and try to get some money from someone by suing them. But I don't think that's possible here on my own land. So I'm self-employed here. The only worker and own this land, so not much to gain, unfortunately. Only death. Also at this point I really want to thank everyone who is still here and watching this, or even have it on mute in different tab maybe, or have forgotten that you even have this stream open, but I appreciate the kind support of just watching this, so thanks a lot to everyone. still here, and even to everyone who was here, so no lesser thanks to those people. Still feeling a bit nervous and flustered from the raid, even if most people have moved on, but it was quite a big shock for now since I started streaming like a week ago. Played 6 days of Elden Ring and Night Rain, and then started Valheim yesterday, and today this happens, so feels quite special in a way. So thank you. Like if I manage to keep up with the streaming and nothing life-changing happens, so I intend to keep up with streaming. I think I'll remember this day forever until the end of my streaming career and even after that, so that's how special I feel this was. Nice little memory for the future. But yeah, we're almost done. Done getting a cart full of wood, which should be lasting for us, hopefully for a long time, so we don't have to keep running back here so much. Yeah, exactly. First raid and such a large one already, and hopefully not the last one since always nice to have more people here. Unless they are forced to be here, that's different, then it's probably not nice for them. But hopefully no one was forced to come here, so I don't support forced stream watching. If someone is keeping you hostage and making you watch my stream, you can ask help in the chat. Not many more. Oops. No, whatever. Hopefully we don't need that later. Bit over one more stack left. Let's just take the nearest tree. Probably done. Done with the cart after that, and we can just leave all the wood in the cart and keep the cart outside our home, and we know where our actually, yeah, that's... Now that I think about it, I haven't thought about it this before, but when I talked about the chest sizes, the actual, well, not that kind of chest size, but the things you put stuff into, that you get the first one at iron level, but this is actually kind of like a chest and large one, this cart, and basically you just need 10 bronze nails, which is half a bronze bar, so it's pretty economic to make carts if you can just bear to watch them and know where stuff are. But you can keep like a large amount of same stuff in same place instead of multiple chests, so it might be a usable idea if you like that kind of thing. Yeah, we're fine with this amount, almost full. But you could just leave these carts around, even inside. But they're quite large, but still. At least for the outside materials like the coal and the wood and stuff you use a lot. I guess for those kind of items this would be a suitable idea and not just stupid. And I think I want to drag it to the other side near those kilns, since that's where most of this will go anyway. But for now we don't burn this all, just in case, since we have a shitload of coal already. Our kilns have done a good job providing us with all that coal. So we are fine for a long while. So we can actually get rid of those 2 extra kilns for now, which were always supposed to be temporarily there. So just clean up the yard a little bit at least. Get rid of these and get all the materials back, which is one of the best things in these kind of crafting survival games, if the game has it that you don't lose any materials when you are like relocating your stuff that you build, since it feels really shitty to lose something because you misplaced something by a little bit and you want to move it around and then you get punished for it. So it's kind of silly. We might actually need the resin, but we will again illegally dump it in our favorite spot here. See how many we can get in the same spot. And then at some point accidentally run again in there and pick them all up. Yeah, we now have so much copper. The next batch is going to be tin. Actually, now that I think about it, maybe we should just speed this up and make more smelters, since that would probably make sense. Instead of waiting for that one brave smelter to do all the work. We can make some friends for him as well. If we get the right amount of materials here. Now it's raining and our cooking station is cooked. So if we wanted to cook something, I don't think it's now possible. So you really want to make this at least some kind of roofing system, not maybe fully inside because of the smoke, but at least some kind of protective roof for the rain. Or just wait until the rain goes away. Yeah, then we want the tin, so let's take 2 batches of tin, fuel them with 40 coal, spam them in. Oh, it's a bit hard angle, this other one. It's a pixel perfect setup. There we go. Did we want to do something out of copper? Only copper. We don't really need this cartography table if we don't play with other players, since that is only for sharing the map, I think. I don't think it has any other purpose. Correct me if I'm wrong, but that's how I remember it. We don't need a ward. We built all these crafting items, at least one of each. No special building stuff. We built the nails and unlocked everything from that. Oh yeah, we want more comfort next. That's probably the next step. So, fine wood furniture and these banners all give comfort in a certain way. But let me grab a drink quick. I'll be back in like 20 seconds. And back. Probably under 20 seconds, hopefully. So I didn't overpromise. But yeah, we will build some choice furniture. You could build all you want that you like for the aesthetic reasons, but you only need a few of them to get like the benefit if you only want that for the comfort level that you get the longer rested buff. And I'll explain what it means when I get the materials here. So basically you can... Oh, our house is really small, so we might need to do some crazy interior decorating while we build this. But yeah, the comfort items are split into categories that you can't really see in the game. Other than when you place down a chair, like, let's see here, like a stool. Now we have, after the weight goes away, 5 comfort. And when you place this stool, it raises it by 1 level to 6. If you place another stool, it's the same. And all these items have a range, of course, so if you put them all in the same spot, theoretically, they have the same range from that, I think, on like a circle radius where the comfort effect takes place. So in larger bases, you might need to make like a perfect spot, one single spot at least, where all the possible comfort items hit it, that you can stand or sit in that spot to get the maximum rested buff, if you care about that. But also, the similar items don't stack, or the same items, like the stools. And now that we have a stool and put a chair down, for some reason I'm not resting. Is there an enemy nearby? Or what happened? Yeah, I heard an enemy somewhere. Yeah, here. Yes, thank you for ruining the explanation for now. So let's head back inside and dry ourselves. But yeah, if you don't check from the internet, only way to check in game is just to try out the different furniture and see what stacks with what. And it might depend on what you put first. Like, it's a bit finicky. Like now we see when we put down the chair, we got +1 comfort. And when we get rid of the stool... Oh, we are still missing the resting. Just more enemies. Okay, well, I'm crouching, I'm stealthing, so the enemy doesn't see us. We got rid of the stool, but still comfort is 7. So the stool actually did nothing while this chair is placed. Because they are the same category in a way, and this chair gives 2, the stool gives 1, but they don't stack, even if they are a different kind of chair. So this kind of experimenting you have to do by yourself, and just see what gives you more comfort compared to the other. Like this bench should give some... Oh, I'm gonna go outside and have a little chat first. There we go. This bench probably gives 1, if I remember correctly, since I think the wood chair is the best chair at this point. Yeah. So we got rid of the wood chair, we dropped back down to 5, and now with this large bench we get only +1. And again this wood chair gives +1 compared to that, and we're still at 7, and so far. And that's the gist of it. So you have to just experiment with the different kind of comfort items. Like same idea with the banners, only one banner gives it at the same time, and so on. Yeah, you have to optimize your feng shui in your house if you want to get effective comfort level. So to get that, we just plop down a wooden chair. That handles this category. Then we want a rug, which we have, and for now the only extra item we can get is a banner. We will take the blue banner, which needs 4 blueberries and 6 leather scraps. Oops. 6. There's someone throwing stones outside. Blueberries. I already forgot. Oh. And then you can just place the banner, let's say, just here. After you get rid of your uninvited guests. Oh, I feel like blueberries dye your white shirt quite well. But probably not like a real, actual dye made to, well, like the purpose of the dye isn't the same as like shitty blueberry stain. But yeah, now we have 8 comfort because of the banner and the new chair. So we can be really comfortable at our home at this time. And later on in the game, when you have multiple houses probably, or multiple bases that are probably connected with portals, you don't have to worry about the comfort at the other bases as much, since some resources that you need for the comfort items might be expensive at that point of the game. Just have them all at one base that you can always portal to and get the rest and move it there. Then just portal back to where you were going. So it might get expensive and clunky to always build a max comfort base everywhere. But do what you do or want to do. Yeah, that's our little housing program for now. I see, yeah, it doesn't have any, doesn't stay like any saturated after a wash, just loses its color. Kinda makes sense. And if you wanted the blue dye, isn't some natural blue dye originally made from some bugs or whatever, some insects, or what? Where was it from? Or some color was only made by some expensive insects. Was it purple or something? Some blue dye, whatever. I'm not a dye scientist, so. Put some more copper in the oven. Oh yeah, the really old royal color for the royalty only because of the expensiveness or rarity of it. Okay, we can't even work in peace here. Which is kind of fucked up. We had a hard day at our home and some assholes try to ruin it again. Just eat some food, take some steps away from our home. And actually you could use your bees as support for the damage, since they poison these assholes as well. Yeah, keep parrying the big ones, ignore the small ones, and kill all the healers that you see. That's your basic strategy for these. And as I earlier said, if you need help, just put fire down. Oh, but now it's raining though. They knew what they were doing and attacked during the rain, so they know there's no fire here outside. Oh, okay, lapis lazuli is like a mineral. And arsenic is, I guess, deadly poison. yeah, it kind of sounds like a bad idea. Let me just put on my poisonous clothes. Also, if you have prepared the poison resistance mead at this point that we put in the fermenter, and you need some support or some equalizer in this fight, you can drink the poison resistance mead against those summons as well, so it helps a little, but it's not necessary. Just gives you a small edge. Don't have to walk around some to get the stamina. Getting a bit low here. Really want that big guy dead or the healer. is these Grey Dwarf brutes, the big guys, they have a surprisingly fast like attack speed, which fucks many people up because you can't consistently like keep damaging them unless you parry every hit. But if you don't parry, you don't get much time between those swings to actually like dodge them and then hit. So you need really kind of want that barru stun against them. But luckily we managed to defend our home again. Straight back to work, we were trying to smelt some stuff, I think, yeah. Smelter business. And dump these resins there, repair our shit before we forget. So many things to keep in your mind all the time while playing this game, I feel, so. The mental stack of keeping everything in mind can be a bit overwhelming sometimes, but luckily it's just a video game, so it's not too serious. Unless you want to make it really serious. Like if you die in the game, you die in real life, then it's a bit more serious. But for now we are doing this the casual way and not dying in real life. Still these. This is really badly placed. Now we are happy smelting again. Okay, yeah. Makes sense that a lot of plants and like roots and whatever are used for painting or paints. Our mead is still fermenting. Also with those Grey Dwarfs or any raid or whatever can get quite frustrating to get all kinds of crap in your inventory all the time. So it feels a lot of the time that you're playing inventory management simulator instead of Valheim, but I guess you get used to it as well. Yeah, let's see. We want to make bronze shield as soon as possible. Since if you teach yourself how to parry in this game, it's really powerful. And that's definitely a skill you should try and learn and parry different enemies, even if you get hit a lot at first and it feels really hard. But when you learn that skill, it will serve you until the end of the game. It's basically just parrying something, it usually staggers the enemy, so you get 3 hits in. And during that stagger animation, it like does the whoa with its arms and whatever it is that you parry. It takes double damage from everything that hits it during it. But so it's kind of like defensive and offensive skill at the same time. More damage and you take less damage since you can block more damage when you parry. If you check the stats in the shield, for example, your block armor is how many damage your basic block with that current thing, in this case the wood shield, can block, which is 6. And then you have the parry bonus, which is 1.5 times in this case. And that means when you parry with this, either it is a weapon or a shield, whatever that can parry, you multiply your block armor by that parry bonus, and that is your block armor for that like parry hit that you block. So basically with this shield, instead of 6 damage, if you parry, you can block 9 damage. As simple as that. And even some weapons can parry nicely too, but most of the weapons are not made for parrying, so they have really low block armor or the parry bonus. And if you wonder what block force does, the 20 in this case, block force is basically just how much knockback enemy gets when you block or parry them, I think. So the larger tower shields, which are unable to parry, they have more block force, so they push the enemies further back, so you get more breathing room. But personally, I don't really like the larger shields. They feel so clunky, since you can't parry, and they slow you down more than the smaller shields. They have larger movement speed penalty. But everything is about the choices you make when how do you want to play and whatever. So just try out and find your own thing. Ah, we're going all plant science shit in this stream. But yeah, I don't really know much about plants personally. Apart from you probably shouldn't eat random plants. And the upgrade level for your shield is of course important as well, since you get more block armor from that. So you'll feel either really weak if you haven't gotten like enough block for some content against certain enemies, or when you go over that certain, like, how do you call it, like a kind of like a soft cap or some kind of invisible limit in damage block, that you suddenly can block like everything in certain zone or certain star level enemies and whatever. And before you reach that limit, blocking and parrying feels like wasted time, since they hit randomly through your block if they do enough damage, and so on. So it feels better to just dodge roll or manually like run away from the attacks, or you really want an upgraded shield for all the content you do. Unless you hate shields, then you don't have to use them. Some more bronze, then put more copper or tin to the smelters. It's really easy to make a new item instead of clicking to upgrade them, upgrading it here. So pay extra careful attention when you are using expensive materials you don't have much yet. So you don't accidentally create 3 bronze bucklers instead of upgrading this one 3 times. Is it only 2 times, but anyway still. But yeah, now we have a max level bronze buckler, which is really good at parrying, since it is a buckler type of shield, which is the smallest type. So it has a larger parry bonus, which we can see there is 2.5. So it really encourages you to parry instead of using it just for blocking. If you don't want to parry, you really shouldn't use the parry shield, since they have a lower block armor by default, and they rely on getting that bonus from the parry. Also at this point of the stream, I'm wondering and hoping that everyone who is not from Finland can some kind of understand what I'm saying with my switching or changing Finnish rally English accent, or sometimes maybe pronouncing some stuff really weird. Or hopefully my speech comes through in some understandable way. Yes. If I try really hard, I can like try and pronounce things in the most proper way I can or know how to, but feels a bit more natural to speak in the like you could call it, I guess, Finnish accent. So I apologize if someone doesn't understand because of that and feels like he wants to leave, or he or she wants to leave the stream because he can't stand the accent or understand shit. Oh, and one thing we want to craft is the fine wood bow, since we got fine wood earlier and the core wood and totally forgot about it. Fine wood, core wood, deer hide. So we can actually start using bows maybe, since I don't really like the first baby bow you get in this game, and prefer to use the spear as a bow, like throwing weapon. But in general, bows are very useful. Oh, okay, that's nice to hear. Thank you, Death Gothic. Since yeah, I worry about that accent thing quite constantly, since I know it's not the perfect pronunciation here and there, so or most of the time. I'm glad most of it is probably understandable there. Yeah, now we have our bow, which means I will probably leave my flint spear at home. Or do I? Since a piercing melee weapon is nice to have. I guess I'll still keep it with me for now. I can always just dump it into the forest if I don't really need it. Just leave our flintstone axe here, just in case. And maybe upgrade the bow a little if we have the materials for it. Yeah, we don't have core wood, I think. We left it all in the forest, probably. Yeah, I guess even if you understand like the Finnish accent, it might be hard to listen to or grating, or that's also can be a problem. Oh yeah. It's always funny to someone how you speak, probably, unless you have like a really natural, like the how you can say, like a default English accent in the that people are used to, like in American or British media. So you don't kind of like stand out with the accent. But yeah, but as long as people understand and you can communicate what you mean in some way, I guess that's fine. No, I forgot what I was getting. Oh yeah, the core wood. But that's why we have this portal, so we can go straight to the forest and get the core wood. This is one of the use cases that I talked about earlier. Okay, we need something and we have already portals to somewhere, so we can of course use that instead of running somewhere else or whatever. Also, let me check if I... Did I have chest here? No. I was wondering if I left Korawood here. That's no problem since we have lots of them here anyway. Yeah, that's true. I think even if I stream longer and keep speaking English, I guess the accent might refine a more bit, or it feels like less straining to try and like pronounce things. Oh no, there's a shit ton of people suddenly. Let's get our fancy new shiny buckler and parry that shaman. Fuck everyone else up. There we go. And then get wood chopping more. And hopefully that great one gets into an accident, but no, he dodged his fate. Guess I should make a chest here. Dump all this newly acquired wood here. Get some more while I'm here. Ah, okay, yeah. Drunk talk is also, yeah, different. No matter what the accent is, so there's an extra layer of difficulty to trying to understand someone talking. But yeah, I usually nowadays I don't really have places where I would need to use spoken English. So oh, welcome. Welcome to the end of the raid chain currently, I guess. We were earlier raided by the average gamer and his community. Hey, not much. Living the Viking life here in the Valheim forests. So pretty chill. How about there? Oh yeah, nice. Have you played a lot of yourself, or have you only watched people play this? Yes, I really enjoyed this as well, since earlier said that it's one of my favorite games, I guess, of all time. Not the most favorite, but one of the favorites. Okay, well, but yeah, you can still enjoy even in like smaller portions. You don't have to like go all in and dedicate your whole life to this. Yeah, exactly. Those are the things we have been doing. Yeah, don't worry if I earlier revealed that if I look at my Steam playtime currently, it is 1,384 hours of Valheim, so it's quite a lot. So no need to feel embarrassed. Okay, yeah, nice. Since it's almost the same game than when it came out, but still, of course, much improvements and such. But I started back when it was really new as well, so been playing it with my friends and solo a lot. So lots have changed. Yeah. Oh, hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah, there's only almost 1,400 hours and more to come since we don't even have the full game out yet, so can't stop playing now. But usually, yeah, when the new content comes out, I've usually played multiplayer then and then on my own during the downtime, or when I feel like it, like returning back to this. Like, there are few runs that I've only like played the start of the game and just enjoying like the meadows and Black Forest and not like progressing and just chilling and building stuff. Yeah, it is still in early access. Been like what, 3 or 4 years now. Slowly getting there to 1.0. I guess the devs were surprised by the success and the whole roadmap that they originally had for the development went all like they scratched it and made a new one. Yeah. I think a lot of people are waiting, like even first timers that they don't want to play yet, and they're waiting for the release and they've been waiting for a long time. Like, oh, it will soon release maybe. I'll play it when it comes out of early access. And they probably thought that maybe 2 years ago. But yeah, we'll see. And hopefully they have a successful release and create a like nice stable experience that people can mod their way through if the developers are tired of adding new things. So modding this game is giving it a lot of new life for many people. So oh, hey, thanks for the compliment. It's a playlist I have for like fitting music only for this stream since I've listened to Valheim music for over 1,000 hours, so I wanted to try some other music. And I dressed up my silly avatar in the corner in this Viking outfit by myself, so oh, hi, thanks for the follow again. Oh yeah, I know of Tarkov. I haven't played it myself, but I know the reputation at least of the game. But still, isn't it like a great and playable game even in its current state, no matter how long it is in beta or early access? Like many games like that. Now let's take all this core wood back home. Yeah, I think Vardrun and Heilung are one of the like larger names in the list that most people usually know when they think of this kind of music. Like the more mythical Nordic themed tribalistic music. Keep having problems with these storage logistics, but we still will manage with more chests. Oh, but that's good that they at least make some positive changes and not all downhill or some other shit. Really nice. Yeah, I've only watched my friend play or some other streamers play it, so I have no personal experience with it. In my hands. Yeah, we have some friends together that really like Tarkov. We were probably what we were doing. We were upgrading the bow. That's why we went to the forest. So let's do that before I forget again. Unless I need more fine wood still. Yep. Okay. Well, we'll forget about the bow again and just get more fine wood. I used to play the original Daisy mod that when it came out on was it Arma 2 mod, like back in time, like years ago. But that was the last time I touched anything called DayZ or Daisy. And that was the only reason I had Arma. I didn't really play Arma at all, but only the mod. No, I don't think so. I'm not sure if I have even heard of that. Oh, Assassin's Creed. No, I haven't, but of course I'm pretty interested. No worries. I've only played the original Assassin's Creed and Assassin's Creed 2 when they came out, and only saw some like gameplay from YouTube or streamers for the others. But I guess Valhalla could be cool, since if you like Viking stuff, I guess that's the game for you. Oh yeah, if you have time or interest, you can check the short list I have in my About page if you want to. Not that it covers everything, but just gives you some taste of what I have liked during my multiple years of playing video games. But yeah, you don't have to check or remember anything from that list if you feel like it. Don't worry about it. Since I could list like I guess hundreds of games more, but I'm not sure what's the point at that point if you have hundreds of games there. So those are just mostly the more recent ones, and some older games in there. So since I think I played pretty much any genre apart from like sports or racing games, and I have played some of those as well, but they are not my top categories. No problem in that. But yeah, I think I was spooked of the Assassin's Creed series at some point, since all I heard in the like media, whatever, internet, that they were like making really sloppy games, like or too fast, making too many games too fast, and kind of like having lots of bugs and such. So I kind of lost the interest into the series with that whole like media presence that they had. Felt like everyone was against the games. But yeah, I should probably give Valhalla a try. Also, I still think I want to try Black Flag as well for the sailing and such, since I heard that was really nice. And I enjoyed what I have seen from the game, like the songs they sing while sailing with the crew. A really nice feeling in it. Mm, yeah, I was already, as I said, I forgot what I was doing. Did a little lap around my property, and now I just remembered that it was the bow. The usual. Oh yeah, I have actually bought Aska and tried it myself, and it seems really interesting. And also, yeah, Black Flag seemed like a favorite of many people who play the Assassin's Creed games. Really positive, like, feelings towards that. But I know nothing of the game apart from the nice sailing mechanics that they tried to make the separate game out of and failed. Was it Skull and Bones, I guess? But yeah, Aska is definitely a game that I'm waiting more on, so they get more stuff done and improve it. But I was already like interested and impressed by some things in it, like the NPC system and such. Since sometimes if you play Valheim alone by yourself, it feels really lonely, the whole world. And in Aska, if you get like NPC friends helping you in your village and such, it feels quite nice compared to this sometimes. Yeah, no, well, there's nothing wrong with that, luckily. So as long as you feel uh, pleasure from playing it, then it's fine, no matter what anyone else says. And always great to try those new kinds of games and experiences, since you never know how much you might like something. Like for example, when Valheim came out, I first didn't start playing this with my friends, but my friends that I had, like few of them that started before me, and I was like hesitant, like maybe I'll try it, and I started a bit later. So at first I wasn't like really into this without playing, or I didn't have much hype. But suddenly now, 1,400 hours later, it's one of my favorite games since I tried it then. Oh yeah, yeah, the first quadruple A game, Skull and Bones. Oh yeah, that's one thing. That do you enjoy like single player or multiplayer or even competitive and such? I think I myself just jump around either multiplayer or these single experiences. Oh, a new Fable. Is it still single player? Since I have only played Fable 2 myself. And seen some Fable 1 playthroughs and such, like the originals. Yeah, Fable 2 felt really nice. Like even if it was quite like rigid, like the choices you have to make for the story and such, but still I felt it was a really nice game back then. Okay, since every game tries to be something new, like I guess all the battle royales that people made or tried to make have died down, and waiting for the next flavor of the month game genre that people try to convert their IP into. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I really remember enjoying Fable 2 back in the day. Let's see, I still need more of these. I'm so excited that people are actually chatting in the chat, so keep getting stuck and watching the chat instead of progressing the game, but I guess that's fine for in small doses. Now we have a upgraded fine wood bow, and when you fully upgrade it, it's like really strong at this point, and it will serve you well until really far in the game. I don't think you even need the next upgrade if you have this. You can skip like a tier, in my opinion. Yeah, you can't just add multiplayer modes to any game you want, and expect people to want to play or the game to work in multiplayer. So Yeah, and the spin-offs are different if they are done well, though. Mm, of course, we need arrows as well, since I can't shoot a bow without them. Actually, with this one one mod we have installed, we can make use of the bones we have, which are usually not used too much after a certain point, but we can now waste them into arrows. So let's make a stack of these. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Yeah. I'm just not used to it since this is the first day when I actually have people here interacting with me that I don't know from before, so it's a totally new experience and pretty exciting. Okay, now we are prepared to shoot things, so we might want to make one bronze weapon apart from our axe, so we can actually fight in melee as well without having our weapon be a hindrance. Oh yeah, the battlefields. I used to play like I think my favorite battlefield is Bad Company series, like 1 and 2, and I used to play a lot of Battlefield Bad Company 2. And I have tried 3 and 4, but weren't really excited with those, or too excited, but played some of them. So I'm wondering if they will deliver this time. I haven't checked much material about the new Battlefield, but I hope it's good since Battlefield like games have always been like the idea of like massive battlefield literally with other players is nice instead of like more arcade like Call of Duty has not been my cup of tea from those kind of games. Always preferred the Battlefield style. Hmm. Wasn't it kind of like that it went like downhill, like 3 wasn't not so great for some people, and then 4 and on forward from that it like all the spin-offs and whatever weren't too great in people's opinion. It feels like same kind of like IP downfall, if you can use that word, like an Assassin's Creed or whatever, like big names. Like they were doing the same thing or doing the old things wrong or in a new, worse way, or having just too many bugs and whatever. Yeah, enshittification is probably the word, which is a shame since it was always great fun back then. Yeah, we'll make a bronze sword. Just decided that we will walk the path of the sword, or we will continue in that path, since we already proved that the flint sword was really MVP in those fights. So we will make a better sword next. Where is it? 2 leather scraps and 2 wood. And maybe we can even upgrade it a bit. As I said earlier, it's probably a good idea not to leave them at base level for the durability's sake. Oh, a sudden surprise ambush throw. Okay, the open beta is always nice that you can actually judge by yourself instead of just like filtered material that they let into the media. See, we still want more bronze, so more tin, more coal. We're almost ready to go to fight Elgar. After that, the real game begins. This is hard to aim in. I can only blame myself for that. Though. I could move the smelter, but it's too temporary to be moved around properly. Are there open beta weekends for Battlefield, like full weekends, like from early Friday until like end of Sunday, or are there like shorter periods during the weekend? Or or are they limited in time, like how much you can play, or like the time frame, like from something clock to something clock? Since some games do that they have like a certain time frame during the day that it is open. So it can be bad for some people who can play at that exact time frame. Yeah, we say goodbye to our rusty sword, which we might take back if it seems that we lose too much durability using only bronze weapons. We shall see about that later. Yeah, that's nice. Even if you try to dismantle it, nothing is wasted. Also, the stairs are broken again. Since okay, just one sticky pixel where I get stuck. Thought I fixed them, but I guess not. Okay, yeah, that's always, of course, better that you don't have any limitations how much you can play or when during the weekend. Let's see, more leather, more wood, usual. Not sure how it helps the sword to add more leather and wood into it and more metal after it has been already. What? Oh yeah, the raid. Again, this is like the 5th raid during this stream, maybe. In the game, at least. Only one raid out of the game. Luckily we have our new sword now, so we can test it on these Great Wars. Also, remember to eat your food. And take deep breaths while you wait for your stamina. I guess you don't really have to kill the big guy right away, but at least you can parry stun lock him so it doesn't give you so much danger. Hopefully you can kill the others meanwhile, whilst getting surrounded. But still, I guess it's better to just get rid of him as fast as possible anyway, so you don't get surprise big hits from the crowd. Ignore the healer for a while. Don't mind the poison, it's not too much damage. Same tactics apply as last time. And you're again winning. Oh yeah, that might be, since I stay here in safe place, the game thinks that I shouldn't be safe and spawns a raid on me. There's really like probably way too many of these guys for like a single player. Like if you're really new, you might shit your pants every time this raid happens. And it's not the easiest thing to handle. Since even if I'm doing a sloppy job here, but still I'm in mortal peril all the time. And yeah, you have to keep running laps around your home. So I guess you have to try to fight smarter than this later on, since this is basic enemies in this way. They have nothing too much special on them apart from the shaman healing. But for now, this tactic of face tanking everything is pretty good, as long as you have some armor and some health food. Actually, now that is it resetting or waiting that I pull out my bow and then it turns around? But yeah, I guess he gave up. Or just bugging out. Not sure what he wants, but that's it. Yeah, face tanking knife is fun since you can just slash away with minimal stamina cost and slice your way through. Yeah, it seemed like he really lost his contact lenses since just kept wandering aimlessly around. Yeah, now we got distracted and forgot what we were doing. Upgrading the sword, probably, since I have bronze in my inventory. Yes. Well, it served its purpose even at level 1, so it should be even better. So, good job, sword. Probably want to upgrade both axe and sword, but let's go the sword first. Now that is enough. We don't have enough level on our workbench to get it any further this time, so it's one off from the max level. But that's more than enough for Elder. Did we get our 10 bars? Yes, we did. Make some more bronze, and hopefully this is enough. I think this is enough, yeah. Since it's always the same as tin, so we can upgrade our axe, and then I think we will head for the Elder. If I can get up these stairs. If I can't, then it's over. Well, I can just spit my bronze or copper parts inside and roll inside. Yeah, hey, thanks for coming and chatting and following me. I appreciate it a lot. And see you next time, maybe. Or at some other time, hopefully. Yeah, the usual thing in this game is just fuck around and find out. That should be enough. Wasn't it 8? Yeah, just barely enough. So we can upgrade our axe. Not that we need it for the Elder fight, but still it's good to have for later. Then we just get rid of our extra stuff. Yet again, oh yeah, there's shit tons of other stuff in here as well, so the problem with these raids is how much like trash they leave around. So I have to go vacuuming up everything, including my illegally dumped resin here at the beach. Then I can just do the same again, even further from my house. Just keep moving the trash pile. And soon we're good to go. Might start to save some rock piles, since I don't really want to throw any stones away, since I know I will need them when I want to build with stone, since that takes a lot of resources. And at this point it feels silly, but later on you really want those. All the stones you dig up when digging up copper and whatever. Did we really use... Yeah, we did use all our tin. Nice. But that was the plan all along, since I thought that maybe if we use all the materials we have here, we might have enough and just go fight Elder with those. And that's exactly what we have. But the last upgrade used our last bronze. So nice coincidence. Now we just repair our stuff. Probably take some extra food just in case. Not like we will need it during the fight, since it won't take so long, but still. Probably still want... actually, I think I want for that fight, I really need some HP food. Something that gives HP. Oh, but I think I need the carrots for that. To make the deer stew. Also, we got our first batch of poison meats, which is nice, since we need those for the next biome. Yeah, I guess we'll just eat... Is it deer or boar, which is better? Deer is a bit more... We'll just eat some, even if we need that for the stew, but we can always hunt more. That should be fine. Then we need the summoning items for the boss. Which are these seeds. Then we sleep the night away and run to the boss and see how we fare against it. Oh, and maybe we should wait here for the maximum rested buff just in case. If we run out of time for some reason. If we had to run around or escape some random trolls ambushing us during the fight or something like that. Since you never know what happens. Sit in silence in your comfort of your own home here. But it seems, is it bugged or what? The rested time is staying the same and comfort is fine, I was resting. Well, I guess we can manage with this, as I said earlier, so... Guess we are rested enough to actually go and fight Elder. North of here, and our weapon of choice. I'm not sure if he has weakness to like slashing damage or not. Like he's a huge tree, so maybe axe is more efficient, but I don't really know. Probably not. But we will be using the sword. Oops, wrong way. We'll aggro everything from the spawner here and make it harder for us. Do the boss in extreme mode. But yeah, if you don't know what to use on these things, the game tries to give you a hint in these rune stones next to the boss summoning altars through the game. And that tip, burn the young, well, basically you have to figure out what are their young, these forest people. And, well, I guess trees and forest people grow from a seed, so. And if that is not enough tip, there's an extra tip if you check these pillars. I think that is supposed to be an ancient seed, most likely. Or that's just a theory, I don't know. But now we believe that is the purpose of it, and there's 4 of them. So that 1 + 1 = 2, so 4 seeds should summon a boss. And we were wrong, it was 3 seeds, so whatever. Maybe it's 3 because it's 3 seeds or whatever, I don't know. As long as you have some seeds and throw in the fire and get lucky. Oh, but that is pretty shitty spawn spot. I don't want to fight in the water. And if you really need to hide from those tentacles he shoots, you can use these pillars in your advantage. And that's one way that people fight this, is firing with a bow from the range with fire arrows, since it's a tree and it burns. But if you go ranged, I think that tentacle attack is like the worst one he has, that he just used. And apart from that, he summons these static tentacles that have melee attacks. So pick your poison, like where you want to fight. Do you have a friend who can like tank the boss like this maybe? Who can keep him not shooting into the range? Since if he has the attention, or if you have his attention while you are in melee range, he doesn't shoot the tentacles. Also, this might seem easy, but it's a bit finicky since he can stomp over you and basically behind you and hit you through your shield, even if you're trying to parry or block. So it can be a bit fucky. Also, you don't have to kill these roots, but you can try and find a safe spot where to stand still if you're good at parrying. Like you can basically just root yourself among the roots here and out of range of the roots. But if you don't know how to parry or are unconfident, you can still try to dodge roll as well. The same thing, but you have to move a little more. So you are more vulnerable to the roots around you. But that works as well. And just try not to spam away your stamina, so you can either block or roll. Yeah, know your enemy and become your enemy. Become a root. Now he's giving up, since he realized he haven't hit me properly once, I think. So he's getting upset. But yeah, this is dangerous as well, since now he's at range. So he might shoot the tentacles from that range as well, so try not to run too far from him when you are running away from the roots and kind of kiting him into a better position, so you don't have to stand in middle of the roots. But yeah, it's a pretty basic boss if you have someone who can stand around and tank it. I think it's probably more exciting fight if you have the bow and the fire arrows and like run around frantically and shooting at it. Might be more of a spectacle fight, since if you know the parry timing and are used to it, then it might seem a bit boring probably. Since this is not a Not a Dark Souls boss or some complex Ninja Gaiden boss or whatever. And I think these bosses might be more fun if you have multiple people, since it creates more chaos in this. Oh no, he actually hit me in the last try he did, so well done for him. He faked out the stomp and turned a bit and then turned back with the stomp. But yeah, since I fought him like a million times, so it might seem too easy to some people. But trust me, the first time I ever fought this, or the few times after, it was quite more chaotic and we died a lot and wasn't so easy back then. Yeah, I think this is a better boss against multiple players, especially when he switches aggro and shoots the random spray of tentacles against someone. And the HP scales with the player amount, since everyone can DPS. Yeah, but with multiple players, if you have someone brave enough to stand there and tank it, it gets easier, but it still might create some chaos now and then. But yeah, that's the Elder. And the most important thing for now, which you don't, if you want to like glitch your way through the game, you don't need this key, but for the proper playthrough, you really need this key. Yeah, that's true, since it's more unpredictable with what the boss does or what he doesn't do when there's multiple targets. So everything is more clusterfucky. But yeah, that key gives us access to a thing in the next biome that we need to progress. And we also got his huge head as a trophy, and we can bring that back to the first circle of power we spawned in, where we brought the first head. And then we get an access to the new boss power, since now we have been using that Eikthyr power, which gave us the stamina reduction to running and jumping, but this new power gives us the amazing power of faster wood cutting. That might seem like useless or silly, like why would anyone use that? But I think the best use case was in multiplayer, especially with many players with that power, when we have a huge tree farm, which has hundreds of trees, enough that it lags everyone's game when we cut them down, and just activate the buff with 4 players in a row, so you get the full duration of 20 minutes, and after that the first one is again ready, so you can cut faster all that huge hundreds of trees you have planted. So I think for solo play, well, yeah, if you have a huge tree farm and don't want to cut down trees too often and make a massive tree farm instead, then this is really useful for that. Just remember that it exists. But yeah, for other than that, as it says, it does nothing else than faster wood cutting. So useless if you don't cut wood. And I think the most used buff I have used in this game is Eikthyr, and this next one we are getting this big blob of a dude. The Eikthyr and this one are like generally useful everywhere, so I wish they maybe rebalanced the powers a bit, or the power system. Gave them like passive powers when you have chosen like Eikthyr now, and you had like passive with the active power, or did something more with this system. Yeah, IRL, it would help at your cabin, yes. Yeah, bees have been working hard and they've filled their hives with honey, so it's all get it all out. Stash it here next to the fermenter. Oh yeah, nice. Congrats on the boar capture or taming. Or did you tame it already, or are you in the process of taming it, like feeding it with the berries? So the capture is done, but the taming is in process probably. And yeah, you really need lots of wood or stone if you want to build anything huger than this kind of cabin. So if it goes faster with anything, any way you can make it go faster, it's always helpful. We actually need more tin next time, but that's luckily easy to get. And I think next time is now, since we probably, or we want more bronze for the bronze nails, so we can actually make a boat. Oh, yeah, okay. You are in a hostile territory in the Black Forest, so it's much more dangerous than meadows, yeah. And it's a shame that you can really like leash the boars easily, like some other things that you can tame. But what you can try and do, which is risky, and there's an item that you can basically drag some things around, and you enable a PvP mode, so you are hostile to your pigs, and then use that item to drag them around in the cost of their health. So, but that comes later, and it's quite quite risky, so not probably recommended. And also, if I make a boar farm, I usually try to make it away from my main base, like either with a portal or long walk. Since I feel like every time I try to make it in my own base, always something happens with a raid or whatever, and the boars die or something else happens. But yeah, the swamp key, as it says, you might have to find a swamp to use the key in. That is your clue. Not sure what the tutorial crow tells you, since I have it turned off, but it probably tells you pretty straightforward that go to a swamp. Yeah, it can get quite shitty in there. But yeah, just build walls and hope for the best. Yeah, I don't think we want that key with us now. We can leave it at a random chest where I will forget where it is. Oh yeah, it's a nice amount of degrees to sleep in. Yeah, it's been really hot lately, so been feeling a bit sick of it already. And losing appetite and such other effects. I think we'll do a quick run to get the tin, and I'm feeling it's card time again, so we don't have to run back with only a one stack of tin. So didn't we had 10 more nails, I think, since we get 20? Yeah, so we can make another cart when we get to the forest, and leave our wood cart here alone, and actually borrow some wood here so we don't have to get more. We have the necessary food, so we can activate Eikthyr, get some stamina reduction, and fly our way to the Black Forest, where our last exploration into it revealed us this much tin where we were like scouring the beach and marking where we left off. So it is pretty smart to do that, even if I say it myself. But now we know that we don't have to run that coast until that was a random tin, and we stopped the coast running at that upper point of tin, which means everything below that at the coast is already dug up, so we don't have to check there. But yeah, some basic level resource keeping or resource whatever cartographing. Yeah, there was a hidden tin somewhere in this grass, I think, that we missed. Remove the mark. We could double check this near the water where tin spawns, but I will trust our last expedition and just run straight to the tin mark there. And actually I remember talking about this, that in the inner land you get these small water spawns like that come from the larger water. So tin only needs, I guess, a very little water to spawn, so you can check a bit more inner land as well, and not only the coast. Since this luckily spawned like shit ton of tin here. But yeah, with the default weight limit in your inventory, you don't have to dig up much of these deposits when you're already full and have to run home. Unless you have some magic wagons in your pocket. I think I need more wood after the table. And if nothing else, it serves as a temporary storage here, which you might want to mark, or you might end up forgetting where you put the cart, and then you're in trouble. And if you get really unlucky, there's a possibility that enemies just running to this table are trying to hit the table, and they will walk with this cart and just keep pushing it around and pushing it somewhere where you can't see it anymore. If the terrain so provides a way for them to do that. So even if the cart is free parking here, it doesn't mean there's no vandals trying to vandalize it. So take care of your cart. Yeah, we basically leave it there for easy return instead of dragging it back here for a hard return. But just that we don't have to run all the way back with one tin stack in our pocket. Now we only have to run some way back to the cart and then lug it around all at the same time nicely, just like we did with the copper. Just in case, mark that spot where I leave them on the ground, even if they sparkle a little, but still it's easy to miss stuff here. These deep dark woods. So better safe than sorry. Safe than sorry, and mark all your stuff that you leave around. Also you can temporarily stash all the crap here as well, in case you want to keep it. Then we run back to our sparkly spot here, get all the sparkles, and try to find more sparkly things. like right here. When it gets dark, it's of course makes sense that it's harder to find these deposits, but even if you miss some, you probably see most of them since they are near the water, as I said, so you won't have to look all around you to find the most hidden ones. Unless for some reason you need 6,728,000 pieces of tin, then you might want to pick up everything you see or not see. Even the hidden ones. But for our purposes, most of it is enough. So I think we might have too much already, but we shall see. If nothing else, you can use bronze for the housing stuff or the furniture stuff, even if you don't need any gear upgrades or stuff like that. And you can always make like more fermenters with the bronze to get meat faster, and always room for expanding your operations in your base. Don't always have to make the minimal amount of everything, which I think is helpful in single player especially, since if you only make one of each, it takes so much time to process anything, and you always have to stay in watch by yourself in the base anyway, so might as well have shit tons of machines to fill at once, and then leave for a long time while like 8 machines produce things for you while you are not at the base looking after them. Which I guess makes like basic sense, but just saying. Also on the meadows biome at this point, so no reason to check that beach. Shouldn't be any tin there spawning on the meadows side. More rare 1-star boar again. If you really want the boar farm at the beginning, it's nice to have at least 1-star boar, which you can breed with any boar, like even 0-star, and there's a 50% chance then that the child is also 1-star, as long as one parent is 1-star. So only with one 1-star you can start producing infinite amount of 1-stars. Unfortunately, you have to do some inbreeding, but that's the name of the game in this age, I guess. And same later when you get really lucky and find a 2-star board, that's the ultimate jackpot. So you need only to find one to start chancing of getting another 2-star from the babies, and then use that to get more 2-stars with the other 2-star. Yeah, that's unfortunate that if you find one and you are really far, then it's well, not basically useless, but almost that you found it like really far at a strange place. So might as well kill it and forget about it, and hope for a better spawn next time. I think it probably could be nice if there was a feature that there's a really small chance to get like an upgraded pig. Like if you have a 0-star parents, there will be a tiny chance to get a 1-star out of it. And then a tiny chance to get 2-star out of 1-star parents, such. So you are not relying only on the RNG of the spawn location and such. Yeah, it's pretty demoralizing to find like a nice shiny boar and there's no way for you to actually use it. Was there more here? Yeah, I still probably run back here once. And I think we have enough tin for the rest of our lives. Let's see, how many do we have? Yeah, I guess still, since I saw the tins there when I marked, I'll still run back. Always better to hoard more, as we know. Hoarders always win in these games. Since we already ran out of tin once from the first batch, I don't want to experience that again. Such traumatic experience. Stab attack is really strong on the sword. Simple slow stab. Is that tin? No. Okay, yeah, thanks. It also helps that people just keep this open. I think we're heading home with this amount of tin. No, I forgot to mark where we left off, but how far did we walk? Probably somewhere there, probably. Doesn't really matter too much, since that comes so much later if we need more. Let's hope our cart stays in this place for the whole night. We were lucky. Get our table, and it's 1400 kilos, which is pretty light still. So it's manageable through even a bit harder terrain, but well, hopefully there's no sudden drops anywhere, or so the cart doesn't roll into the sea or something, even if it floats a bit, but still it's a pain in the ass to get it out of the sea after. Yeah, easy way home. Also, if you save the egg turbo for this cart running, it helps a lot. As you use shit tons of stamina with this. Okay, please. Can I let go of the cart? Okay. Big troubles on the way. since you have to aim to the that small piece of the card to use it and unuse it. So it can be hard to get rid of the card during hectic situations, like if a random boar attacks you while you're running. So there's no panic eject button that you would need. And might want to do a small hunting trip in the meadows just to get some more pigs and those deer. Since at least I know I need the pig meat later, and probably the deer meat even now. But we'll see if we need it or not. But I'm pretty sure we do. So. Oh, okay. Now I'm stuck in the air with the cart. Luckily, if it's not too heavy, you didn't load it too much, you can push it around a bit, fiddle it around, but if it's like 5,000 kilos, then there's no hope. We'll use this opportunity now to kill these. Train some bow skill at the same time. Since we haven't used bow before this fine wood bow, our bow skill is pretty low, which means that just this action of holding the bow and trying to aim it and waiting for the circle to close to get a more accurate shot, it takes us like I think too long time at this point. But you just have to keep using the bow to get the timer to go faster, or the aiming to go faster, since it scales with your bow skill. And if you have ever tried shooting a bow in this game with like 100 skill, it's like well, not a machine gun, but it feels like a semi-automatic rifle. Like it's really a huge difference in the skill level. Yeah, hunting with a bow is not surprisingly a lot better than with the spear or a melee weapon. The first bow can be a bit inaccurate, but I feel like this fine wood bow, even without any skill in it, is pretty decent even at very long ranges when you get used to it. Yeah, of course, and between games there's huge differences. Then I'll be too close to the ledge with my cart and I'll pay the price for it soon. Almost at home. Also, yeah, we wanted the necktails since we only had 2 for the meats earlier, so should start killing every neck we see. And I think that was a 1-star neck as well, since we got 4 tails out of it. Since you get the 2 tails on the normal loot rules, but we have the double loot, so a bit easier. But it's kind of ridiculous with the 2-star variant, since you get like 8 times the normal loot compared to the 0-star in normal games. So they feel like jackpots when you hit them. Like a prize pinata. Yeah, we made it safe home, so again, same song and dance. Empty our pockets. Hope everything quick stacks. If not, we have to figure something else. Oh, well, let's get rid of all our food as well. Did we have trophy chest? Yeah, for now, I don't think we need more berries since I rarely use the bug berries anyway to preset the food, so I don't think you need more than one stack, if even that. So, straight to our illegal dumping ground. I think I keep the necktails here since we know that they are needed for the mead most of the time at this point. So it kinda makes sense to keep them near the fermenter just for easier memorizing. Probably. We'll eat the rest of the boar. Actually, let's move this honey as well since we had it outside. Yeah, we have some raw meat, so probably don't need to go hunting yet. Yeah, what we want to related to the food, we want to make where is it? Cultivator for actually planting stuff for the trees and other seeds. And what we really want now is the carrots. We don't have any bronze, so let's start making more tin and then bronze from our latest haul. Luckily we have this temporary permanent smelter still here, so won't take too long to get enough for now. Actually, while I wait for this smelting, I'll take a short toilet break, so I'll be right back. And the short break is over. Let's see, did we get enough already? Probably for our purposes. Let's waddle our way back into the house. Hope we don't get stuck on the stairs again. Nice. Managed to cross the gap this time. There's our target, the cultivator, and might as well make 80 bronze nails right now. So when we need to build the boat, we have the nails for it already. Also in vanilla game you can't really plant those bushes or whatever you see on the screen. There's like shit tons of things, and they come from the mods. But I think it's plant everything, which basically tells what it does. So you can plant some things that you normally can't plant for decoration purposes, or even like useful stuff if you want, like raspberries and such. If you don't want to go hunting for them in the forest. I don't really have plans what to use it for, like what I want everything to plant with. But we will see if we need it later or not. Uh, yeah, I'll store these in the chest with other metals. We have the cultivator now, which means we can plant all kinds of stuff, but this is what we really want with the carrots. So we'll go get our carrot seeds, which is a lot. Then we need a farming ground, which is decently flat, hopefully. I guess this is fine. This is close enough to the base. You might want to put up fencing and maybe even walls, depending where you farm. Since if you just plant the carrots here, leave them, the grey dwarfs will probably fuck up the carrots that you planted. Yeah, the berry bushes are some of the things that you can, of course, plant with the plant everything. So I guess that might be one of the potential ones I will be using later. So you always don't have to go running into the forest with your berry basket and pick up berries while singing. Yeah, exactly. It's not the way developers intended the game to be played, so we have to play by their rules. I think just for fancy's sake or for whatever aesthetic sake, whatever, we will build a fence of some kind here. We will actually like mark our carrot territory. See if we can figure something out with these. Yeah, even with these mods, I don't think I want a too huge of a garden. So this will probably be enough. A smaller one like this 4x4 area. Not sure how many carrots I can plant in this, but we will see. Yeah, you can also, of course, use the actual fence pieces and not this wooden poles, but whatever keeps the invaders away is fine. Oops. Or can you combine it with this if you use it like this, make like battle ready fort for the carrots. Oh yeah, I left some wood here. Of course, I need some entrance to the place. So let's get rid of those and build something that resembles a gate of some kind. We can manage with these. Yeah, luckily we chopped down the whole forest nearby, so we have all this wood here in the cart. So it's nice to build in peace with the materials you gathered earlier, so you don't have to keep running somewhere and get more, since that can be a bit annoying to like put your project on a pause because you run out of stuff. Also, you can imagine that this is a small door and not that 70% of the door is buried underground. Fancy magic illusion trick. So you make a fancy gate. Then we need some more fortification pieces here. Get rid of that first, or yeah, this. Okay, now I think our carrots will be really safe here. Then we have to cultivate the ground to actually plant anything in it. Basically just turns the brown dirt into darker brown dirt, so you know it's cultivated. Just make sure you not miss a spot. It's pretty easy to not miss a spot, but still, since it just blotches around this thing. And then you choose the carrot, and with the mod I have, which is I think the grid planter, you get this grid kind of automatic setting, since the plants you plant have to be certain distance from each other, or any objects or something, even underground if there are stones that you can see. The plant will complain that it has not enough room to grow. And if you just play without mods, I guess eyeballing it is pretty easy. Just you don't have to like min-max the distance. You can pretty much just wing it and you're fine. But if you only have like a few seeds that you want to start with, you are like really limited, then make sure you plant them like nice and far away from each other just in case, before you start mass producing them later. Like now when I have over 100 carrot seeds, it doesn't feel too sad if I waste some by planting them wrong, since you can't pick the seeds back up if you plant them wrong. And I wonder if this mod allows, I think it allows larger grids, but I'm not sure what, do you need to upgrade the tool or something? I haven't read about the mod too much, so would have been a good idea to see how it works before using it, but that's not the way we do things here. We learn live. We make honest mistakes and don't take responsibility for them and always blame someone else, even if it is clearly our own fault. So let's try and upgrade this and see if it affects the mod grid or not. Nope. Can you choose anything here? This is fine. Also, it's pretty dark, so I'd rather sleep through the night and plant them when I can see shit, even with the mod. I feel more safe doing the work during the daylight. I think we might want some torches actually around this place, since they also keep the lesser trade dwarfs away, so they don't even try to enter the place. So the basic standing wood torch is fine. We have a use for our resin. We don't have to go take resin from our illegal dumping ground yet. Even if we dump it, we still hoard it as well. And I think it would be nice to have it a bit higher. Not on the actual ground, since I think it affects the carrots as well. So we might want to try something like this. Since I think what can happen is that when you have these fire sources outside, where the grey dwarves can access them, they will try to break them at some point, even if they are scared of them. I think at least the larger brutes and shamans will break them for the smaller ones. So now that they are inside the carrot fort, they might survive longer, even with random wandering enemies. Yeah, let's do this idea since it seems like a good one. If this was your boar farm, though, you don't want any fire sources, since boars will flip out if they see fire. You don't want that. Any torches or such, they don't like it. Yeah, I think that's enough, or do I still want to fine-tune some more? Maybe that's enough. How does it look like that? Okay, it's better without. Whatever. Yeah, then the actual carrots. And I think, yeah, this shows like the actual pillar here that I built just now. It is considered as a roof. They are, even if the weather harms those pieces, if it rains in default game, they are considered roofing, like the roof pieces up there. So if you have a roof over a plant, it doesn't grow. But I think if I put a floor piece, since I don't think this is considered a roof, probably. Or is it? Okay, it's still, okay, never mind. I thought it might not be considered a roof, but yeah, make sure you have open sky for your precious plants. So let's measure it from there. Oh, okay, it auto snaps. Oh, this is really nice. Already like it a lot. And it even prevents the corner from building like a faulty carrot in there. Okay, this may be too high tech for Vikings, but wonder. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, nice, good. But hey, these need more room to grow, so I guess it's not perfect. So I think it showed everything in green, but I guess you can't like blindly trust it. If I build this here, I think these are too close to the wall. So what if I get rid of these? Yeah, since they didn't like the wall there, so if you regret your plant basement, the plant placement you give them, then you can just try and disassemble your fancy garden things and hope it works. Since now we can test it. We built a new wall there with different pieces, which are not as fat as these pieces. And they will turn angry again if they don't like the wall. But they seem to be fine with it, so we can probably plant more. Yeah, you can individually check these health of your plants. If they look like these looked, then you know something is wrong. And also the ready in time. I wonder, Okay, yeah. Never mind. It's not vanilla, and I think that comes from the planting mod as well. So you don't actually see the timer anywhere in vanilla game, but that's fine as well since you will physically see that they look ready when they are ready, and you can approximate it by just if you know the timer, like oh these take what 1 hour and is it something like 1 hour and 20 minutes, whatever, bit over an hour. So that's in real time. So now you know about the growing time, and you can check later at after 1 hour or so. And it isn't precise. When the plants are ready, they are immortal or against time at least. So you can just leave them ready and they will never die. But if a monster hits them, then they will of course perish. Yeah, but this seems fucked with these pieces, so maybe we get rid of them. See if we can plant some more. And it tries to plant out here since it sees more of this cultivated ground. So to make it not, oh, it planted one outside. To make it not plant outside, we can use the hose pattern, which basically it doesn't move the elevation and only removes grass and converts the terra into a dirt patch instead. So we want dirt here, so the plants don't try to grow there. Oh, it's a random dandelion. Okay, I thought it was carrot that we planted. So maybe did we get rid of it? Nope. Be careful modifying the ground after you have planted some. I'm not sure if it destroys it right away, but at least it gets really angry. Like, yeah, that is the last dandelion. I think it came to challenge this carrot army since it's at the gates here alone with all these carrots inside. So it's kind of like a movie scene out there. Yeah, your carrots are healthy. Everything, you can eyeball it by just everything looking identical about the same color and whatever. And not like dead, so you should be safe. We backtrack our fortress since we had to do it for those few carrots. They decided the fate of the carrot fort and demanded that we make this less battle ready. But it's not my fault if a raid comes and fucks up these carrots after doing this modification. But I think it looks nicer anyway like this, so maybe the torches don't look so nice, but they are for insurance. But yeah, and if you hate this dirt here, now that you have the cultivator for planting things, you can plant free grass anywhere you want. So take a careful approach. You only use stamina for this, but it's easy to fuck up and plant over the cultivated ground, so better be safe than sorry as usual, so be safe and click the grass a lot farther than you really want it to be first. Since you can't really precisely get the ground, I think, or the cultivated ground or the grass or anything. Everything is like really fucky in this game in a bad way sometimes. And now we get grass on the other side, which can only be removed by pathen or cultivate, which again makes this dirty. Then we try again, a bit further this time, so we get grass inside the carrot fort. And there we go. Now it's nice looking and whatever. And then actually we can use the pathen tool to make a path, like its name says. We can make a nice little path to the grass, show that we actually go to the carrot plot and take care of the carrots, like this. want to get really fancy, you can use the stones later to make a like stone paved path or put more fencing. Yeah, it looks like someone actually cares about those carrots and their well-being. Use these flimsy pieces of fence to make probably a nicer looking path. Oh, there's extra stones up there. I forgot. More path. How about this? Now we live in a much better place already and the property value keeps going up. Since we managed to build some kind of fence thing here. Actually, we can dig this giant rock now. And when you are first choosing your base place at where to build your first base or first house, you have to keep an eye on these huge rocks or the birch trees, which are the white ones, since you can't break anything easily at the start before you get the pickaxe or something, so shit might be in your way. Yeah, now our carrots are happily growing and I'm happy too, so we already have a carrot inspector here. See what he does if we go inside here. He shouldn't be attacking this since he's afraid of the torches. Oh, nice. Finding the trader can be really, really finicky as well, so very, very nice luck that you find it early when you actually need him. And for those people who need to find the trader, basically you just run around or sail around places, look for Black Forest biome and hope for the best that you get an giant money bag icon or white sack icon to appear on your map where the trader is. The first trader at least. But every seed has a few spots where he can spawn, I think. So you have to find one of those spots. And after you find one, that is where he will always be. Yeah, you might have like missed a closer spot, or you were just really unlucky and all the spots are far away. So, but luckily, if you use portals, you can just, of course, build a portal there for merchant access. That is what I usually do. So, if you have no portal run, then it's more complicated. You might want to make only one trip there with all your money and get everything you need at once, or all the important things at least. Though not everything is available right away, so might have to actually make multiple adventuring trips to a merchant. Yeah, our test just now showed that the asshole still attacked something here, like the fence, so we are not safe from that. But at least the carrots are safe, and that is important. Yeah, the belt is MVP. That's probably the most important item you can buy from him, so I keep missing the belt all the time while running now without it, so oh yeah, I forgot this random crap we have here. And also forgot that we had so much tin still left to process. But first, the important thing, which is the illegal dumping again. Oh yeah, the berries are part of that. Part of that dumping ground as well. Already forgot that as well, so let's get rid of those. And then process some more tin. And suddenly, I earlier thought that we have shitloads of coal and even probably said it aloud, but now we have only left for one full batch already, so we really need a lot of it. So then we could expand our smelting thing and make more kilns as well, but oh yeah, we had coal on the ground. Oh good, there's an emergency coal stash there, so I guess we can manage with one kiln. Which is, I think usually if you want like a balanced output in this process, you want one kiln for basically each smelter. That is about the amount of coal that it processes is about the same amount that the smelter uses meanwhile. Or at least near enough. Yeah, now we wait for our first carrot to be ready, and that will unlock some new special things for us. Meanwhile, let's prepare our stuff. And actually, I think I want to make a few item stands where I can keep some tools. So let's make some more bronze nails. Not use those ones we made for the boat. And then I think we need fine wood for those item stands. Yes. So we probably still have some. And I think I'll leave the tool not near the carrots. But since it's an cultivator, which is an like kind of like outside tool, I guess it makes sense to keep it like outside like that. So we'll keep it there for the future needs. Save one slot of these chest spaces. Also, now that we just put it away, we might actually take it back and plant the birch trees that I said would be a good idea earlier. So we can just pick a birch sapling. Oh yeah, this uses the grid as well. But this gives you at least like the approximate distance that you need. You're watching this, so that is about the distance, but you don't have to like, of course, min-max it, as I said. And then you have to properly check your trees if everything is healthy, since there can be like small rocks, or even smaller than this one, hiding in the grass that you need to use your pickaxe to break, and they might be stopping the sapling growth. And these enemies will not actively attack the trees, but their attacks can break the saplings, so also your own attacks, of course, so don't fight near the saplings if possible. Yeah, guess this is handy that you can just plant like this, and it doesn't plant the red ones. Hopefully. Yeah, it seems like it's doing a good job now with the auto planting or the range of that planting. One star deer, so we might as well hunt. It so graciously offered itself to us, so that was the last seed, I think. Yeah. Okay, now our birch trees are growing here. And when they are all grown, we will cut them down together. So we get shit tons of fine wood from that easily without going hunting for the birch trees in the forest. So, and luckily we get enough seeds to plant them again, but I think most of the time you don't get like one seed per tree you plant, because that would be like infinite tree profit. So you might have to actually hunt for the seeds now and then, which is okay, of course. Even if I can't see anything inside with this little light, it always makes me appreciate the lightning and the feeling in this game. Like, for some reason, this feels really cozy with the live fire flickering and the light showing like the shadows dancing on the walls, and feels really moody in a nice way. Even if this game doesn't have like high fidelity, high definition graphics, it still ends up looking really pretty often. And I think the lighting system is the reason most of the time, like the sunlight coming through the trees and such. So you can just sit and admire the pixelated grass now and then and look into the sky and appreciate everything here before heading back out to the unknown misery that awaits you. But of course you don't have to do, you can just live here forever farming carrots if you want. That is your choice to make. Did have them raw meat somewhere here. I guess start a little bit of organizing maybe. This point, nothing too crazy. Yeah, exactly. That's one one way to live your life virtually. But yeah, what is our larger objective now? I think the next step, or the most obvious step, is to find a swamp biome, since our key is directing us to a swamp. And basically it would mean that either we just randomly start sailing from our home, probably to the south in this case, or we teleport back to the Elder and we run through that isle and see the borders of the island if there is any swamp anywhere. Or you might even see a swamp biome from some shore And if you look to the other way, there like the nearest shore on the other side might be swamp already. And it's usually easy to spot when you see the trees, since that tells you enough. If you see like huge, darker, dead, swampy trees, that probably means it's a swamp. Since Meadows has its own trees and the Black Forest has its own trees, you can see those from far away as well. But yeah, if you see anything that looks swampy, that is the swamp. I think we are pretty prepared at this point for the swamp, since I think the most important life insurance is the poison resistance need for exploring the swamp. It will be very dangerous anyway, with the poison resistance. So you actually might want to even make some these baby's first healing meads, which are the minor ones. They are not very good, but they can help in a panic situation. Or you might survive an unfortunate encounter with enemies only by using this and getting that extra 50 health. Since I think these have, is it like a 2-minute cooldown per potion? So you can only heal every 2 minutes with it, but even once per fight might be enough to save your life, so you never know. Usually I always keep, like after the minor, the ones that come after it, I usually give at least one healing potion of like, at the current tier I'm playing at in my pocket just in case I need it, since it saved my life multiple times, which is the purpose of the potion, I guess. Not healing just for fun. So yeah, I think we'll just make one batch of these. If we still have 10 raspberries, 5 blueberries, and a dandelion. Oops. Unless we die before making it. We have berries on the floor. I think. Oh, my mouse disconnected for no reason, even with the cable. Yes, thank you, mouse. And then 10, already forgot how many blueberries, but less than 10, maybe 8. Then it was 1 dandelion. And the honey, as usual, for all the meats, pretty much. That probably is enough. Yeah. We have the meat base, which we put in the fermenter, like the poison resistance, and soon enough we have something to heal ourselves with. I'll remember this moment of making it when it saves our life later. I will be glad that we actually made it. Yeah, but we are Vikings, so it's normal to have babies first meads. Just to get that in equal amount, I'll cook 3 more boars. Go. We're missing one piece, I think. Is it sparkling somewhere behind there? This our perfect housing setup is biting us in the ass again. Soon enough we will be owners of a more luxurious Viking mansion, so don't worry. So we don't need the cultivator, so place it there where it belongs, on the wall. Check one more time if there was something I forgot. Yeah, we could make the bronze armor, but you can make it if you just farm the bronze, but at this point of the game, I personally don't make it, usually because of it using so much bronze, and because the troll armor is a lightweight version of the armor sets that you can now get, and the bronze armor is heavier, which means it has a movement speed penalty on, I think the heavier armors have it on chest piece and the trousers. I don't think the helmet has move speed penalty in any of these. But basically, yeah, you get more armor, but you move slower. And personally, I appreciate the move speed more than the armor that I get from it. But it's a choice you can make, of course. Kind of like choosing your build in a basic RPG. Do you want to be more tanky but slower, or more nimble but more made out of paper? And I could change the troll leather hood to a bronze helmet, since I don't care about the sneaky set bonus too much. As I said earlier, it's nice to have but not necessary, so I guess it would be better to have a bronze helmet with this, but we're also going for the fashion, since this is a matching set. We will be keeping this whole set together for now. So, speaking about troll armor, we might want to still find more trolls that we didn't find, since we can upgrade our armor still more before we head to the swamp, since I think we need all the help we can get in the swamp, since it can be pretty hardcore difficulty increase compared to the forest. So you need to be really careful there, and getting all the armor or all the potions or whatever you can is a good idea. And upgrading your weapons and such. So with that being said, I think we will check this forest, which we haven't fully explored, or not even close fully probably, and see if we find any trolls here. Since we want that blue skin for ourselves. I don't think we need any more carrot seeds, since you can always plant the ready-made carrots that you farm yourself and replant them as seed carrots, which basically gives you, in the basic loot amount, 1 carrot gives you 3 carrot seeds, I think, when you plant it as a seed carrot. So you don't get an cooking ingredient carrot out of it, but you get 3 more seeds to plant as normal carrots. So you can like infinitely loop the farming mini game. And oh, there's a troll. It depends on what you are farming and how it works. Not always the same for all of these drawable things. So I think now we'll just take these pot shots that we can. We get a piercing sneak attack from this far, and I think headshots are maybe a thing. But now we can actually see how this works if you want to not dodge roll, but play this melee running game. Like between these swings, you can probably hit them 2 or 3 times. Walk out of the range at the perfect timing, so he doesn't move, he just swings. And while he does these normal swings that you see now, he's silently getting cooldown ready for that double swing, which he then can continue right away with that single arm swing. So basically his cooldown ability special is that double fist smash, which he does every like 3 or 4 these normal punches. So after that you have to be careful not to eat the combo. So now I know he's gonna smash after this. Sprint away, go back, he will always normal smash after that, and then you can continue the looping. And that's like the basic min-max wannabe hardcore gamer strategy to kill these. And why I would use that instead of dodge rolling. Well, dodge rolling eats stamina, like I was in the cave against the log troll earlier. Rolling those attacks always gives you less stamina to attack him yourself, so basically it just gives you a longer fight, but nothing drastic. But if the troll is without the log, he has those 2 moves, and third one which he throws a rock at you if you go far. But looping those 2 attacks nearby is quite simple, or if you practice it, it is simple. But also, I think at this point when I have this shield, it is smarter to just parry him, since you get more damage even faster like that. But I just wanted to show that special runaway strategy that you can do if you don't have a parry shield or whatever. I think if you use a 2-handed weapon at this point, maybe you have a like bronze atker or something, or where it has a special attack that staggers the troll, but still you would do that running tactic. Also not sure how good it works if you have the movement speed penalties from your gear. Like I think does Bugler, yes, since like now my Bugler was only a hindrance, since it slowed me down and gave me nothing since I didn't try to parry, so have to pay a little attention to your gear like that for the situation you are in. Yeah, that is the basic lesson how to fight a troll in Valheim. Or maybe not even basic, I think that might be even advanced. Since the basic lesson is just shoot it with a bow and run away, and try not to run into other enemies too much. And just don't get too greedy with your stamina and always be prepared for the extra attacks. Since getting that extra hit is not worth it when he hits you back with 2 fists as a reward for your attack. Oh, the skeletons hunt a deer for me. Take that. Unless I stole their loot, not sure if they need the leather or the meat, but now it's mine and they can't do anything about it, so... I don't guess they can't even cry about it since they're skeletons, but... I guess even skeletons can get sad, probably, so maybe they're just sad skeletons now. But yeah, let's look for more trolls for the upgrade shit. Either a troll cave or just a naturally occurring big boy like that in the nature. And as usual, we try to run with our weapons seated, so we don't get the infamous movement speed penalty I keep ranting about, since I'm allergic to movement speed penalties. Since if I run like this with my sword and shield out, I'm more ready to fight, but I get 5% penalty from my sword and 5% from the shield, and you always see it in the total from your whole gear in that yellow, so now it's 10. Like if I put my shield away, then it should be only 5 in the yellow, which is just a sword, so... But then I press the R button to unsheath or sheath my weapon set, which I recently had, which is simple enough key binding to buy yourself 10% move speed by pressing it once, so I recommend using that. And it's even worse if you have a large weapon or the heavy armor, so... yeah, that's especially noticeable if you have the full like heavy armor and a large weapon that gives like minus 20% move speed, or the tower shields, which give you a larger penalty, so... Since enemies don't really have stamina in this game, so it feels a bit unfair to try and outmaneuver anything when your own stamina sucks or movement speed sucks. Yeah, while we're here at the troll cave, let's harvest these blueberries. Yeah, it's a hard balance to find. I think that you get more armor, but if you get hit a lot more because of that, then it might not be worth it. So. Or just fight with the sword, since we don't need a shield against these guys. We get enough for a campfire, yes, since my plan is to go inside the troll cave and put down a campfire inside there and get the rested bonus. It's not a BC, but a TC, which is troll cave. Let's handle this guy as well, since he volunteered himself to jump into my sword. Okay, now we crouch before entering this, just in case. Just a moment. Then we check a bit further. So much smoke. Oh. And even if you stealth here, you notice how aggressively he came to check for me. So he somehow sneak failed, and he found out that we entered his lair. And again, this is the log troll, so I prefer dodging these, especially when you don't have room like in this cave. And if you try to parry this, you probably want to stand back a bit before parrying like this, since oftentimes it hits over you and fucks up your block or shield. Like, it doesn't care about your shield after doing that, so that's one of the reasons I prefer just dodging these. That was probably my timing and not the hitting over, but still. Yeah, first dead in the whole career this time. Yes, I plan to keep all these death markers. Usually I remove them because they are map clutter, but this is now the first death marker here. But it was made for the sacrifice of learning or teaching the valuable lesson, yeah. But yeah, I usually fuck up those parries against the log trolls, especially if I'm like not paying attention. Since it feels at least like they hit over you. I'm pretty sure I don't fuck up it as often against other those kind of monsters. Because I'm pretty used to the parrying. But yeah, also first effect of first demo of the death setting I have, since in vanilla settings or the default settings, when you die you lose all your inventory and it spawns a gravestone, which is a container, and all your loot is in there. Also, I forgot to take a new rested buff when I spawned at home. That's one thing you should always do when you die, get a new rested buff and don't run like this. But now that I have the easier death penalty setting, since I'm tired of doing the naked runbacks, which you usually have to do, since you lose all your gear. And also two things, the rested buff is one, but also remember to eat at base, since now I just ran to the forest with 25 HP, so getting killed again is highly likely. You have no rested, you have so little HP, you lost your armor, your weapons, so it might feel really frustrating to keep running to your death, especially in the later biomes. Black Forest and Meadows are still like easy corpse runs, but later it's nightmarish. But yeah, you could pick those mushrooms and blueberries and whatever that you can eat. But I will now trust into my skills that I will get my food back from the grave and eat the proper food, so I don't have to play with those verse foods for a while, since I can puke them out on command. And also I really like Vardrunas Helvegen as well. It's one of the songs that I have listened most out of all their songs. So I guess I'm trying to say it's my favorite as well. But yeah, he's corpse camping me. There's my grave. We can either bravely walk in and dot get a first hit and loot the chest and hope we don't fuck up in panic. Or we can be more patient, wait here and he maybe turns around soon. Or one more option is just to be a Giga Chad and just go challenge him like this since I still have my weapon and shield. But I'll probably just fuck up again, so I'm gonna be a little coward and do it the safer way. Since we always want to be safe. Also, since his back is turned nicely, we can either sneak close by or throw our spear for extra damage piercing, and you see the yellow damage, so it does like crit and not crit, like the weakness damage. Like if we hit him with an axe, if I get close enough, it's white, like bright white damage, which is the normal damage. But when you throw this shit, it's yellow, so it's piercing and highly effective. But yeah, nothing too special, but I think these are much more dangerous when they have the log as a weapon compared to the ones without any weapons. Since their attack range is huge, and it is pretty unpredictable now and then, like where will it actually hit. So be careful. Luckily this isn't a hardcore round, but if it was, then I would probably not show off anything too risky. Now that we killed him, we can actually use his place as an illegal dumping ground as well. Take some stone from here, put a nice little bonfire here, make this our temporary home since we have a roof over our head. We have a fire, so we get comfort 3 resting bonus. Also, while we are resting here, I will take a quick break again, so maybe maximum 2 minutes. I will get a new drink and check the fridge if there is something to eat, maybe that I can snack on fast without actually eating proper food and get my nutrition. So I'll be right back. And I'm back. Again. Continue on. The fridge has been looted. Didn't have much. Didn't have much simple, fast stuff to eat, so I guess I'll eat a whole cucumber this time. Yeah, that's pretty scary at the start. But just minding your own business with your hard-earned ores and making your way home. And then a blue giant troll comes, big dick swinging at you with his log, so... And yeah, cucumbers indeed the best. Too bad you can't live on them since they're so low nutrition, but at least I can imagine eating something that keeps me maybe full for some while by the power of imagination. But yeah, we are done with the troll cave. I'm actually missing one troll skin, probably left it in the nature where I killed the other one. But oh well, that's a shame, but we don't cry about that too much. So can I mark this or not? Well, I guess the skull reminds us that we actually went to this troll cave. We don't need to cross out the troll cave. It's pretty obvious mark that we fucked up and went here. So now it became the Skull and Bones cave. Okay. No. I have something else, but not something that I could make in a few minutes at this point, so I'll have to survive with the cucumber. But yeah, we get nice amount of those troll letters from only 2 trolls with this loot modifier, but I still think we need more, maybe? Maybe 1 more troll and we're fine for a while. Since the gear progression is kind of fucked up in a way, that you don't get enough upgrade levels for your workbench until later on, that you can actually upgrade the last level of the troll armor. And when you are at that point, when you get that upgrade level, the troll armor is already like basically become obsolete. So you don't really need that last upgrade level, so it is wasted. Which is kind of silly, since it would make sense that you could upgrade it all the way when you actually use the armor in the like tier of gameplay it is intended to be used in. Yeah, okay, yeah. Of course, I didn't believe you only eat those to live, but maybe for now or at this moment. Or... Like your body is made out of cucumber, banana, eggs, and cashew nuts only. Yeah, casually just strolling through the forest with no other direction than the unexplored areas. Not being systematic or anything at this point, at least just going around and looking for possible trolls in the moonlight while marking maybe these caves and such, causing skeleton wars to happen spontaneously. Oh, There's a cave right there. So I guess it's time to die. And if you find a troll cave like this, you might want to check the nearby area if you see a troll outside the cave, since they don't really move into the cave or outside to the cave. But I'm not sure how often, or is it actually meant that the cave spawn trolls outside as well? Like, do they act as a spawn point or not? But pretty often you don't see a troll near a cave, but it is possible that you see just standing right next to the cave, which I don't think is a coincidence. And you always, not always, sometimes you might see a troll here, kill it, go inside, and there's another one in there. Yeah, there we see our next target. We can start bravely with this. It throws a rock which we block. Get our spear back. Wait for the cooldown smash. Normal punch. And then we begin our rotation with the shield out. Actually, let's take it off. And don't get too greedy like that. Wait for the smash. We are in no hurry to kill this. But yeah, it can be really deceiving that it uses that double-handed smash as like out of order. And then you get surprised by the normal punch after, since it doesn't have a cooldown with that one. Or the other way. Like it will immediately use the smash like this, and then you go near and it does the punch and so on. Yeah, much more simple than the log trolls, as said. So like in last stream we searched some troll caves. You might want to keep a torch with you when you go into this, or craft a torch, since it's really cheap to make. Basically kill one Great Dwarf and you have the torch materials. Since you see in the ground these dark pixels that might be pearls or other like valuable items. We have to get rid of some stuff. Also, all these yellow mushrooms respawn here, so if you need to farm mushrooms, either go to these troll caves again or find a burial chamber. They respawn in those as well, but I think it's more simple to farm them in troll caves since you don't have to go into a maze to get them. I want to keep the deer trophy for a weapon. That's why I'm not throwing that away first. Pretty sure I saw something there. Yes, more coins. Like this is not maybe a waste of time, but it feels sometimes like it. Like why not just make a torch and see better? But I'm trying to scan with my mouse cursor that if you see a prompt, then you know there's some shit in there, but it's easy to miss them in this darkness. But yeah, it's only a few coins. You don't get like tons of them from there, so. And actually now with our troll loot and full inventory, we might want to head back. Head back to our home portal and upgrade this armor. If we can make it home through this terrible storm. So rested buff is ending, but luckily it just wasn't it supposed to change today, but I guess with the season mod we have, since it is fall, cold autumn, which means we have a gold debuff, which we normally don't have during the day here. Only during the night. So it actually makes this a lot more dangerous. Maybe it's the cold, like autumn rain, that fucks you up here. Well, everything is a surprise that comes with this mod, so I kinda like it. I don't really want to read every small detail what they do, but trust in the process. But yeah, now we have cold and wet and no rested, and you can see how slowly our stamina comes back. It's like pretty miserable if you have to be in combat with that stamina regen. Like it takes a week to get a full stamina back. And every time you use some stamina, the regen stops for a while. So while you dodge and use your attacks, the regen keeps stopping, so it makes it even slower. So in this kind of situation, it's probably better to just run away, and maybe if you have the Eightur buff ready, just use it to escape easier to get some stamina reduction, or stamina cost reduction. Oh yeah, we have lots of wood here. Have to remember to bring that back home to use it. So that being said, I will probably forget it in 20 seconds and then be surprised later again that we have wood in that chest. And say the same thing, that oh, we have to remember to bring this back home. Like a cycle of madness. Also, I'm saving this old armor just for vanity's sake, since we can make mannequins and dress them up in our armor and weapons and such. And my intention is to collect all the armor sets on mannequins. So I'm just saving it, so I don't want to make it again later. Since we will make a grand structure which will have a nice hall with all those armors and such and trophies and whatever. That is the plan for the future. When we move out of this shitty apartment we have now. But at least the roof isn't leaking here, so it could be worse. I think I'll actually just throw away my flint stuff. Or not throw away, but keep them safe here at the beach. The sword and the axe. So if I regret my actions, I can always go pick them back up from there. Oh yeah, the throw stuff. That's right, so we upgrade these. As you can see, this final level, it is now level 3, the armor. If you want the final level, you need a level 5 station, and we have the 4 one. And as I said, you get this a lot later for some reason. Makes no sense. Then we need bones for the cape and the helmet on the hood. And always remember to click the upgrade tab, not to craft new armor. Wasting materials. And upgrading your cloak at this point. The cloaks you have in the game pretty far into the game are not worth upgrading unless you really have excess materials. Since like in this case what it gives you is +1 armor, which is basically nothing. But if you have like surplus materials, it's of course worth it. It's better than nothing, but it's almost nothing. And perfect, we have one troll hide left for display purposes. If we want to show someone our letter collection. But we just killed enough trolls to get the full set upgrade. Just as planned, without planning it. I don't think we need to upgrade anything else. Oh, we can upgrade our spear. Since we'll be keeping that flint spear maybe for now, just in case. As I said, we can just throw it away if we are in dire need of more space. What was it? 3 leather and 9 wood. There we go. Okay, and then we're basically ready to look for a swamp. And we have a method to choose, either sailing or running the island, as I talked about earlier. And I think the actual smartest way is probably running the island borders only and not exploring the middle, since you're, I think, more likely to find a swamp that way, since you see where the island ends, and as I said, you might see it on the other shore of the swamp trees or whatever. And since you need to be a certain distance from the middle of the map, so the swamp biome can even spawn. So I don't think we need to go even much further than this, where we have already been, that the swamp is possible to spawn already. I don't remember the exact distances, but it's not too far from the middle. So I think our travel method of choice is using our sturdy Viking feet, and actually we might want to make a new portal at home, and then make a pre-swamp boss portal if we find the boss. Or even if we don't, we want the swamp to farm things before the boss anyway. So our swamp exploration portal, basically. So let's build that right now. And then we have to remember to take the materials for the portal with us as well. Because that's really embarrassing that you go to an explore trip, especially with a boat far away, and then realize at the other end that, oh shit, I didn't bring the portal materials. Yeah, we have portal at home. And in this case, it's even named home. But you can farm these portal materials easily, except for the Surtling Core. So you might be desperate for the materials, just go find Black Forest for the Great Dwarf Eyes, and find burial chambers for the Surtling Cores in that Black Forest, and then find a meadows for the fine wood, like in the early biomes. So it's not impossible to farm them on the run, but always better to get them while you can from the base, of course. Usually you need more fine wood for this. How's our carrots and the saplings, speaking of fine wood? They're soon done. And soon done, so we might get to use our tree farm for the first time. But meanwhile we can cut these random birches that we have near our base. And our custom-made bridge is still hanging on nicely, proving that it is worthy of being a bridge. And I guess it's time for another wood cutting accident, which always tend to happen at this place. You never know when your axe might slip and hit someone by accident. Can't see many birches here, and this is one of the reasons why you probably want to make your own fine wood farm if you can, since sometimes you just don't get many trees in even like sight range. Oh, but there's a nice oak right there. And if you get lucky, we get oak seeds. And I think they, at some patch, the devs buffered the chance to get oak seeds from those huge oak trees. So at some point it was nearly impossible to get the seeds. That you had to cut down many oaks to get even one seed. But I think it's pretty decent now. Just a random mark there where we left pieces of wood and use our fancy bridge. Works nicely. I think we will use this technique. This technique of storing these things that we had in our pockets, and hopefully we can find them again there. Miss our bridge, since it doesn't work as a bridge too well. But it's trying its best. Just keep cutting a few more wild fine woods in here. Well, usually it's really a shame to cut down an oak like this, since I think these look really nice in these open spaces, like it there as well. Like I feel the need to preserve these, even if I never come here again, but just the thought of cutting it down is sad. But through the tears, through the pain, we will cut it down. Yeah, it felt like actually impossible, but now as you can see, with well, this is double loot, but still, you get multiple per oaks, even like normally. Since they realized it was bullshit that you didn't get them. Yeah, you got shit ton of wood especially now. So the bigger trees give more wood, which makes sense compared to the birches, so it's worth it to cut these down if you don't want the aesthetic looks of them. But you can always plant more for the aesthetics for your tree cutting scenes. And at some point, I know that we want at least one mighty oak in our base somewhere as a decoration, so good that we now have the seeds for that, so don't have to worry about that. We will leave this stump here, since I'm not sure if it gives fine wood, but at least before fine wood stumps, either be it oak or birch, did it give fine wood. But in either case, we will leave this here as a reminder of our deep, terrible sins that we cut it down. And ruin this view, even if it looks really nice still with the lighting, without even the tree. Looks so nice. Now, same fate awaits this tree as well. even roll it down closer to the hill, so we can take all the wood with us, so we might bring the wood closer to our base like this before cutting it down. It's a pro strategy. We will bring this giant log next to its dead friend there, so he can see him last time. There we go. Didn't we get any seeds from that, since usually the seeds spawn on the tree trunk, the, what's it called? Not the trunk, the stump. I'm not sure if I just missed them. Or was there any? Maybe it's a chance to get some or nothing nowadays, not sure. But at least we got 5 from the other one, so. Yeah, I'm paranoid enough and close enough that I will go check if I left the seeds there. Then I can sleep in peace after. I see some glimmers, so I just missed the seeds like an idiot. I was too busy rolling the tree around. But yeah, we got 5 from 1 and 3 from 1, so it's really nice. I think we destroyed some saplings on the way, so more wood for us. Now the hard part of sorting all this again. Well, not hard, but maybe bit tiresome to always sort all this. Sometimes I wish for a magic chest that I could sort them all with one button press from here standing outside, and it would all go into the right places. Stuck with my logs here. Dump some and jump over and pick them back up. Easy peasy. Also, we wanted to make the portal, so let's get some of these back. 40 of these. There's space outside still. So dump the extra bit here. Oh, it prioritizes the normal wood when you spam the kiln. But if it runs out of normal wood, then it starts using fine and core wood. But if you have normal wood in your inventory, then the other wood is safe. I panicked a bit when I realized I just took the 40 fine wood in my inventory, but everything was cool. Floor berries are here. I think I actually need 20 of those eyes, not 40. Then we'll just make one new portal somewhere in here in the darkness. Is it the right way? Yes. Another unfortunate victim of not caring too much at this point, so temporary ugliness it is. And this will be called Swamp. And the next step would be make I might do this at this point. I'll name this one Elder. Go through my home portal to the other side, which is at the Elder. Then rename this home here to Elder. And now we have an Elder portal going to Elder that is called Elder. And our home portal is free to use again as any portal to connect back home. If you are a friend, you can rename portals on the other side while the other friend is waiting on the other side, but alone you can do it with this 3 portal setup easily like that. So now we can just dismantle this and always name it Elder since the Elder name stays on the other side. So some people I think use one portal, and if you are familiar with the Stargate, the sci-fi series of a long time ago, not sure how recent the newer Stargates are, but anyway, you have one master portal basically, and you always just change the name to a portal that you want to travel to. And in the world you have different portals with different names, but always just one in your base. And either you have it on a different file somewhere, the list, or you can make a sign and write the portal names, or just mark them in the map like this. We had it actually, now we changed that home to new mark and Elder, and now we know one portal icon with Elder name, it means there's an Elder portal there. But like this, and maybe if you have a master portal, you just check the map, okay, I want to go there, the name is XXX, then you change the name to XXX while you are going there. But whatever style you prefer. Personally, I usually make shit tons of portals and just try to, well, not shit tons, but a few portals, and try to make them like impactful locations in a way, and not just randomly plop them down everywhere. But we'll keep that home portal there, just in case. We have always a portal home. If we need to make like a temporary portal and farm the materials on a run or something. And we know we are going to the swamp next, so that's a swamp portal then. Actually we need 10 of those. Then we had our cores, 2 of those. Then 20 fine wood. We should be able to make a portal, yes. Oh, and did our carrots grow and the trees didn't grow. And sometimes if you have a tree farm far away from where you usually run around in, the trees don't actually grow until a player like enters the area where they are active. So if you have a tree farm with like whatever amount of trees, you might see from far, oh okay, they haven't grown yet. But suddenly when you enter the area, you see like a plop effect and they all grow at the same time from the ground, like instantly. Like it could happen any second now, as it says. But yeah, even if they're not actively showing the growth while you are not there, but they will still do it. So I wonder if I sleep through the night if they all grow at the same time then. Good morning, let's check. Keep an eye on the trees. It is pretty misleading with this mod that it gives this kind of time estimate. But you can basically tell from the carrots split that if you see some orange, it's getting near ready, and then it gets a bit larger when it is actually ready compared to the others that you see. And if nothing else, you can always go hover over it and it says pick it up if it's ready. So you can't like fuck up the picking up too early or too late. Just go when they are ready and you're fine. Yeah, I think now we will be heading towards the Elder Isle and taking a nice little walk around it with our portal stuff. We have our rested buff, we have our food, we repaired everything. Well, Forgets can wait, they don't need to work overtime all the time. So let's head out through this portal and let's see where we end up in. Is there a swamp or not? So at this point basically I would go to the east side of this island, since it is further away from the middle than the west side, so there's a higher chance of swamp in there. Either on this island or seeing it on the other side. Weapons out. Seat them with the R button to be ready for anything. Let's go. Might as well use Eightur now, since we're going to be doing a lot of running, so no reason to keep it unused in our buffs. Oh. Wondering if I should kill it or not. I guess maybe one more troll wouldn't hurt. Also, it's not seen us for some reason. It only like smelled us. And I actually got the sneak attack on it. With the parrying you get so much more damage instead of waiting for the normal hits. So if you're confident with parrying, it's always faster than all the running around I did last time when I was showing it off. Oh, such a nice lightning and view. Still, this game keeps impressing me with the nice visuals now and then. Such simple but yet effective style. Yeah, we can try to not run into the water, but scout the other side and see if we can see any other trees than the big one there. Can't see anything from here, only some kind of hills. If you're too far away, the trees might not render yet, so you can't always tell from far away. It would be nice if they added some kind of binoculars or telescope into this, so you could actually scout better from far away. Because you already have magic stuff in this and such, so you could have magic binoculars. Doesn't have to be too realistic and rustic Viking experience. Also, on the mod side, I'm pretty concerned about the winter time, since if there's more bees here. If the fall already caused it to be cold during a day in the rain, so I'm quite confident that the developers of the mod are going to give us a fuck you during winter, and it's probably going to be freezing in the worst conditions, which is the same as running into the mountains without any cold resistance. Not sure if we want actually more bees, so we have enough. It would be this kind of bee that is bunkered in there is easier to release. No, actually I can just demonstrate fast. Nothing special, but yeah, I'm a bit worried about the winter, that I'm not prepared for it, and it is coming soon, so yeah, just build a workbench, go repair if you don't want cluttering these all kinds of things you are going to build, and just meet the mouse away, take the bees home, and the bees are destroyed, since they had nothing to grip onto anymore, and you get free bees. Yeah, exactly. Since there's 5 of these, I guess I'll kill them all. We need some necktails, but not too many. Since they so generously offered the tails to me, then I will take them. Also, if you played this game before in the further biome than we are in now, you might, and haven't seen the mod, this might look really dangerous to you since it's so orange, but it's not that biome yet, even if it looks like another biome that is this color. I had to second guess myself for just a little moment that am I running into a really dangerous biome or not. But it was only the autumn color of these meadows. Well, we can jump here and see if we see any further. I don't think so. Only thing you see really far is that big tree and some mountains that are really high. So later on, when we try to find some high mountains or tall mountains, it's much easier to see them, and you can even pre-scout them, like running like this. And if you see a potential like high mountain, you can just kind of mark it towards that direction, that yes, this is where I saw the mountain, for later exploration. Not seeing much yet. We are getting pretty far on foot, so chances are getting higher to find the swamp like this. Also, when you are exploring this far, it is pretty fucked up to die here, since you have to run all the way back here again, so be careful, and if you are playing with portals, always have an escape portal with you in your pocket. And if you're unsure of some dangerous situation that should I go in or not, always before going in, make the portal and try to prepare instead of risking it all. unless you enjoy misery and corpse running back here from other country or continent. So one thing really fast. Yeah, still nothing on the opposite shore. And just black forest here. We really want to see dead trees. No pines or no leaves. We don't want to see dangerous skeletons. Actually, we want to see dangerous skeletons since they live in the swamp as well. Now this seems to be going really far for well, of course it's seed dependent, but sometimes, as I said, you can just run and walk and swim almost as far as you can bother to do that, since you might get lucky and get these connected land masses with no larger water in between. Which is kinda good, but it also makes moving your ores that you dig around the world harder, since you have to find like the waterways that you can pierce these continents or islands instead of going all the way around them in the worst case with the boat and taking a really long trip because there's too many close connections of these land masses. So it can be a blessing and a curse in a way. But if you're really adventurous and especially in a group, you can always just dig up a straight canal through some of these land masses. Make your own waterways. That's pretty mad when you're playing alone, since it will take a lot of time. Probably a shit ton of more time than just going around the island with the boat. But why not if you're determined enough? I actually see something. Is it? Oh, it's some leafy trees. I was wondering if I should jump there and try and swim through these smaller islands on the other side, but almost drowned there since someone threw that rock in my head from behind. But yeah, let's keep just moving. We don't have to guess if there is something if we just see it and confirm it. Probably just keep running until this island goes around or I run into something much more dangerous than a swamp. Also, the further you go from the middle, like we are now, it increases the chance of spawning like more stars on the monsters. So we might even encounter, well, 1-star trolls are common at this point, I guess, but I think I very rarely see the 2-star trolls, but you can tell from the color. So if we see a pink troll, then we are in trouble, since that's a 2-star one. Also, we are not rested anymore, so before we run into that spawner and get them all on our ass, we probably want to build nice little rest spot here. Rest behind this rock. And hopefully no one sees us for a while. Oh, one is coming, but he might not see us early enough to ruin our rest, we'll see. Nope, he got too close, and we are basically in combat now, in a way, but we just have to defend ourselves. with a powerful piercing attack during the parry animation with double damage, and it's one and done. So let's try again. Enjoy this moment for a while. Or get our moment ruined by this asshole. But yeah, as you can see, it's not always guaranteed that you can rest when you want, so try to do it as early as possible, since you might not get the chance when you really need it, so. There we go. Eat our food so it doesn't go too low. And also it seems that the season mod is now negatively affecting our rested bonus, so we get less than vanilla, so it's getting harder and harder, I guess. So my prediction still is that winter will fuck us in the ass in the worst way possible, so I hope I'm prepared for that misery. So I'm kinda excited to see what happens. Yeah, now it seems we are circling back, so the running trip probably ends at this point of this island, but there might be swamp biome in this island as well, so just keep sniffing these borders of the island and see what we get. And if there's no swamp, we will probably go bolting back home, or go back home and then go bolting. But there, now you can see, there's the swamp trees. There. Those dead, branchy looking trees. These Skelebros are waiting for us here, probably offering their nice home for us to build our swamp base. Because we don't want to go too near the swamp, since attracting all those swamp biome guys to here is not a good idea. Wondering if we should use this and just build upstairs only. This should be pretty durable. We'll just add some more flooring here and we're done. I guess we'll do that. Rid of these guys first. Now the best idea would be to just build the portal right away, but actually I'm gonna just do that. I was not going to do that and just say that it would be a good idea. Since if something happens, you didn't plop down your portal, you're fucked. We can always move it after, so just having it temporarily down gives you some insurance. But remember that if you fight near the portal or this place, the enemies can actually destroy your portal. And the saddest thing that I have personally seen on my own playthrough is that I was fighting enemies near the portal, died, and while the camera is still on your corpse and you have died, you see the enemy break the portal right after you died, so you know you can't get back. So then it's another trip to explore back into that place, which kinda sucks. Yeah, let's just gather some basic wood again as usual. We know how it goes. Build some extra shit here to make it more cozy. First we maybe want to dump all this crap. Actually, now that we have the portal, we might want to instead just go straight through and dump it all in our base, so we don't have a temporary stash of crap here. Always better to have your crap in your base instead of temporary random base. Guarding stuff in multiple places starts to get pretty illegal. There is some limit to hoarding. Do I really have a place for this? Maybe not. While we're home, we might as well harvest our beehives. So we can probably reduce the amount of hives we need active later when we stockpile some honey already, so minor healing potions are ready as well, which is a good thing. Just in case you don't want to take too many of them with you, since they also have a weight. You have to constantly mind the weight of your items and the amount of slots you use. So, and when you're moving in a swamp area, you might want to keep at least 2 poison resistance meats, 1 active and 1 just in case you have to spend more time in there. I think 1 lasts 10 minutes. It's a nice amount of time, 20 minutes should be enough to escape the swamp if you really need to. It's really easy to get killed by poison in there, by multiple poisonous things. And if you can't afford poison resistance meat, then the next best thing is just don't get hit. Simple as that. I'll just put this extra bee. Oh yeah, I can put them outside. Extra bees somewhere, since I don't really want more of these hives, so stash our bees here. There's a dangerous guy in our tree garden, but he doesn't care about the trees, so it's fine. But when it's that close to your base, you might want to get rid of it, since it will walk here and hit your portals and whatever, and kill your torches, since it isn't afraid of fire. So again, as usual, better safe than sorry, so just kill it. We don't want to be at the swamp during night, at least not when going there for the first time. Always try to go there during the day if possible. but there's still a reason to go there during the night, so you have to be brave at some point. But it's a really shitty... Oh, winter is coming. It's a really shitty place to be in, and especially at night. Also, I wonder if the swamp is maybe easier or better environment during the winter. So I'm not sure if it allows rain there in the winter, since in the basic normal vanilla swamp it always rains non-stop, no matter what happens. So you're always wet, which is one of the reasons why it sucks there. Yeah, let's continue getting some basic ass wood for that basic ass fortress we have here. So we don't get our basic ass kicked. Oh, there's the first swamp people, and of course there's star variants right away, which is pretty bad, since even the non-star variants are strong at this point. So this might be our second death already, since I'm going to challenge them and try my luck. Is my shield enough? It is enough, so no worries. Just don't get hit, or you're fucked. But yeah, since I have the fully upgraded bronze buckler, it is enough to tank that 1-star damage. But if you fuck it up and try to block with it instead of parry timing, it probably will come through, eat your stamina and hit you hard, so not a fun time. Also there's an archer variant as well. It's a non-star. Also I'm gonna get ambushed by the one that ran away. Oops. But yeah, you don't want to archer battle these guys. Also, you don't want to battle these guys. So you can try and hide behind the tree, which forces the archer to come closer. And parry him close range like a boss. And just fuck him up as well. But yeah, these are one of the poison sources. These will bite your ass instantly. And in dark swamp during the rain, especially during night, you can't really see these assholes there. So be really careful, since it's full of water where they can move around in the swamp. And yeah, you can bow them, but or shoot them with arrows, but they will try to escape after the first shot, since they realize they don't have an advantage anymore. You have the higher ground. So they will do a loop-de-whoop from far away and then come back later. But if you want their loot, which you really want, you should try and learn how to melee them. Since with these blood bags that they drop, as you could see, there's some new stuff that we can craft, so this is one of the items that you want from the swamp, so you shouldn't avoid the leeches forever. But yeah, they live in the water in the swampy areas and invade the neighboring areas as well, as we could see there. And here we see I think that was the 1-star Draugur that massacred everything that was living here. All the pigs and everything that lived are now dead, since they are part of the swamp faction, which will of course fight with the forest faction or the meadows faction. So, and here's another example of not so great swamp enemy, the blob. It's very green and very poisonous. If you go near it, it will AoE blast you with poisonous smoke or whatever gas. So if you want to be safe, do what I just did and shoot it from afar. Even if it's resistant to piercing damage, but it still won't take too long to kill it. And they are slow, but in the swamp, when you're surrounded by all kinds of assholes, they can sneak up on you, since they're pretty silent. Since the swamp is filled with these guys as well, the basic soldiers, Draugur. And that's not even all of the swamp folk you will meet, but you will probably meet the rest later. You can take a little peek here if you see. Oh, there's a start one. I can see from the sick colors he has. You don't want to take a star archer arrow to your face for no reason. They kinda see you, kinda don't. They know it wasn't just the wind, it was you who is there, so you can play like this, but you can't sneak up on him anymore, so you might as well go here, tempt your fate and pray you parry the first arrow instead of tanking it with your face. Oh, now we officially entered the swamp. There's the welcoming Leech Committee. I can take maybe one bite from them. I'll try and use this stabby stab attack to hit them. But since they're so low on the ground, since they're in the water, they actually have the lower ground advantage if you go as melee, since this game has pretty shitty vertical combat, which luckily the devs are fixing later, as they said, in the next update, most likely, since they said basically hill combat or hillside combat is getting a fix, which I hope means that you can properly aim your melee. Since now you have to trust that you're at the right elevation compared to the enemy and just try and hit them. But these assholes will hit you anyway. So you can pray that you can they are pretty much glass cannons, luckily, since they're just small eels. But one bite is enough to kill you sometimes, since they do high damage and then they poison you with that bite. And the poison damage scales with the bite damage. So basically if they hit you hard, then the poison will be hard as well. And we got so lucky that the first thing we run into the swamp is turnip seeds, which is swamp carrot. And that's a good thing to have, since that will unlock new food stuff as well, which will help here. And also the pieces of entrails we got from the Draugur guys, those will make up excellent food as well, or needed for an excellent food. So just dipping your toes in this dangerous territory can be really worth it really fast, so don't be too scared of it. Also we want these pigs, since now we want the raw meat for the next food we are going to make. Our temporary portal base can wait a little while longer. We just hope no one goes and destroys the portal. And then we die somewhere here and the portal is destroyed. Yeah, isn't this basically a swamp carrot turnip? It's a carrot-like thing that grows in the swamp, and you can compare it to the carrot in this game, so it's a swamp carrot by that logic. But yeah, if you see those exotic colors on enemies that you are not used to, then you always know it's a star variant. And not all enemies have star variants. There are a few that come only in one variety. Which is a good thing in some of the enemies, that you don't want to see a star variant or face a star variant, probably. More than enough that you get the normal one. Yeah, let's see if we can fix this shit up. Make some new floors, some new walls, maybe some paint. Clean up a little bit. Fix this shit. Also it says that missing record crafting station, since I'm trying to fix the stone walls by missing the wood, and we don't have a stone cutter table here that we need to handle these stone structures. So, but that will come soon enough. Can have a floor here. Then just start patching this castle or fort tower, whatever it is. And when you are combining wood and stone when building, it's really hard to sometimes figure out where the actual proper snapping spot is. If you want to like make symmetrical things or want things to match up with each other, sometimes you have to really fiddle around and just try it multiple times. Now you see those wall pieces aren't even connected together, they snap to some random spot up there, so you see those gaps, which are of course not allowed to be there, so to try again. That's fine. Yes, and then we just try to replicate. You see there's like a minimal snapping difference for some reason, because all the stone stuff here kind of makes everything go in its own way, since they have so multiple snapping spots. So building with just one material is a lot easier, but of course you can make as exciting buildings with just one material. Go. Need a door. Maybe it works. Yes, doesn't prevent our guy from entering. That sometimes happens. Also at some patch we got this feature for building that you can press Q if you play with the keyboard, and it changes the snapping spot for this auto snapping thing. So back in the day we only had only this default auto snapping, which made building some things really hard from certain angles and such. But it is really nice for different kinds of reasons that you can change the snapping spot, so don't have to run around the building stuff so much anymore. And to get the proper angle to hit some certain spot somewhere. I think we can get rid of the upper floor. We're not building a Viking fortress mansion tower here. Still we're wasting some extra wood for no reason. That happens sometimes. But now the snapping is off just a bit again. But if you're not a perfectionist, it doesn't really matter too much, since functionally it works anyway, so house is a house, even if it's 1 millimeter off. And we just need some roofing, which is also impossible to line up with the stone things, but whatever. Well, yeah, I'm sure there are wonkier houses, but this is some kind of wonky as well. So I'm trying to get here. Yes, thank you. Oh, I ran out of wood. Could I use maybe this or this piece? Just plan for now. Maybe this one. So let's do this small trip back to home. Since I just remembered that we had the VOD at the other side of the one portal. Also, for now, we are getting even more new stuff, which is good and bad. Since that means we need more places to keep that stuff. So we're going to do this sick nasty trick of putting maybe 3 chests here. And this is our dedicated, we got this from the swamp chests. So now we know where all our swamp stuff is. When we actually try to organize all this crap we have. It seems like a worse idea if I put it in here amongst all the other crap. Like now when it's not handleable anymore, it's gotten out of hand. Yeah, it's better to keep them outside, to keep them aired, or else all that shit will get rotten. And we might as well repair everything. Also, we already got the rested buff, which is nice. Then we use the Elder Portal. And here is the wooden chest full of wood. Go back. And even if you are over encumbered and have to do the that silly walk, you can still enter portals. So as long as you get to the other side, even with 0 stamina, you could always spit these out like this. And you're fine again. So now we will do this magic trick again. We are over encumbered and just go to the other portal. Now we have shit tons of wood here. Luckily we made a chest and ta-da! Didn't take much time at all. Now we'll finish our grand vision up here. If we can get up there with cold and wet, fucking up our stamina. There we go. Then we use these flatter pieces. Oh, this one, yeah, we had it already selected. Clip at the right spot, yeah. Not actually sure what I'm doing with the roof, so basically we don't need this whole thing roofed. But well, at least the workbench is now roofed, so that's important. We might better shut off all these ways inside. So now we need the resin to make 1 torch, since it sucks working in the dark all the time. Now when we need resin, we do not see Great Wars, but I think there's some resin from previous kills here. There we go. Then we just need to go back near our workbench, and now we actually see the area. If you didn't see this before, that the workbench showed really clearly where you can build in that range. So if you can't build or want to build from here, then you just need to build more workbenches closer. You can stack them infinitely if you feel so. Just plop down a torch somewhere conveniently like this. We will probably just fill this back wall without having another door. So we are trapped here if someone attacks us. Have to just die then. That's how it goes sometimes. Still can't see shit since one torch doesn't help much. So just hope it goes to the right spot. Oh, it looks a lot nicer now. Let's check from the outside. Yeah, basically it's like new now. Looks really good. Then we just finish the roof. So it doesn't rain inside. And ruin our floorboard since rain does that damage in vanilla settings up to like 50% of their total HP, which is the yellow bar, the vertical yellow bar there. So it's not a problem, but it will look shitty. But sometimes that can be nice if it's part of the aesthetic that they look shitty, like greenish and a bit rotten. But you probably don't want that usually. Yeah, let's make a stupid roof here, which will not snap with the other side of the roof we made. This total darkness. So let's get rid of that and hope that these snap. If not, they're probably close enough that we can imagine them snapping. And no one will see it that high up anyway, so we don't know the secret of it not snapping. I think it snapped, yeah. Perfect. But yeah, it wouldn't matter much even if it didn't, so. As long as you can see like an actual hole in there. We'll finish off with these angular pieces. Maybe leave a small window up there just for flavor. Just to enjoy the rain. And at this point you can't really make like proper windows or anything, so what you can do if you want, use these wood balls and make a cross like this, and now you can imagine it's a window. We just add, if you want to make it smaller, oops, you can add these to frame the window as well. Make it look even more sturdy and intentional window design. There we go. Oh no, I fucked it up on the other side. And now it's perfect. Then we just fix the other side. Shit. Aim at the magic pixel to snap it in the right place. Seems like it's going really wrong for some reason. Did I do something different on this side? I wish I could see. Oh well. Let's just trust our instinct. Snap that to the top so we know it's probably there. Then bottom to that top. No, it should be fine. Looks fine. And add more walls and add more walls there. We don't do a magic window on that side. One is enough. It's magical enough, and oh, we also have a pre-made window here with the stone structures. Oh, that's nice. And I think we're done. Oh, there's already people yet again trying to invade our home or buy it. I don't know which one, but they will die anyway. But yeah, that's a nice repurposed fortress of power. Looks really strong and powerful from the outside. Yeah, the usual potential customers. Actually, I think... Oh, we have more wood, so we can add more pillars to make it even more powerful. Give it more framing here. Here. Just be careful that you don't make your tower of power too powerful. Yeah, it actually looks quite nice in a way, in kind of like special way. It's my own special little tower that I can be proud of. So hooray for us. Victory. Victory of its own kind. So we can declare this place complete. Actually, I think we want... do we want a bed here? I guess we do. Since usually if you have a bed here with a portal, you might as well go through the portal and get the full rested buff from your home base and get the food that you lost when you died and whatever. And I'm not sure if it's anytime worth it to run straight from this to corpse run to your corpse if you die in that swamp. We still want to go through the portal anyway, so might as well spawn at home and run through the portal instead of spawning here, then running into the portal and then back. So I guess it makes more sense to just leave the bed. And actually, let's build this upstairs, it's more safe probably. Yeah, no bed this time, so this is fine. Here, swamp. Internet connection works. We have random chest with random shit. We might actually want more chests if we do just fast strafing runs back here to dump our loot from the swamp, so let's just make a few more here. Just in case we need to hoard more. We never have too many chests. Always want to hoard more stuff. There we go. We can get rid of this. Can we walk stairs while this? Oh, you can. Noted. I thought the jumping animation means you can't go without stamina up those kind of stairs. Oh, hello. Welcome. Yeah, let's go and bring these back home. Don't forget to eat. It would be terrible if something attacked us while we were so low on HP at the swamp. Cart is still full. We'll keep dumping it in front of us and walking further into our base. We can actually use it here. It's a perfect place to keep it on the wet ground. Yeah. dump all this stuff here yet again. Oh, some of them have disappeared, I think. There used to be a lot more shit here. But yeah, that's a good thing. And finally we can see some of the carrots getting ready, which are noticeably larger than the not ready ones, like that one that just poofed into full growth. They're not much difference, but you can basically see this size difference, and you know some of them are ready. And if you plant all of them at the same time, you can imagine that soon they will be ready. Just like these trees, and you turn your eye away, they poof back up, up from the sapling state all the way to the grown state. So our birch forest is ready as well, but we will leave them for now, for a moment at least. Also, might want to wait what happens when winter is coming, or winter comes, as they... No, winter has come, nice. And see what debuffs we get or something, so we can probably maybe prepare for those before going anywhere further. Let's see. Okay, we get like a passive resistance versus fire. The sneaking sucks during winter because of the snow, I guess. This moves slower. It's easier to fall down since, I guess, the ground is softer with the snow. Just some small skill increases, so nothing too bad. But then we see if the weather is fucked up. Oh, nice! Everything turned white. I love this. Looks so well made. Yeah. It seems that during the day it is cold, which makes sense. So now we really need to pay attention to that. Also, I wonder if these carrots will grow in frost resistance. Okay. Okay, so I guess the weather actually affects them as well. Yeah, let's pick some up before anything bad happens to them, so we have at least some carrots. Which I think these should have grown already since we slept through the night and planted all these at the same time. So the winter might be affecting these? Question mark. Or at least they survived. Since they say they are healthy. That's good enough for now. I think if that's true that winter affects these, well, we have to figure out, is there a way to actually grow something in winter with this mod or not, but else it just means that we have to prepare for the winter each time, which is fine. Yeah, I really enjoy it already, how it looks. Looks like a proper winter wonderland. Which I can't wait to happen IRL as well, since I've had enough of hot summer already. Just have to go through fall first and then proper winter, hopefully. Oh yeah, and we didn't handle all our tin yet. Might as well do that now. Go. Yeah, I wonder how do we handle the swamp if it's cold 24/7 now instead of just wet. But I guess the answer is just be more careful. Yeah, now confirming that the carrots are not growing, I'm pretty sure. Have to be 100% sure. I think we'll take a look at the swamp, how it looks. If it actually turns like this as well, since it should be, since that's the idea of the mod, but you never know. Looks promising from through the window. Oh yeah. Does the water freeze actually? Oh, it's freezing me. Okay, so don't go into the freezing water. But at least this is generous enough that even if I'm wet now, it doesn't give me like the freezing dip off since it's wet and cold. So it's not like really harsh. What about this ankle deep water? I guess yeah, if the water is deep enough to give you the wet dip off, then it freezes you as well. So just have to pay more attention. Just oh, what the fuck? How many leeches in the same pile? That seems dangerous. Also, really juicy loot. There's a one-star leech hidden amongst them, waiting that I walk too close, and that will kill me in one shot probably. So let's just be a little more safe, as we said we should be, and drink a poison resistance mead. And hopefully nothing can bite us if we hit them from far away with the combo. And at least we can test how much damage it does. Well, not much, nice. So we can be pretty stupid and just face tank those as well, if they have no stars. I think the Stark Leech escaped somewhere, but will have its vengeance. Here it is. But yeah, be careful with the leeches, because they can fuck you up really fast. Also, there's spooky skeletons in the swamp, which are still the same difficulty as before. But they give you a heart attack with those arrows, since you might think it's a Draugr archer instead, which are much more dangerous. But it was just a skeleton. So they're basically here just to spook you. They're spooky skeletons after all. Also, you want to cut some ancient trees when you see one. Because it gives you ancient bark. Yeah, if you hit a leech while you are too safe, in its opinion, it will escape, since it thinks it can't hit you for a while, so you might have to dive after them. Oh, and suddenly a silent slime. But these Grey Dwarf pals of mine can probably handle those. Maybe I'll help them with arrows. Whose I wanted to keep these away. I'll probably keep the bones from now on, since I can craft arrows with the bones, so... Still have their use with the mod. Yeah, I might want to grab some more ancient bark. While you're cutting trees here in the swamp, you might want to keep your shield out just in case. So easy to get ambushed by these things here. Jesus Christ. I don't think I've ever seen this many leeches. And again, a one-star leech was here hiding amongst them. Yeah, that's nice since I can get lots of blood packs this early. It should mean that I can... oh, no, it's bad. But which should mean I can make those frost resistance it needs, I think. The blood packs. Which will help with this cold. Perfect timing. Usually at this point you want them only for the nights, if you want to be really safe. Especially at the swamp. Nights give you the cold, and frost resistance meats doesn't care about the cold, so... Oh, I was wondering why I can't loot shit. Let's throw some wood away. Back up. Throw away this. Oh yeah, we have to mark our fancy tower, of course. Actually, I'll just use only the portal icon, no need for a camp icon, since I probably realize I have a camp where I have a portal as well, so this icon should do. Swamp is a swamp. And then just bring everything home. had our swamp surprise chest here. Oh yeah, now we can properly plant the turnip seeds until it becomes spring again, so that's kind of sucky, but we will live with that. Consequences of our own mods. Oh yeah, ancient. Suddenly using the cart by accident, but yeah, the ancient bark is also swamp bullshit, so let's put it here as well. We find all our swampy stuff. Quick stack all this crap. We did have some more. Oh yeah, lots. Okay. As well, keep smelting them since tin ore is of no value by itself. Maybe this winter we can actually build a proper housing, or when spring comes, maybe then. Yeah, exactly. You don't always need just things to make it easier or more powerful or whatever. Yeah, depends what you want from your mods, but I like this one. Also, the main reason I wanted this mod was for the like aesthetic reasons, since it looks really nice. I really enjoy this winter, as I said earlier, that now I can live in this winter wonderland, no matter what biome I'm in. Probably more excited than I letting it out or letting it show, but I have to control myself, my huge excitement. Yeah, I feel all those. Probably take this coal from the ground, stash it here for use. I wonder what the bees think of this weather. Also, it seems that when there's this snowstorm, then you get the actual deadly freezing debuff. So that's crazy as well. So you might have to take cover somewhere while it's freezing. That's nice as well. I was safe near my forge because it gives warmth. But right when I stepped outside of its range, then I get fucked. Back inside our warm home. And I think in the vanilla game, even in the mountains, you can prevent the freezing debuff by just being inside a building, like sheltered. And that's enough to turn it into a cold. You're not warm, but at least you're not freezing. Which kind of makes sense in a way, but... Yeah, I'm pretty sure we need those, like, frost resistance meats, probably like yesterday. But yeah, here's what we need. 1 eye, 2 blood bags, 5 diesel. Let's see. 1 iron is 2 eyes, 2 door bags, 5 thistle, so 10 thistle. Then the honey from outside. Jesus, this weather. Two of these. Probably need a shit ton of more with this. But for now this is more than enough. Quickly back inside to make another decision and not stay outside in the cold. We need to make some new food stuff, I think. But we need that swamp carrot to build a spice rack, I think, which unlocks new stuff. But now that it's winter, we can't grow the swamp carrot. But at least we can make Yule tray. Maybe that will help us. Having a fancy joulukuusi. Might as well keep these poison resistance potions in my inventory just in case that I forget them when I next go to the swamp. You can now make deer stew and carrot soup and minced meat. So yeah, carrots unlocked like 3 new foods, so which are much more powerful than the earlier ones. Yeah, just making food during the winter from the resources that you actually manage to farm and such, preparing for the new year. Oh, and because we got blood packs, we also unlocked the medium healing potion, which is only 25 more than the minor healing, but it's still more, so that's good. I think we want to make especially the deer stew, since it's a new high health food that replaces our cooked boar meat. And we need the swamp carrot to make the actual food that I wanted from the swamp. That has to wait. But blueberries, cooked deer meat and carrots. I think I'll at least 20 pieces of those, since we got almost 50 carrots from our early picking up, I guess. I'm still paranoid on checking these carrots if they're healthy and if they have spawned more, but yeah, seems like the time stops for them. Time stop carrots. So let's see here. I already forgot the recipe since I was distracted. Oh, it's 1-1. Also, this song fits this wintry atmosphere. Let's take 20 of those, cook 1 more. Then we take 20 carrots and 20 blueberries. Wait for the deer meat to cook. Yeah. So that's 20. Back to the cauldron and make some stew. Nice. Nice warm hearty stew. We ran out of base eating food. At least eat the jerky, so we are not so vulnerable. Put the stew there. What was the other? It was the carrot soup, I guess. Was the stamina one? Carrot soup. Oh yeah, but the problem is it needs 3 carrots per soup, so at this moment it's not a good idea since our time stopped at carrots. So I guess we could make another health food for the swamp since it can get pretty intensive there. Yeah, chronologed carrots. Special kind. But oh, you actually need necktails for this. I don't think I have really made this food ever. Maybe at some point, but not as a main food, I guess. I guess you can just make pork jerky, the deer stew and queen's jam, and you're fine to go with those. It's the stamina variant, but equal power as minced meat sauce, or well, one point stronger, but still. So we don't have to make the minced meat sauce. We can just replace our normal boar meat with that new health food. Since, yeah, we want health for the swamp, but we especially want stamina too for the swamp, so it's not a bad deal to get 1 stamina food. Yeah, we have to cut down our trees. On time stop our carrots, but we can't do that. We can't grow the swamp carrots either, so I guess our mission is to fuck around and find out in the swamp. Which we will do next time at this point, since it's been over 9 hours at this point, and it's 6 AM here. So it's been quite a ride for now. So it might be a good idea to take a break. And actually maybe sleep. But yeah, what to say at the end? Well, thanks to everyone today, and the raid today by Totally Average Gamer _. Thank you and your community, and thanks for everyone who followed me and stayed here watching and commenting, or just lurking, keeping me muted in some open browser tab. That is fine too. Yeah, and thanks. And I guess next time we will continue this Winter Wonderland adventure. And the next stream is probably, maybe if I'm not devastated by this, it might be in the Monday evening this time. So at the moment it's 6 AM. So maybe minimum of 12 hours from now at least. I think earliest. Since I usually have been starting these streams like maybe more at the evening side. So most likely it will be like 14 hours at least from this moment. So if I probably should schedule it and stay in that schedule. So you will find out if you really want to be here then. So, and that would be of course great. But yeah, with this little speech and thank you, I thank you again, and I will see you next time. And good night and good day and good evening and wherever you are. Have a good.